Chapter 741 Defending the Artifact X2. In the hazy dusk, the fire on the ground gradually died down. The sky of Ale was full of stars, and clusters of meteor showers surrounded the sky that was spinning overhead. The wind in Ale was not as warm and moist as it used to be. Like the last breath of a dying lady, the sky was unobstructed, and even standing on the ground, one could see the traces of the battle in orbit. Some warships flew very low, and the miles-long fusion tails were extremely spectacular, like long brooms with their tails lit, while more warships were still above the ionosphere, just flickering points of light. In the upper space, the plasma weapons of the humans and the beam weapons of the Protoss attacked each other, biting each other tightly, and the orange and blue beams crossed each other intricately. The attack of the Zerg was not conspicuous, but most of the exploding warships were their masterpieces. Every few minutes or more, a star would light up in the sky, and then the warships torn apart by the gravity field would disintegrate into millions of white-hot fragments, slowly turning red, blue, and falling like rain, with a loud noise. Occasionally part of the wreckage of the warships would fall near the Protoss temple, some of which had a shining luster like precious metals, like gems left by gods on the sandbar. Countless humans and Protoss warriors died tragically in the high-temperature molten hull. If they were still alive at that time, the torture they suffered was no less than the most inhumane torture in the world. On the ground, the various troops re-entered the new positions after a short rest. Although everyone was exhausted at this moment and returned to the assembly point after a narrow escape, they were still able to fight. The new position was built around a Protoss temple, and the energy source inside it was large enough to charge the Xel'Naga artifact. The first line of defense is the Gorgon-class battlecruisers parked in the 4 directions outside the temple, which are connected to the defense bunkers, fixed tanks and heavy firepower strongholds to form a circular defense position. There are many destruction turrets, doomsday turrets, railgun turrets, automatic machine guns and poison gas turrets in between. There are dense minefields on the front of the defense line, and there are 6,000 to 10,000 mines of various types deployed on every square mile of land, including old-fashioned equipment such as spider mines, widow mines, and mag mines, as well as next-generation weapons such as Black Widows, destruction drones, and sonar drones equipped with EMP electromagnetic weapons. Relying on the circular square stone walls around the temple that had existed for 1,000 years, the Imperial Engineering Corps established a second line of defense. They used pre-steel plates, new alloys, and recycled nanometals to reinforce and raise the old walls, set up lookouts and gun positions on the giant, glittering obelisks, and built a spectacular artificial steel plateau on the temple at an astonishing speed. On the periphery of the third line of defense, from the long stone steps to the magnificent arches, from the beautiful megalithic courtyard to the magnificent temple where the Xel'Naga artifacts were placed, the Imperial artillery deployed 12,000 earth-shattering cannons and high-energy particle cannons derived from Earth's UD technology. Weapons against the Zerg and Protoss have also been deployed on a large scale, including psychic crushers, psychic jammers, hive mind simulators, and EMP scramblers. The enemy's initial offensive will be very fierce, but their firepower is also sufficient. But sooner or later the energy and ammunition reserves will not be able to keep up with the consumption. Once the defense line is breached one after another, the nuclear bomb silo outside the temple will launch a large-scale nuclear strike to clean up the battlefield. By then, Augustus estimated that the Xel'Naga artifact should have been fully charged. If that's not enough, then we can only delay as much as possible. The artificial intelligence in the command center can give a fairly accurate number of how long they can hold out. But the battle situation changes rapidly, and they have few cards to play, and they know nothing about the enemy. Generally speaking, the attacking side will suffer greater losses than the defending side, but if the former is far more than the latter, and they will never consider sacrifice, then it's hard to say. This is what the Terran Empire has often faced in fighting the Zerg over the years. With Kara already corrupted by Amon, the Golden Fleet could almost be considered another form of Zerg. Augustus was thinking this as he walked down a long staircase from the temple's front hall to the courtyard. This staircase was too wide and too long for humans, and it was probably prepared for the gods of the Protoss. Every part of the temple exuded an amazing warmth. Augustus couldn't figure out whether this heat came from the residual heat of the sun or from the crystals embedded in the walls. At this moment, the breathtakingly beautiful temple was standing behind Augustus. As long as one looked carefully, Even those who lacked artistic appreciation would be impressed by the infinite details carved on the escalators, pillars, and lintels. But Augustus didn't even feel like taking another look, because these things couldn't kill even one enemy. Someone told me that the precious heritage of the Protoss had been destroyed along with Ire. But I didn't expect that there was a Protoss temple right under Amon's nose. It was as new as if it had just been dug out. Tychus and Augustus were coming out of the temple, preparing to inspect the frontline positions. After confirming that the Xel'Naga artifact in the temple was functioning normally, Augustus handed over the command to Generals Wachowski and Ulysses, ordering them to take full control and conduct command and dispatch. Even during wartime, Augustus might not be able to fight on the front line in person. He believed that even if he commanded in person, he would not do better than these generals in the command. Compared with them, the soldiers on the front line needed the Emperor of the Empire more. This temple is like a villain suddenly broke into your home and smashed all your collections. When you are desperate and think that there is nothing in the rubble, you find that your most valuable one is still intact. Augustus used an analogy to describe the temple, and finally said, "But it will also be destroyed tonight." Since the fall of Ire, the Protoss found that they have lost too many things: technology, culture, and art. The Protoss usually do not record their history in writing. Everything can be found in Kara. Perhaps no Protoss had ever thought that one day Kara would betray them. If it were me, I would first find out which of your things is the most valuable. Tychus consciously put himself in the villain's perspective and didn't think there was anything wrong. Tychus took out a cigarette and asked for a light from the Umojan officer who was heading to the temple. He began to think about which artwork in the Augustgrad Palace was the most valuable. Then he went out to have a good time and pretended to be dead when the truth came out. Unfortunately, Queen Sarah Kerrigan knows everything about the palace. Tychus wants to get in and get something. But it can't be said to be a sure win. Or it can be impossible. Ha. You villain. Augustus finally smiled, and was amused by him. Fortunately, the first person Jimmy met was me instead of you. In recent years, wars have been frequent, and the average life expectancy of the Empire's soldiers, Marines, especially those deployed in orbital airborne operations, has been declining. These people generally have a view that while they are still alive, they should enjoy themselves. Tychus is different. He has always been like this. Who knows? But Jimmy is different from me. Sooner or later, he will get back on track. And I will never do a noble thing in my life. Tychus exhaled a puff of smoke and sighed. People like him are different from me. You are old, Tychus, Augustus said. I don't need to worry about so many things. I will definitely live longer than you, Tychus said very bluntly. The Imperial command was set up inside the temple. And even in such a place, the war was still not far away. The anti-aircraft missile tower kept rotating, locking, and shooting. And the membrane wings and limb fragments of the fallen dragons were dense like rain. There were not only human troops here, but also some Protoss commanders in armor. In the previous battles, the losses of the human and Protoss coalition were not small, but it was related to whether his people could escape from the corrupted Kara. And Darim could not help but try his best. They were supposed to be responsible for guarding the Xel'Naga artifacts, but Augustus hoped that they could focus more on fleet warfare to withstand the attacks of the Zerd and the Golden Fleet. Even if the fallen Ark Pride of Odalis was free, they could send the temple and the Xel'Naga artifacts into the sky. Another difference from the original timeline is that Artanis failed to integrate the Purifiers and the Tal'Darim before this decisive battle. These two Protoss factions did not recognize his leadership authority. When Augustus walked towards the stone steps, he saw a group of Darim stalkers marching in a column, their armor emitting a silver glow in the light of the illuminating crystal. Every few minutes, you can see rows of zealots in golden and white armor marching in a strict military formation to the outer defense line, and high-level Templars wearing azure vestments marching forward in the surging psychic storm. And no Protoss warrior is willing to lag behind. Artanis sent out a large-scale apostle force. Their light armor adopts a more elegant modern design, and the rustling of their robes further highlights their slender figures. Even from a distance, Augustus could feel the powerful force behind these psychic warriors. Behind the immortals equipped with heavy armor and fortitude shields was the Disruptor, a war machine that was half suspended in the air and looked like a cluster of fragmentation spheres. Although it was not the first time it appeared, humans still knew very little about this terrible war weapon. It is currently known to be a machine with high artificial intelligence and large-scale killing capabilities, which these empires have already seen on the battlefield. The disruptor originated from the purifiers. Due to its amazing power, other Protoss factions quickly copied it. The redesigned Terran disruptor can even destroy enemies within a 2-mile radius. Heavy machinery with powerful firepower will be the key to whether they can withstand the vast sea of insects. For this reason, Augustus asked Terran purifiers and Taldaran Protoss to deploy all their immortals and colossi in the temple area. Therefore, at this moment, towering colossi can be seen everywhere in the temple. Like moving towers, the purifiers did not send many troops. But that was because they were facing the furious Zerg and the other half of the Golden Fleet. If it weren't for them, the war would have ended within a few hours after the arrival of the overmined Zerg. The word arrogance is often used to describe the Protoss. But another word is often overlooked. That is, bellicosity. Before the emergence of the Dog Doctrine, the Ire Protoss had also been in a state of foreign war for a long time. The Protoss, this race is never afraid of war. On the way to the inspection, almost all the Protoss recognized Augustus and paid tribute to him and the Imperial soldiers around him. Augustus' personal prestige among the Protoss is already very high, and it is estimated that it can reach respect. This is not important. What is important is that the alliance between the Terran Empire and Durham has become more and more stable. Humans and Protoss have finally abandoned the past barriers and believe that each other is their friend rather than enemy. He only hopes that this relationship between humans and Protoss can continue in the future. At least there will be no more wars. But can this state really last? The Covenant cannot bind anyone at all. The Protoss can live for a long time and will definitely keep their promises. But humans are short-lived and forgetful. In a few generations, they will forget what happened in Ire today. But speaking of it, the threats that can disintegrate and destroy humanity often come from internal rather than external enemies. Augustus and Tychus first arrived at an earth-shattering cannon position. Hundreds and thousands of cannons were firing at the same time, and shells whizzed over their heads. The artillery fire was like a weave. The wind direction seemed to have suddenly changed at this time. The earth was panting and shaking in the roar of artillery fire. The small puddles on the ground that had accumulated some rainwater were constantly creating waves, as if many giants were walking by. The huge shells fell at Augustus' feet, and he couldn't help but imagine the scene of such shells falling among the enemy. A large army of Amon had assembled 20 miles south of the Imperial Army's position, and was now being focused on by the Imperial artillery. Has the enemy already started the attack? Tychus asked. Our artillery will destroy most of their combat power before the enemy actually reaches the defense line, Augustus said. As they said this, they rode an armored personnel carrier to the second line of defense. The road was full of people and vehicles, and even saw several Umogen Eradicator robots. And the figures of Protoss warriors were also very common. To express his respect for the Imperial Army, Artanes directly handed over the command of the ground forces to General Augustus. This was unheard of for the proud Protoss. But this also makes sense. Humans gathered the power of the entire star region to come here. And in the final analysis, it was because your Kara had a big problem. Humans made such a huge sacrifice. Not only for themselves, but also for you Protoss. Chapter 742 Heroes of the Storm. Augustus didn't know what the Imperial soldiers on the battlefield were thinking at the moment, but he could definitely empathize with them. Everyone had been fighting for a day and a night, but they didn't get much rest at all, especially those in the outermost positions. Even being rotated down to sleep for a while became a luxury. In the second half of the night, the side effects of stimulants brought a series of adverse reactions, which made people even more unbearable. The air on the battlefield was always filled with a deadly poisonous fog of scorpion insects, like a layer of gray mold covering the top of the battlefield. Even if the rear could deliver hot food at this time, it was impossible to eat it now. Just like before, this battle that has no end in sight is both cruel and difficult. The enemy came from all directions. Fighting broke out on multiple fronts. And Amon's Protoss, Zerg and Void creatures launched a fierce attack at all costs. So the battle was very difficult after it just started. Casualties could not be controlled at all, and the command had to send out the reserve troops in advance to fill the front line. Because once the enemy opened a gap on the battlefield, there was no possibility of plugging it again. At first, the wounded were sent to the temporary medical station in the center of the temple. Later, the situation began to deteriorate, and the lightly wounded continued to fight after simple treatment. During this period, Augustus personally led the Royal Guard as the last reserve, ready to go to the most critical area at any time. Such a mission can only be carried out by the best-equipped Royal Guards. Each of them is equipped with a personal shield, and the firepower is strong enough to launch a counterattack to retake the lost position. The royal guards were not only Augustus' personal guards, but also the decisive weapon that would be deployed on the battlefield at the most critical moment and give the enemy a fatal blow. Is anyone still alive? Brothers, is there anyone who can breathe? Tychus lit a cigarette with a piece of melted steel and followed Augustus into a bunker that had already gone silent. There were originally 4 Marines in the bunker, and 2 more entered later. Now they are all dead. Everyone leaned against the reinforced shield of the bunker and did not move, as quiet as if they were asleep, with only blood slowly flowing out from the broken armor. The space in the bunker was still too small for 6 Marines in power armor, but it was still arranged like a warm home. In addition to the weapon racks and ammunition boxes, the food bags were hung at the entrance, and the rest of the space was filled with parts boxes for loading and unloading goods, which was barely a place to sit. The one who killed these people was a hybrid. It didn't know how it broke in, like an eagle breaking into a chicken coop. Several royal guards took off the identity badges and Gauss rifles of these Marines. If they had no choice, they would definitely take away the bodies of the victims. But now they definitely couldn't take them away. Augustus moved from one soldier's broken body to another, realizing that they had been torn apart by 5 horses before death. Their pale faces were twisted in pain, and they no longer looked like human faces. Just as the Queen of Blades could tear the hybrids apart with her bare hands, the hybrids could also kill human soldiers in the same way. Power armor was as fragile as paper to these monsters, and only heavy armor like CMC 660 could withstand a few more hits. Continuing to fight against monsters like the hybrids has far exceeded the endurance limit of these soldiers. They are like living in a nightmare that seems to never wake up. Thinking of this, Augustus also hopes that all this can end soon. This is not due to fear, but the deep psychological fatigue. Through the torn bunker firing hole in front of him, Augustus can see the smoldering flames on the battlefield, the piles of torn bodies, and the dizzying bright red in every corner. Black smoke and twisted steel bars stretched up to the sky. In the ruins of the Protoss temple and the steel fortifications, there were corpses of strange shapes, most of which were Zerg, whether they were torn apart by shells or riddled with spike bullets. The still bleeding corpses did not look like a group of flattened bugs, but rather like large beasts with their skin and flesh turned inside out. A thunder beast that had just died was crawling not far ahead, with 2 huge king's blade fangs lying on the ground like a pair of staggered scissors, like a cow with its skin peeled off, revealing its bloody spine and ribs. The most common thunder beasts are several stories high and weigh hundreds of tons. The Zerg uses such giant beasts to attack the battle line and trample the fleeing enemies. In the front left is the wreckage of the Gorgon-class battlecruiser Ghost in the Mist, which is the 112th Gorgon built by the Terran Empire. During its service, this battleship has participated in various large-scale battles with the fleet and has made outstanding contributions. Now it is used as a temporary ground fortress. The Ghost in the Mist is quietly anchored in the distance, like a stranded black giant whale. Various Zerg creatures are drilling in and out of the huge wounds on its surface. From a distance, it looks like shipworms in rotten wood. This is the usual way of fighting of the Zerg. That is, to overwhelm everything with overwhelming numbers. Humanity has always been fighting against enemies like tides. You can usually build a levee to stop the tide, but you can never completely defeat it. No matter how strong the dam is, it will be destroyed one day. At this time, the sky is still full of orange-red flames. The horizon is red, and sometimes huge beams of light pass through the clouds, raining down death. Various explosions intertwined, without a moment of cessation. The sky seemed to be about to get light. But on this night, the sky never really darkened. Augustus had seen and experienced all kinds of tragic and desperate scenes. He was already accustomed to death. The war was not fought in a small town on a marginal planet, but in the entire Copperloo sector, even as far as the edge of the known world. Perhaps even Earth was at war. Since the UD Expeditionary Force was defeated, the Empire had never received any news from the solar system. But there is no need to expect the Earthlings to lend a helping hand because of their kinship. Based on past experience, they will be thankful if they don't stab us in the back. Looking around, the worlds outside the core of the Terran Empire are already in flames of war. The reason why the Golden Fleet and the Zerg Swarm failed to advance further is that Augustus risked everything to open up a new battlefield in Ire, and Amon had to temporarily transfer these troops back to protect his avatar. In this way, The worlds that were besieged by Amon's army were saved. Just as suddenly as it came. The shadow of death that enveloped the planets disappeared in an instant. The Golden Fleet rushed to Ire regardless of everything. And even the Zerg abandoned the worlds they had occupied, allowing the Imperial army to free up its hands to burn away the infection on them. This interstellar human empire has thousands of colonized planets, hundreds of which are inhabited. And at least 10 billion people have been saved. Although not every warrior who came to the battlefield of Ire could understand that the more enemies appeared here, the safer their homeland would be. As long as they face fear and despair, their families don't have to face it. Back off. Back off. Retreat to the third line of defense. They are coming. The first and second outermost positions have been abandoned in exchange for greater strategic depth, taking advantage of the gaps during the enemy's attack. The remaining personnel must retreat from the previous positions as soon as possible, while taking away all the ammunition and wounded as much as possible. The reason why the enemy can still give them some breathing time is just to wait for more troops to arrive, to accumulate enough strength to organize a larger-scale attack. Augustus walked out of the ruins of the bunker, and saw many Imperial and Durham warriors retreating in an orderly manner. Previously, the reinforcements to the ground battlefield were all veterans of the Empire, and the youngest ones grew up during the Second Total War. But now there are no troops in the fleet that can be transported to the ground battlefield. Even if there are, most of the transport ships and airdrop pods can hardly reach the ground. Now the sky of Ire is full of Leviathans and corrupted Golden Fleet warships. All fighters are used to fight for the sky, and the ground is full of running and screaming Zerg enemies. They are about to defeat them. At the beginning, the attack was only the Ale swarms, and the most common hybrid species left before the Battle of the Brood. Now, they are facing groups of thunder beasts and even wild beasts, and the more powerful hybrid beasts of the ruler One-Eyed. After confirming that everyone has evacuated, Augustus and his royal guards also retreated to the last line of defense in the core area of the temple. The last line of defense consists of a large number of planetary fortresses and Protoss buildings loaded with photon overload. There are also artillery positions in front of the Zelnada artifact. When the enemy enters the temple, the artillery will also take up the battle. Humans and Protoss fight side by side here. You can see the Marines infantry fire team standing under the deadly energy field of the Immortals and shooting. You can also see the Prophet peeking at the ripples of time and providing the Imperial artillery with the coordinates of the enemy's position. Your Majesty, the Golden Fleet has broken through our defenses. At least 200 Protoss aircraft carriers have disappeared from our radar. At this time, the voice of Admiral Gascaville came from Augustus' communication channel, followed by a series of explosions. Admiral Gascaville is the commander of the Empire's 10th Fleet, which was previously deployed in the border star field between the Empire and the Daram Protoss. Augustus mobilized a large number of elite troops this time. But the most outstanding generals in the Empire are not all in Ire at the moment. The famous generals of the Empire, led by Prior, are in charge of the Empire world. Otherwise, there would be more than this Empire fleet coming here. On the other hand, the Imperial Brainworm Alpha also controls a large-scale Cerberus swarm. This time, it was not summoned. One to protect the Empire world, and also to prevent it from selling out the country on the spot when facing Amon. Damn it. They're heading straight for Ire. The Protoss are like crazy, ignoring our attacks. Admiral Gascaville was still roaring. Put out the fire. Kill these Protoss bastards. Your Majesty, the Golden Fleet bypassed our fleet. Admiral Matt Horner said, they ignored our artillery fire. Augustus, the situation is not good. Reno also entered the channel. The Golden Fleet is heading towards you, which means the situation is in our favor. They are getting angry. Guess what I saw? Tassidar's flagship, the Star Shuttle, standing in front of an observation window of a planetary fortress. Augustus could see everything that was really happening even with his eyes. A large number of Protoss warships were entering Ire's atmosphere, and countless warships with flames dragging behind them were roaring and diving down. The terrifying bombing began immediately, and hundreds of beams of light fell on the battlefield, causing jaw-dropping explosions and deaths. A planetary fortress on the left was being hit, and Augustus saw a large number of human fragments and mechanical parts rushing out of it, like the bubbles spraying out of a wine bottle. If the planetary fortress where Augustus was located was hit, he would have died. This unclear way of death was even more difficult to accept, and it made people feel desperate and terrified. At the same time, a large number of vertical light curtains fell from the sky in front of their positions. and the armored Templars were like a golden ocean. What made Augustus feel a little relieved was that the warships of the Golden Fleet that were bombing the ground did not actually gain air superiority, but just ignored the artillery fire of the Empire, Darum and Taldarum fleets, and bombarded the ground. Therefore, at this time, many more Protoss warships were shot down than before, and a heavy rain of warship wreckage fell from the sky. Augustus, the final moment is coming. Artanis directly warped to the planetary fortress to find Augustus. But at this time, his calmness seemed to disappear. The one leading the fleet is my teacher, Tassadar. It should be him who led our people to resist him on. An unidentified powerful psychic waveform has been detected. Before Artanis finished speaking, the mechanical lieutenant in the planetary fortress sounded the alarm. Usually, only super psychics, like the Queen of Blades and Arega, can trigger this level of alarm. Lock on that psychic signal, Augustus said immediately. A holographic screen appeared in front of Augustus and Artanis. Although the image on it was blurred by the powerful psychic energy flow, they still recognized who it was at the first time. Tassadar just stood there, and the powerful psychic power wrapped around him made him look like a humanoid Twilight Archon. Not only Tassadar, I'm afraid other Protoss heroes are among them. I should have known that I would see you in this occasion, Tassadar. At the same time, thousands of Templars also launched an attack. The Templars of the Golden Age of the Protoss Empire on the fallen Ark Pride of Odalis were charging in the front. They were once extremely glorious warriors, but now their monotonous but unwavering charge was like a swarm of insects. How can we fight this battle? Tychus was ready to take Augustus and run away if the situation got bad. Tychus has undergone genetic and neuromechanical enhancement surgery, which greatly improved his already extraordinary physical fitness, reaction speed, and endurance. To be honest, he can really carry Augustus, who weighs several hundred kilograms, and run away. Although Tychus is a true Tyranid Superman, he always uses such skills for pleasure. Artanis, you actually know better than me that this day will always come. Augustus looked at Artanis in silence. We all know that there will be a battle between master and apprentice. Chapter 743, Rebellious Master. Ik Sab. When Artanis heard Augustus say this, he just said a sentence in the Protoss Kalani language resignedly, which meant destiny. During the First War, Artanis was ordered by the Supreme Council to go to Char and bring Tassadar, who was identified as a traitor, back to Ire for trial. That was the first time they stood on opposing sides. In Cal, Tassadar's betrayal was obvious at a glance, and he never concealed it at all. How rebellious he was to accept the ideas of the exile, and to master the power of both the Templar and the Dark Templar. However, Artanis did not sense any evil power in Tassadar's consciousness, but was convinced by his brave determination to devote himself to his people. Tassadar's unforgettable achievements won him the respect and trust of the Templars, and he remained steadfast and never wavered. Artanis never believed that Tassadar would betray his beliefs and people, and never believed the rumors that his noble soul had been corrupted by the Dark Templar, and stood firmly on Tassadar's side. At that time, they still had the Kala, and as long as they were open and honest, they could still understand each other and eliminate their differences. But this time, the Kala was actually inhabited by an evil Xel'Naga. Tassadar's soul was imprisoned in his own body, and he was definitely corrupted. The former savior was killing those who were saved by him. Egon just sent a message saying that the artifact has been charged to 92%. Somehow, Augustus could see the human-like frustrated expression on Artanis' face. As long as he holds on for a while, he can activate the artifact. At this point, Augustus' eyes twitched. Whether it was the huge holographic screen flashing with light, or the scene outside the observation window of the planetary fortress, the terrible scene was despairing. No one noticed when the sky became bright, and no one would care about such things at this time. Countless weapon rays symbolizing death and destruction covered the sky like a curtain, and the intermittent, crazy orbital bombardment shook the earth. The huge shockwaves set off a strong wind and brought a deafening roar, making people feel that the two hemispheres of the planet were turned over by this terrible attack. As Augustus looked up at the bustling sky, he saw hundreds of flames rising from the ground into the clouds or falling down. Sometimes, giant torches tens of thousands of miles long would split the sky in two, and then the destructive beams would sweep across the earth. The topography of two provinces had been permanently changed by man-made geological changes, and it was still changing. The forests had long been burned to ashes, leaving only glassy scorched earth. and the crisscrossing giant ravines were clearly visible even from Eir's orbit. The once lush and beautiful planet now looked like Mars, with wide rift valleys and super-large deserts. The Spear of Adnan, the largest and most powerful single starship in this battle, has used 3 of its onboard central control systems to support the ground battlefield, including the Guardian Shell and Time Freeze, which are terrible weapons that are enough to rewrite the current form of war. In response, the Pride of Odalis also poured equally terrible firepower on the Protoss and human coalition. Never before have so many interstellar warships descended to fight below low Earth orbit. If Augustus could stare at the sky for a long time in the bright light brought by high-energy particle weapons and nuclear explosions, he could at least count more than 20 Imperial warships from above his head. And the number of Protoss warships is 10 times that number. As far as Augustus knew, the area within a few dozen light seconds of Eir was already full of Zerg and Golden Fleet warships, and their fleet had completely lost control of the situation. The Empire's fleets were defeated one after another, leaving only warships to fight on their own, separated by layers of Golden Fleet warships and Zerg. And the situation of the Protoss would not be much better than this. In short, even if Augustus could regroup all the warships in the Eir system, based on the most optimistic estimate, I'm afraid its scale would only reach 1/10 of the size when they just arrived here, and there might be only 200 or 300 ships that could still fight. And you have to know that just one night ago, they had nearly half of the warships in their hands. As a result, the Golden Fleet was bombarding the surface of Eir in high-altitude orbit. Not only had they lost the space battlefield, but the situation on the ground was also very critical. The number of zealots deployed by the Golden Fleet on the battlefield alone exceeded theirs, not to mention other powerful Protoss warriors and war weapons. Augustus knew that this was what a crushing defeat was like. They were doomed, and they were losing the war. The only hope to turn the tide of the war and turn defeat into victory lies in whether the Xel'Naga artifact can really work, temporarily restrain Amon's consciousness, and buy time for Tassadar and the Templars to cut off the nerve bundle and escape from Kala. If this extreme plan was proposed by someone other than Augustus, it would probably take a long time to get a unified opinion in the Supreme Command. But at Augustus's command, the Terran Empire began to prepare for war. Even though many people thought this plan was quite crazy. Your Majesty, the sensor array of the Amerigo science ship shows that the enemy mothership Moradon's main gun has locked onto your planetary fortress and is expected to open fire in 2 minutes. Matt Horner suddenly appeared in the channel. From his voice, it can be heard that he was nervous and tired after such a fierce battle. Moradon is a Protoss mothership awakened after the fall of Eir. She is so old that she is even one of the known prototypes. According to the information obtained by the Terran Empire, this is a powerful war mothership equipped with terrible weapons enough to burn a colony. It is said that the Protoss engineer who designed the mothership believed that they would never use these weapons under the teachings of Da'a. But he was obviously wrong. Notify everyone to leave here quickly. Augustus did not hesitate and immediately led his men out of the planetary fortress command room. Outside was a temporary position made of cement, with temporary shelters and anti-aircraft missile towers made of reinforced concrete and pre-steel everywhere. But the Imperial soldiers inside were now evacuating. Although these soldiers did not panic at all, they must have been seen by the Protoss above as a group of pill bugs escaping from under the overturned stones. The Ibex cannon on top of the fortress was still rumbling and spewing flames, and the air was filled with the smell of burning and ionized air. A few hundred yards away was a position that had been plowed several times by artillery fire, and the angry shouts of the Golden Fleet Templar were very close. Augustus retreated to the back without looking back. At this time, his own defense line had already shrunk to the temple. More precisely, they had been cornered by the enemy. If Augustus was standing on an Imperial warship above the temple at this moment, he would see a very spectacular scene. The Zealot Legion advancing along the front line was like a moving golden city. The towering colossi could be seen everywhere here, and the black scorch marks left by the hot wire guns were everywhere. Even though they ran desperately, when they were about to reach the last line of defense in front of the temple, they were still knocked to the ground by the shock wave that followed. Looking back, a majestic and magnificent Protoss mothership was constantly venting its anger on the ground. The pure beam of light was like a moving headlight in a bar, swinging left and right, and the hissing sound produced by the ionization of air molecules filled the entire battlefield. Although there were no people left there, the mothership still burned everything on the ground to ashes, including several Golden Fleet Protoss troops that were at the forefront. Damn. Are they serious? They even blew up their own people. Tychus was also surprised. They must be in great pain. Artanis had also run with Augustus for a while. But compared to the dusty Tychus, he was much more relaxed. In fact, Artanis couldn't figure out whether the Templars controlled by Amon had their own consciousness. But even if they could still think, they could only watch the atrocities they committed quietly, like a pathetic bystander. Augustus looked back and saw several crystal towers being warped onto the battlefield, followed by dazzling warp beams. Amon was extravagant in using the troops of the Golden Fleet. He threw those Protoss warships, which were several centuries old, onto the battlefield like garbage, without caring about the loss at all. He sold his children without any regret. Yes, Your Majesty, let them in. In front was a reinforced bunker of the Empire, and behind the bunker group was the earth-shattering cannon position. But since there were not many shells available, these black gun barrels that stretched high into the sky seemed to wilt. Not as fierce as at the beginning. When Augustus turned over the position, a Protoss unit that was warped to the battlefield was almost behind them, and the place was immediately flooded by gunfire and bullets. When he went to the inside of the temple again, the courtyard, corridors and stone steps of the temple were full of wounded people, and the air was filled with the smell of death. The room where the Xel'Naga artifact was placed was crowded with sweaty technicians. The triangular prism shining with a copper-blue luster was so bright that it was almost impossible to look directly at it. It was obviously close to being fully charged. Nova and her Imperial Special Forces have taken over the temple, and these soldiers in black power armor, with Ghost Skull logos, are ready for battle. Speaking of which, Amon could have directly destroyed the temple and the Xel'Naga artifact just like Augustus bombed the evil god's host. But he didn't do that. Amon definitely couldn't have thought of this. So the conclusion is that he didn't want the artifact to be damaged because he had to use it to collect energy in order to be resurrected again. The artifact is not to say that it cannot be destroyed. After all, they had previously detected that it had traces of self-repair. Another point is that even if Amon knew that the artifact was accumulating energy, he didn't know Augustus's real purpose. Before Augustus grabbed Stedman and asked about the current status of the artifact, a warp beam fell from the dome of the temple. TSK. They're all here. High Lord Alarak looked at everyone sharply, and finally landed on Artanis. Finally, he said a word, and walked out of the light of the warp field with his head held high, as if he was the protagonist today. Alarak's pure black armor and striking blood-red robes were extremely eye-catching, and his two scarlet betrayal blades seemed to be bathed in the blood of the enemy. I am now beginning to doubt that I have chosen the wrong ally. Alarak quickly turned his spearhead to Artanis. Artanis, I wonder how you feel about leading so many incompetent people. The Templars under your command are completely useless. They are a group of weak warriors who actually have mercy on the enemy. They are our former compatriots and comrades. Artanis was very angry. He would never allow anyone to insult the Templars, even if they must be killed. They are still great warriors in my eyes. The Tal'Darim will not hold back on this. That's what Alarak said. And of course he did it. If they are disabled, put them into the Immortals. And if they die, make them into purifiers. Is there any more efficient way than this? The Tal'Darim Protoss never care about the so-called friendship of compatriots. They treat their own people as cruelly as they treat their enemies. I must remind you, Alarak, that it was another group of Templars who beat us to a pulp. August didn't want the two to quarrel here. Artanis was concerned about the overall situation. But the high-ranking lord of the Tal'Darim was not very sensible. In the final analysis, he was still too talkative and could not help but sneer at the Templars. He was still obsessed with internal strife in the face of a powerful enemy. I don't deny that. But the Tal'Darim have not been defeated yet. It seems that even Alarak admits that the Templars of Tassadar are indeed very capable and as brave as the Tal'Darim. Indeed, the Death Fleet has not been defeated yet. But it is not far from that. This time, they are almost fighting against the Protoss Empire and the Zerg at the same time. A moment later, another huge figure appeared in the temple, almost squeezing Tychus and Alarak to the other side, which made these two petty guys very unhappy. Talander, my brother. Augustus' eyes lit up. Such a huge body is rare even among the purifiers. It can only be Talander. You are still alive. Purifier. Alarak greeted. Tal'Darim, I don't trust you, but I will defend every comrade with my blade. Talander said to Alarak. Look, even the mechanical Protoss are more generous than you. Tychus rudely insulted the two groups. Alarak stared at Tychus with a terrifying look. He had killed him hundreds of times, But the High Lord would not be so petty with such a small person. How is the situation in your place? Artanis asked. When we found that the Zerg had left the battlefield and rushed to Aire, we realized that you were in big trouble. Talander looked at Augustus. My memory pre-March Phoenix appeared on the Aire battlefield. Not only him, but many famous executors also joined the battle. I have only seen such a scene when Aire fell. This just shows that our plan worked. Augustus said, the more nervous the enemy is, the more we can rest assured. I am most worried about Tassadar. Talander continued, Tassadar's destructive power on the battlefield is even greater than the most powerful war weapons. The most important thing is that we don't want to hurt him. We can neither ignore him nor use weapons of destruction. Someone must stop Tassadar. After saying that, Augustus inadvertently looked at Tychus Finley beside him. Coldly speaking, Tassadar must be alive. Augustus still needs him to convince the Protoss in the Golden Fleet to cut off his nerve bundles. You must be crazy. He just needs to electrocute me lightly. The Empire's Bear Tychus had a look of tears in his eyes, saying, I'm so fucking proud of you. I'll shit in my pants in the next second. Chapter 744 Tassadar and I are evenly matched. Augustus told Tychus to remember to keep his shit and urine in his pants and not let any leak out, so as not to bring shame to the Terran Empire. Before Tychus could nod his head, the sound of their conversation was completely covered by a thunderous roar, and the ground beneath their feet began to tremble, as if it was convulsing. This felt like the end of the world, and Augustus couldn't help but recall the spectacular scene of the simultaneous eruption of those giant volcanoes on Char that were tens of thousands of feet high. At that time, he almost thought he was finished. The Pride of Odalisque has just released a purification beam towards our position, which is 400 times more powerful than the Empire's largest nuclear bomb. Admiral Matt Horner's voice appeared in the channel. The Golden Fleet is bombing all areas around the Protoss Temple. Sion, Valali, and the Kashaka altar have all been hit by them. The entire surface looks like melted maple syrup. Thinking of the Imperial soldiers outside, who had been engulfed by flames, Augustus was silent for a while. The Protoss fleet undoubtedly has the ability to easily flatten a world. Such a terrible power in the hands of a crazy Xel'Naga is not much different from being completely out of control. If Amon would rather destroy the Xel'Naga artifact and bomb the temple at all costs, even if it is to ram it with warships one by one, then they are all finished now. Augustus is not betting that Amon will not do this, because he did not do this in the original timeline. Boy, is the artifact ready? Tychus looked at Stedman next to the artifact. Almost there. Stedman was shaking uncontrollably, and anyone could tell he was terrified. Stedman kept busy, and spent the rest of the time staring at the progress bar on the controller, mumbling like a mantra. Tychus said that Stedman was like a flounder just out of water, and the others immediately agreed. What percentage is left? If he had to go on a mission with someone like Stedman, Tychus would strangle him before he could do anything bad. 4%. Stedman said uncertainly. I estimate it will take another 8 minutes. But maybe 11 minutes. The speed at which the artifact absorbs energy is not always stable. It has its own temper. Tychus was full of complaints, not knowing where to start. Wow. This little energy. I can just move my fingers. Although he had no idea what this energy meant. High Lord Alarak seemed very confident. Unexpectedly, Stedman just glanced at Alarak a few times and turned his head away in disappointment, which made the latter uncomfortable than mocking him. There was once a brainworm as arrogant as him, but later it trembled when it saw the artifact. Alarak didn't know that the artifact was not lacking energy now. The energy provided by the temple was completely sufficient, but the efficiency of absorbing energy had reached its limit. Your Majesty, 3 of the 4 defense lines have been breached by the Protoss. Now a Protoss force composed mainly of Zealots, High Templars, Dragon Knights and Immortals has entered the temple. The Royal Guards and the Special Forces are trying their best to stop them. At this time, a female ghost with AC-20A rifle in one hand suddenly appeared in front of Augustus and others. She wore a dominance mask, and her beautiful blonde hair was tied into a neat single ponytail, which looked very eye-catching. You can use these words to describe the Imperial Ghost Nova Terra: tough, smart, capable, and extremely dangerous. Although she was born into a prominent old Federation creation family, Nova has a sense of justice like a ranger. She volunteered to become a ghost agent just to save more people. I know. No need for Nova to say anything. Augustus has already heard the shouts of the warriors from both sides. In fact, they have been forced to the edge of the temple, and the roar of guns and cannons is just drowned in the endless explosions. More often, you can hear the mental roar of the Protoss warriors from a few miles away, and their wailing is more like the sound of the lingering ghosts in their minds. They will kill here sooner or later. Augustus has a premonition that he will see Tassadar soon, and this thought makes him sad. We are about to face the final moment. When Artanis spoke, everyone could feel the piety and tragic meaning from him. Artanis had not spoken much since just now. The Golden Fleet, together with most of the Imperial forces on the ground, destroyed his Dar'Am army, and many Templars died without honor. Load the bullets and prepare for battle. Augustus ordered the royal guards around him. Warriors, the enemy will not give us any breathing time. For humans, fear and courage are equally valuable. It is with these qualities that we are both weak and strong. Today, if we all die here, the world will remember how Augustus Minsk, an emperor and his loyal followers died. For your majesty, for the empire, stay here. Tychus walked over and handed Stedman a C-14 rifle. When we are all dead, you will have to protect this damn thing. Stedman stopped shaking now. He felt the mission and trust, and his eyes were red, almost bursting into tears. 2 fully armed companies of royal guards followed Augustus away, and Alarak, Talander and Artanis walked side by side with him. The temple itself was also a magnificent giant maze, with 12 main passages leading to the center alone, and the branches between them were as dense as a river network. Humans still don't understand how the materials used to build these magnificent temples were made, but the only thing they're sure of is that it is indeed indestructible. Augustus led his men into a passage leading directly to the artifact room. Tychus led several royal fortress guards and raiders to clear the way. After a few minutes, they encountered several retreating Imperial Marines. The communication channel was in chaos, but it was certain that the enemy in the front was very close to them. Augustus learned that the enemy had now entered the temple. Fierce battles broke out everywhere inside the temple, including soldiers of the human coalition, Dar'Am Templars, who had cut off their nerd bundles, Tal'Darim Protoss warriors and Dark Templars. With every few hundred yards, the traces of fierce fighting became more and more obvious. If Augustus had not clearly remembered where he was, he would have thought that this was the real hell. The intricate internal passages and corridors of the temple were full of mecha wreckage, corpses and dying people, and the smoldering black smoke choked his throat. The battle usually took place in a very short time and in a very small space, sometimes even in close combat with swords and sabers. Asking the Marines to pick up the bayonets and compete with the Templars was like asking them to fight a tiger with nail clippers. There was no such reason in the world. But at this time, the enemy will never sit down and reason with you. Augustus gathered the human and Protoss troops he saw along the way, and gradually gathered hundreds of warriors. At this time, Augustus suddenly learned that a powerful Protoss army was heading straight for him. He had a hunch that it was Tassadar's army, and Artanis' confirmation further confirmed Augustus's intuition. This is a straight passage about 100 feet wide, with some abandoned walking mechas simply piled up inside as shelters, and several dead Imperial Marines lying next to them. The passage was originally inlaid with many lighting crystals, but it was still dark in the depths. No one knew what would come out of the darkness. The first thing that rushed out was a rolling baneling, which looked like a huge stink bug that had sucked blood and had a swollen belly, making people feel inexplicably disgusted and frightened. Then came more banelings and hydralisks. Dozens of them. Killing one Zerg might not be difficult, but a group of them would be another matter. Augustus's soldiers used powerful firepower to eliminate these Zerg and effectively suppress the enemies behind. But then, several immortals appeared, and their solid shields and powerful firepower almost immediately turned the tide of the battle. Before, they usually found it difficult to imagine the scene of the Zerg and Protoss armies fighting side by side. But this became a reality under Amon's hands. It is hard to say that this is not another mockery of the Creator. Tassadar. Artanis looked forward and suddenly said, "Did I do something wrong?" Tassadar. Unfortunately, Artanis did not feel any trace of sanity from Tassadar. His close teacher turned into a stranger. Just like when Augustus first met Tassadar, he was still wearing the glorious and gorgeous ceremonial armor, and his whole body was shining with dazzling golden light. Tassadar still looked solemn and respectable when he walked towards Augustus, but his eyes and double blades had turned red, which symbolized madness. The powerful psychic power surging around him made even Augustus feel a chill, not to mention Nova, who is more sensitive to psychic energy. "Listen, Artanis. If Tassadar dies in battle today, you should immediately succeed as the Archbishop and convince your compatriots to cut off the connection with Kala. Although Augustus spoke in an unkind tone, Artanes knew that he was not at peace in his heart. Not only Tassadar, Augustus also thought that he might die here today. In any case, he must prepare for the worst. Once Augustus' death was confirmed, an edict was unsealed from the Augustgrad palace. Augustus had thought about letting his sister Dorothy or Kerrigan become the empress, but he finally gave up the idea. Considering that his two daughters were very young, Augustus still decided to pass the throne to his nephew Valerian Minsk. This may not be the best choice, but Arcturus would not fight for his son's throne. Valerian is also a filial child, and he should not kill his own father. Thinking of this, Augustus felt that he had to survive. If someone must die, I hope that person is me. Every word Artanes said came from the heart. Tassadar is deeply trusted by his people and the Nerazim. Not me. Although Artanes is still a high-ranking executive officer, he is actually the Archbishop of Daram, commanding the armies of the Ire and Shakuras Protoss. However, Tassadar is still alive, and Artanes will never accept the call from the Light and Shadow Council to make him the new Archbishop. Artanes would rather sacrifice himself than kill his mentor with his own hands. In Artanes' view, Tassadar, not him, is the one who can save the Protoss. This Templar, on the other side, Alarak paced with a bloodied blade in his hand, like a hunter ready to go, or some kind of ferocious and violent cat. Tassadar's power is not inferior to mine. Alarak stared at Tassadar, who was walking towards them, and said carefully, underestimating Tassadar will make you pay a heavy price. Alarak, in front of my teacher, even Phoenix would not boast of being the most powerful warrior. Artanes was obviously too young, and did not understand the ways of the world. Augustus was shocked when he heard it, thinking that Phoenix could actually brag about being the best in the world. This must be because he was hanging out with people like Renaud Tychus every day and learned to brag. At the same time, Augustus was more convinced that Tassadar was now much more powerful than before. Tassadar was a powerful high-level Templar who controlled psychic energy like Thor controlled thunder, and no one could match him. Later, Tassadar learned from Zeratul how to control the power of the Void, and realized the method of combining Kala with the power of the Void, which was the twilight energy mastered by the ancient hero Adon. In the past, there were strong men like Zeratul who could compete with Tassadar, but that was a long time ago. Even in the history of the Protoss, Tassadar's power and achievements are likely unprecedented. In terms of individual power, Augustus only knows of a few people who can compete with Tassadar, who controls the twilight energy: Kerrigan, the legendary Dark Archon Yurgar, and the Zerg-infected prince of Blades Gabriel Tosh. Artanes also controls the twilight power. As for now, Tassadar is controlled by the corrupted Kala. Although Amon has lost his incarnation of the evil god host, he can still come to this world with the body of Tassadar. Amon's possession is like the coming of a true god. The power he controls will be unimaginable. I can handle him alone. Alarak had not planned to go alone, but now that things have come to this, he has no choice. I said Tassadar is at the same level as me. Is this underestimated? Artanes, can you speak? Only Alarak himself knows that he is unwilling to admit that the power of a mere Templar can actually scare him. Before he finished speaking, Tassadar activated his double blades and flashed in front of Alarak almost immediately. The hissing sound of the light blades colliding sounded, and the shock wave generated by the collision of the two energies set off a hurricane out of thin air. Just now, Tassadar was just leisurely observing the enemy, but he acted without any hesitation. Alarak was no ordinary person, and he did not feel the slightest fear. In Tassadar's body, a familiar force made him rise with overwhelming hatred. Amon. The next moment, Alarak and Tassadar were fighting, blade shrieking, killing moves everywhere, and Augustus could hardly distinguish the movements. But just when Augustus was cheered up and thought that our High Lord Alarak could hold the situation and buy time for Artanes to cut off Tassadar's nerve bundle, he heard a loud shout, "Quick!" Alarak said urgently in a commanding tone, "Come and help me." Chapter 745 Artanes. Do it! Artanes was the first to respond. This glorious Akiri Templar suddenly turned into a surging blue psychic lightning, flashing to Tassadar and Alarak in a breath of time, joining the battle between the two. For a moment, Augustus could not distinguish their figures, but could only see many dense psychic blades passing through elegant arcs. Each arc of light was full of murderous intent. These Protoss movements were incredibly fast, as if they could swing their swords dozens of times in a second. Compared to him, Tychus was as slow as a donkey cart. The next moment, the Purifier Protoss Talander also joined the battle, and his charging posture was like a steel centaur weighing dozens of tons, or a derailed train. Talander remembered that when the pre-March Phoenix was still immortal, he could rush through the dense enemy formation alone. And now Augustus was only fortunate that his old friend, who had been corrupted and controlled by Amon, was not here at the moment. Otherwise they would have suffered. But even if he was 1 against 3, Tassadar still did not lose the upper hand. On the contrary, a psychic shock wave he casually launched could make Artanis retreat again and again, shaking the huge Talander. Staying around them is even more of a terrifying adventure. The annihilation wave released by High Lord Alarak alone is enough to destroy the world. If you treat them as a few kittens fighting, there is nothing to be afraid of, Tychus said to Augustus, and the multi-barreled machine gun in his hand, the Sweet Persuader, fired a long and dense rain of bullets. The terrifying torrent of bullets was like a flaming red whip, sweeping from one end of the temple passage to the other in an instant. Most of the bullets failed to fall on the enemy, but the rest still caused a few suddenly appearing Zerglings to be torn apart and screamed horribly. A round of firepower from a honey persuaders equipped with Kelmorian armor-piercing shells can turn a car into scrap metal, and at the same time kill a huge Hydralisk, smashing it to pieces. The firepower is no less than that of a 30mm caliber pop-up machine gun sentry tower. At the same time, their feet were shaking violently, and the clear vibration was as if they were in a terrifying magnitude 8 earthquake, which made it difficult to even stand properly. The Golden Fleet was still bombarding the surface of Ire, cleaning the scorched earth that had already been vitrified. Only the temple area had not been bombed, but every inch of the land was filled with Amon's army. The hybrids, Protoss and Zerg on the ground were like moving gray clouds, and the sky was also covered by flying creatures and aircraft that blocked out the sun. That scene would be unforgettable, with many Protoss warships across the sky, and huge motherships casting dazzling beams like new stars. These warships were both elegant and magnificent, and a layer of red energy shields covered the huge hulls, like sails blown up by strong winds. Amon was clearly determined to take back the Zelnada artifact, and even the probes and worker bees were sent to the battlefield. If they were kittens, Tychus, compared to them, I thought you were a tiger. Augustus almost roared when he spoke. At this moment, dozens of Gauss weapons, howitzers, high-energy particle guns, and wall-mounted plasma cannons were firing at the same time. The firepower on the opposite side was no less than that of the Protoss. Phase weapons, neutron cannons, and repulsion weapons. They were like a gushing light curtain. The roar brought by the explosion was like dense thunder points constantly exploding in the ears, constantly creating terrible casualties and deaths. Firestorms and death rays swept through the entire passage, and the incredible power crushed and tore apart the humans, Protoss, and Zerg, leaving shocking marks on the ground and walls. Through the flash and smoke of the explosion, rockets whizzed over Augustus' head, and several immortals on the opposite side also responded. Every phase disruptor cannon that landed between them would bring terrible casualties, enough to penetrate the shoulder shields equipped by the Marines, which would not only make a hole, but also be too much for the heavily armored raiders. All the Protoss' attainments in the art of war were perfectly used in these terrible war weapons to vent their ancestral memories' desire for war and destruction. Augustus's armor sensors alerted him to action. But even so, several times the enemy's artillery fire fell at his feet. But his personal shield saved his life. Guess what? Fortunately, I'm just a coward, Tychus said as he fired another round of bullets. And the ammunition of the Sweet Persuaders was almost at the bottom, although the Protoss leaders were slashing with their knives in the middle of the passage. This did not prevent them from shooting at each other from a distance of several hundred yards. If the materials used to build the Protoss temple were not extraordinary, this place would have collapsed long before the first hail rocket exploded. On the other hand, considering the almost tangible and powerful energy flowing between Artanis, Tassadar and Alarak, it was difficult for ordinary weapons to hurt them at this time. The psychic experts of Augustus believed that the power Tassadar now possessed had made him infinitely close to a pure psychic creature, whether that power was originally possessed by him or was given by the Dark God. Perhaps Tassadar has transcended the mundane world and become a god in the flesh. Even if a tactical nuclear bomb is detonated in front of Tassadar, it may not be able to kill him, just like the powerlessness that the Imperial army felt when facing the Dark Archon Orega. They are coming, Prepare EMP weapons. Augustus shouted into the communication channel. Augustus has almost never had such a feeling. As if the Protoss Templars are endless and can never be killed. In fact, they are the real Ale swarm. There may be 500 or 1,000 fanatics here, and together they are worth thousands of troops. There are still endless enemies coming from behind. And it won't be long before this originally narrow passage will be crowded with hybrids and elite Zerg. There are more high-level Templars here than the Imperial Marines. Rows of fanatics holding solar battle axes or psychic blades rushed over in the hail of bullets. And the ground was covered with fragments of steel and flesh. They walked as if they were stepping on wet mud. They all wore golden armor as gorgeous as the sun, and wore golden masks engraved with mysterious symbols. The emblems of the Akili and Sada tribes on the top of the masks flashed dazzling light, and they advanced with unwavering and unstoppable momentum. The golden light was glittering, magnificent and brilliant, as if they had reversed time, and they were warriors who came from the tomb of time 1,000 years ago. It can be imagined that in the distant past, in an era far older than the Terran Empire, these Templars charged for the Protoss Empire in this manner, unstoppable and invincible. Now, just like Tassadar, the blue psychic light that originally symbolized purity on them has been replaced by dangerous red. Just like the Taldaran Protoss, they are the last call of believers, the most devout pilgrims. Augustus's warriors had to fire at these brave and fearless Protoss warriors, even though the humans were even more convinced than the other side that they did not deserve to die in such a way on such a battlefield. This is a horrifying scene. If it is slowed down many times, Augustus can even see the armor-piercing shells and rocket-propelled grenades stirring up ripples on the plasma shield like ripples on the water. It was like a dense raindrop hitting a glass window and then splashing. No matter how fast the rain was, it was useless. But the EMP weapon came in handy, and Augustus saw the shields of the Templars being peeled off like foam blown up by a gust of wind, followed by hot raindrops and explosions. A series of dazzling flames engulfed the first few fanatics, and then they were pushed out by the powerful impact, rolling and turning into a red light, just like ice melting in the sun. Even so, these zealots absorbed a considerable portion of the firepower, allowing the Protoss warriors behind them to catch up even when the shields were temporarily disabled. Their energy charge was extremely fast, and they could close the distance between themselves and the enemy in a few thoughts, killing without mercy. When Augustus realized that the distance between the two sides was rapidly decreasing, he could even see the light flowing on their nerve bundles. Any unit composed of zealots is formidable, and is the undisputed backbone of the Protoss army. Just as where there are Marines, there is the military deterrence of the Terran Empire. Even the most daring Imperial soldiers dared not let these terrible warriors come within 2 steps of them, which meant they were dead in any case. The psychic blades could cut through any density of matter, as effortlessly as light passing through transparent glass. Human power armor was not designed to resist such weapons, and was as fragile as paper. But this was a one-way passage, and they had almost no way to retreat. In such terrain, 2 fanatics could easily deal with half a platoon of Imperial Marines. Groups of moving shadows appeared at this moment, and the Dark Templars waved their warp blades to block the fanatics' sharp blades. For a moment, it turned into a close-range melee, and the scene quickly became chaotic. These Protoss may have gone crazy, but they must remember clearly how to kill people, and they don't look confused. A fanatic killed a Marine. He got close to him amid the whistling bullets. The first knife opened his stomach, and the second knife stabbed from the top of the helmet. Then he turned around and killed the next person. After more than 10 seconds, there was no one left alive around him. He quickly locked on to his next target, but was immediately thrown to the ground by a bastion guard of the Royal Guard. 2 Hellbats caught a 3-legged dragon rider and moved forward to roast it between the napalm bomb jets, turning it into a bubbling pot of hot blue soup. If the Templar could also make a heart-wrenching scream, Augustus might have heard it, but he couldn't tell whether it was a scream from the psychic level or coming from the communication channel. It is better not to distinguish them. The battle happened within a short distance. Human soldiers did not need to think that these enemies were once their allies. They would kill them even with their teeth. And the Protoss must have wanted to grow sharp teeth. A high-level Templar was sniped by a ghost agent as soon as he showed his head. But before he died, he used his amazing psychic intuition to counterattack and used chain feedback to detonate the psychic energy of the Imperial Ghost, causing him to die from the backlash of his own power. Among all the ways humans can think of to die, there are few more tragic ones than this. There were enemies everywhere, but so far, There were as many people who tried their best to protect the Emperor as those who wanted to kill him. Soon, the bodies of his own people and enemies were piled up in front of Augustus. Augustus didn't have time to think about it. I'm afraid that after this battle, it would be difficult for the human and Protoss warriors who had fought here today to stand together and talk calmly, even if they knew in their hearts that it was not the other party's fault. Even if the Empire claimed that the Protoss was corrupted and attacked its former allies. The civilians whose homes had been razed to the ground by the Protoss would not believe it. Just like many soldiers of the Korhal Revolutionary Army who had participated in the Protoss Civil War and still could not get out of the shadow of the past. They could distinguish between good and evil, but they hated the Protoss all the same. At this time, there were constantly fanatics trying to get close to Augustus, but they could not get past the royal guards beside him. Tychus roared like a bull and kept firing, making people suspect that his bullets were all made out of thin air. Nova shot and killed a fanatic who was injured by a grenade. And then she drew out 2 blue monomolecular light blades to chop against another fanatic. That posture was completely like that of a top swordsman, which requires both skills and strength to match. You don't want to flirt with such a female ghost. Augustus glanced at the center of the battlefield where the battle was still fierce. Artanis and Alarak actually fought against Tassadar together. And in a very short time, their unfamiliar cooperation became in sync, as if they had fought side by side for hundreds of years. But compared with the effortless Tassadar, they also looked very embarrassed. With a bang, Talander flew out like a whip top, knocking over several fanatics along the way. Alarak was also knocked to the ground by the powerful void energy, unable to move. Only Artanis was in a slightly better situation, but he did not get any benefit from Tassadar. It seemed like a blink of an eye, and Artanis was lifted up by Tassadar's chin. As long as Tassadar exerted force, he could kill Artanis immediately. Augustus' heartbeat also stopped for half a beat, but Tassadar did not do so. In an instant, some admirable power allowed him to temporarily break free from Amon's control, and his blood-red eyes returned to a clear blue. How amazing! What an admirable tenacity this great Protoss hero has. He is facing the wrath of the Dark God and fighting against it. Tassadar can still control himself temporarily, or at least he can barely fight against Amon's will. Artanis. Tassadar put Artanis down. His voice sounded painful, but none of that pain was reserved for himself. Do it. I can't. Artanis sometimes seemed to lack confidence, but at this moment he was convinced that he was right. Tassadar should not fall before dawn. The one who reacted the fastest was Alarak, who had no intention of stopping. Even though Alarak had already recognized Tassadar's strength in his heart, he would not show mercy even if they were friends. But the next moment, the blood-red flames in Tassadar's eyes rekindled, and this time he slapped Alarak against the wall, pressing him into the wall several feet deep. Obviously, the Dark God was looking here. Why ignore the truth? Amon felt that the overall situation was under control and mocked. But every time he tried to control Tassadar's body, he felt a strong will against him, which surprised him and even made him a little uneasy. The destruction of the universe has already been determined, and you are fighting against the trend of the times. Suddenly, not only Tassadar, but all the Templars began to wail, and waves of red psychic energy were drawn from the ends of their nerve bundles by some invisible force and converged to the center of the temple. The damn artifact finally worked. Tychus was overjoyed. Chapter 746 Seamless switching to Nova Impact Mode. The Zelnada artifact released a spherical shock wave shining with blue arc light, the speed of which increased every second. It just passed through the wall of the temple and then swept across the globe, directly reaching the Earth-Moon space and the asteroid belt outside the solar system. The firefly-like red light was stripped from the nerve bundles of tens of millions of Protoss, and the endless pain caused by it made them wail and cry, as if what was pulled out by the artifact was not Amon's consciousness, but a bloody spine. Augustus felt the pain of Tassadar and his Templars firsthand, and now his whole body was covered with goosebumps. The heart-wrenching mental roar of the Protoss almost made the Emperor of the Terran Empire scream out his soul. In contrast, the dozens of screaming chickens that were croaking were as quiet as sleeping pigs. While the Protoss were wailing in pain, the Imperial soldiers were able to free their hands to deal with the Zerg in the passage. There were many Zerg here, but when the artifact was activated, they also fell into confusion like the Protoss, just attacking each other according to instinct. Amon's will had been temporarily bound to the Zelnada artifact, so he disappeared from both the Kala and the Overmind's hive mind. Apparently even the brainworms, and the brood queens couldn't figure out what was going on. Oh my god! Tychus's face was all wrinkled together. His expression twisted like a hemorrhoid attack. Next time you have a party, remember not to let those damn Protoss sing. You're right. They're fucking soul singers. Augustus felt his temples bulge. To be honest, Augustus had seen too many such things. To deal with the Protoss, one had to endure the torture of their overly powerful psychic and mental power. It was useless to turn off the sound collector of the power armor or plug the ears. You could feel their anger from the Protoss's battle cry. And you could also understand infinite sadness from a spiritual sob. This was an emotional expression that was better than voice and text. Only the Kala could contain such powerful emotions of the Ire Protoss, and could even be called the collection of the soul of a race. But there might never be such a thing again. The Protoss soon calmed down, and Tassadar was the first to wake up. Augustus walked towards Tassadar, as soon as he saw his bright eyes burning with psychic flames turn from red to blue. Tassadar was still standing there. His armor seemed to be made of equal weight of gold. His velvet blue robes fell to his shin guards, and his crown-like ceremonial mask was shrouded in a shining stream of light. Augustus saw a huge psychic amplifier rising behind Tassadar, like a brilliant sun corona. Augustus had expected to see a haggard face, but Tassadar was in much better condition than he thought. Still, Tassadar looked much older than his actual age, with wrinkles on his face. For Protoss, he was less than 400 years old. Tassadar, my brother, Augustus said. You are tortured, Tassadar. Cut off your connection with Kala. Artanis was much more anxious than Augustus, and he cared about Tassadar more than anyone else. But time was running out, and no one knew how long the Zelnaga artifact could hold him on. Templars, you must cut off the nerd bundle and get rid of Amon's control. He looked around again and emphasized, otherwise it will be too late. Artanis said exactly what Augustus said. Artanis is right. The artifact can only temporarily bind Amon's will. My engineers don't know how long the artifact will work. Maybe a few minutes? Maybe just a few seconds. Anyway, you have to make a decision as soon as possible. Augustus said to Tassadar, before Amon reoccupies Kala and enslaves the firstborn of God again. But just like when Artanis was forced to cut off the neural bundle, the Templars were hesitant. As mentioned before, the neural bundle is an organ that the Protoss are born with. Cutting off the neural bundle is equivalent to cutting off the ears and nose. The most important thing is that this will cut off oneself from Kala forever. The Ale Protoss who accidentally lost their nerve bundles always died of depression. Just like people who suffer from depression and self-harm. The Protoss who have lived in Kala since birth cannot stand loneliness. The eldest sons of God said that their souls will be reunited in Kala after death. So Kala is also equivalent to the real paradise. At this moment, ominous blood-red lightning penetrated the wall courtyard, and Amon's voice sounded again, as if it came from the infinite sky. Lies? This voice seemed to be able to penetrate the soul, and once again made the Protoss wail. My will cannot be violated. You reminded me, Amon, and lies will never come true. Perhaps it was after hearing what Augustus said that Tassadar finally woke up from a very long nightmare. But when he really woke up, the wise and wise executor of the past came back again. Fellow Templars, I call you in Kala, so you also have my soul. This is an ancient saying. Amon only left Kala temporarily, but Kala still exists at this moment, and the fleet channel of the Golden Fleet is unobstructed. So all the Protoss can hear what Tassadar said at this moment. Tassadar knew that he didn't have the time to make a long speech, which would be exactly what Amon wanted. But anyone who had been enslaved by Amon like him knew that the once pure and holy Kala was no longer a haven for their souls. In the days when the Dark God ruled Kala, endless anger and hatred tore at their souls like a whirlpool in the sea of spirits, and every second was more difficult than 100 years. Without Tassadar's painstaking efforts to explain the pros and cons, they also clearly understood what it meant to stay in Kala. Just like cutting off one's tail to survive. A brave man cuts off his arm. Their clan cannot disappear from the Kala unless the nerve bundle is cut off. God's eldest son, Tassadar said, cut off the nerve bundle immediately and cut off the connection with the Kala. Even if we lose the Kala, we are not completely lost. Without the Kala, we still have each other. For Adon. For Ire. Augustus then saw Tassadar reach behind his head, holding the bundle of nerves tightly in one hand, and igniting the psychic blade with the other hand, and cutting it off cleanly. Augustus did not hear Tassadar's wailing. Not even a gasp or a groan. Apparently, Tassadar had already realized this. In an instant, all the Iron Protoss realized that Tassadar had suddenly disappeared from the Kala. Like a star in the night sky suddenly falling into the deep darkness. Tassadar has a very high prestige among the Kalai and the Templar class. Now the poems of the Terran Protoss describe him like this: the great and noble Tassadar, the heroic Tassadar, the glorious Tassadar. He was honored as the savior of the Templars, the Twilight Messiah, the reincarnation of Adon, and a living legend. This was a signal. And the Templars around Tassadar clenched their nerve bundles in sorrow, cut them off with shrill wails. And the scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. The desperate look reminded Augustus of the soldiers in the medical station who learned that they had to choose between keeping their legs or keeping their lives. Usually, they would not have too much time to make a decision. At this time, there were still a few Templars around who hesitated and did not start to cut off the nerve bundle. For them, Kara was more precious than life. Kara connects our thoughts and loyalty. A Templar in golden armor said, "To abandon Kara is to abandon honor and faith. Adon and the gods know that we would rather die with courage." Augustus recognized him as Laridar, a subordinate of Yurlin, and he was as noble as his fellow Oliga. So Augustus said to him, "I think it takes more courage to live with shame than to die. My warriors who died in ire wanted to live more than anyone else. To live to the age of 20, 40, or 100. For them, life had just begun and ended. If you let Amon control you again," he finally said, "we will kill you." The Templar named Larita felt the sadness in Augustus' heart and felt ashamed. The firstborns of God respect Augustus as much as they respect Tassadar. Augustus is the only human who can be honored with this honor. If even Tassadar can admit that he has learned more from a human than he has given him, what qualifications do they have to be arrogant and look down on others? You have to keep your life and kill for us. Otherwise you are a coward without balls. Tychus followed Augustus and said, "The blood of the Tyranids is almost dry. And so are the Kelmorians and the Amoyans. Eamon, he is the biggest widowmaker in the world. You want me to help you with even this little thing?" Templar? High Lord Alarak came from the other side and announced this. He raised the blade of Forsaken in his hand gracefully, looking like a victorious rooster. Ever since Alarak dug himself out of the wall, he had been watching in secret. Alarak's words were the last straw that broke the camel's back. And Larita and other Templars roared and cut off the nerve bundles one after another. Not only here. The same thing is happening in other places in Ire and the Golden Fleet. In a short period of time, so many Protoss have left Kara. And the shock caused by this is just like their ancestors leaving the Void and joining Kara. Perhaps history is really a reincarnation. Amon is gradually breaking free from the shackles of the Zelnata artifact. And his power in the real world is also returning rapidly. But as long as the Protoss cut off the nerve bundles, they can no longer be controlled by it. "No! This body," he roared again, "all the Protoss. They belong to me. We won't compete with you." Tychus joked. "Well, Augustus, I have a question." Then, Tychus made an indecent gesture of cutting his balls. "How do the Protoss and the Dragon Riders cut off their own nerve bundles?" Good question. Augustus was stunned for a moment, and could only answer this way. "I'm afraid they have to climb out of the nutrition cabin by themselves." When everything was settled, Augustus saw that, like a drop of water falling into the water, all the Templars knelt on one knee and swore allegiance to Tassadar again, including Artanes and Talander. The Templars shouted Tassadar's name, and even Augustus felt his blood boiling. They shouted my name, as if I was the one who saved them. When Tassadar approached Augustus, he was still holding the severed nerve bundle in his hand. The end of the severed nerve bundle was decorated with shining crystal ornaments. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror, and it was as bright as melted gold. They should have shouted your names. Tassadar looked at Augustus and Artanes, and even Alarak beside him. Alarak always maintained the demeanor of a high-ranking lord and just nodded in greeting. Now he had nothing to be dissatisfied with Tassadar. He was a real Taldarim, and naturally believed that the weak should be enslaved by the strong. Similarly, they were given the qualification to overcome the strong by the chain of ascension. The winner is the king. The strong is respected. This is the law. And the soft-hearted Taldarim will not live long. Tassadar finally looked at Augustus. You saved us again. It's better to save us now than to wait for the day. Augustus chuckled. But anyone could see that he was not happy. Our people are almost dead. And there are not many fleets left. He said, humanity has paid almost everything. This place is like a slaughterhouse. Every inch of the wall seems to be washed with blood, and the smell of blood is overwhelming. The war is not over yet. Tassadar stared into Augustus' eyes, letting him know that he was as sad as he was. The eldest son of the gods was free, but the Overmind still obeyed him on. I am afraid that the Dark God will not admit defeat and let the Zerg withdraw from the war. I am afraid so. Augustus received a report from the Imperial fleet. The Zerg obviously does not intend to evacuate Aiur, and they are still attacking here. But Augustus knew that the situation had completely reversed by now, since the Terran Protoss have already left the Kala. There is certainly enough time for the Protoss in the Supreme Council fleet to cut off their own nerve bundles. Augustus believes that even the most pedantic and crazy arbitrators have recognized the true face of the gods. Otherwise, they are the most ridiculous clowns in the entire galaxy. If everything goes as he expected, the Dark Ark Pride of Odalis will also turn to them, so that the Protoss and the Human Coalition will have two arcs. Then, their only enemy next is the Zerg. I have an idea. Augustus turned to Tychus and ordered, "Tell Egon Stedman that I want him to switch the Zelnaga artifact to Nova Impact mode now. If the temple's energy is still insufficient, High Lord Alarak will pay for it. He is both a conqueror and a tyrant. He is an army in his own right." Augustus did not hesitate to put Alarak on the fire, which was somewhat personal. "Really?" Tychus echoed. "I don't think this is right." For the first time, Alarak didn't know what to say. Chapter 747 F2. After a while, in Aiur's low Earth orbit, after losing almost all of its engines, the speed of the Terran Empire battleship Iron Fist gradually slowed down, and its altitude was constantly decreasing. Finally, it was caught up by a large group of corrupted flying insects, dragons and flying snakes. Iron Fist is a Minotaur-class battlecruiser, and its name is inherited from another retired Behemoth-class battleship. The commander of the ship is Colonel Haley, who is irritable and fierce, and speaks with a heavy accent. He is called Aggressive Haley, among the new warships that entered service in the Imperial Navy in the new century. The Iron Fist can be said to be extremely young. In fact, she was incorporated into the combined fleet as soon as she left the Apollo shipyard and immediately rushed to Aiur to participate in this battle. Before the battle, the Iron Fist was still brand new and shiny, with a new red paint on the black new alloy steel hull, flags on each deck, and the assembled Marines singing glory to the Emperor. 40 hours later, this warship that all its crew members were proud of was riddled with holes and staggered, like a broken house with leaks everywhere. The heavy armor of the Iron Fist fell off from the once majestic and huge hull like crackfish scales, and the thick cables like snakes leaked out from the damaged armor, looking like a pile of blue-black intestines. The warship roared inside and outside, and huge flames surged out from under the deck, releasing amazing light and heat. Although it was severely damaged, the shield failed, and most of the outer laser gun groups were lost. The firepower of the Iron Fist was still very strong. It was driven by nuclear energy and antimatter. The heavy armor piled up everywhere on the hull. The reinforced alloy steel keel and bulwarks made it extremely difficult to destroy, even at a terrible cost. The warships that the Protoss regarded as scrap metal still proved that they could compete with enemies like the Golden Fleet and the Zerg. Each battlecruiser was born out of the ingenuity and extraordinary creativity of the Imperial shipbuilding engineers, and is a masterpiece that embodies countless human wisdom. However, in addition to being strong enough, the reason why the Iron Fist has not crashed is just a bit of ironic good luck. And this good luck will soon end. "Sir," the lower deck reports that the Zerg have entered the engine room. Communications Sergeant Julian let out a barely perceptible groan. "They are all finished." One Zerg may not be despairing, but they always appear in groups, hundreds and thousands. Fighting against the entire Zerg swarm alone is no less than trying to put out a raging forest fire with a household hair dryer. This is exactly what the Rainer Ranger said. The most effective way to deal with Zerg is to knock off their heads and let their sharp teeth kill each other. "Tell Captain Martyr of the Marine Corps that I want him to take the engine room back immediately." Colonel Halley shouted, "These bugs know where our weak spot is. When we just warped to the Aiur system." The huge forest of warships of the Imperial Combined Fleet was lined up in multiple rows, like rows of silhouettes under the dark cosmic curtain, silently demonstrating the unparalleled military deterrence of a cross-galaxy empire. The Imperials like to decorate their warships with a three-color combination of gray, red and black, so that others can distinguish them from those of Umoyan and Kamorian at a glance. At that time, Iron Fist was surrounded by hundreds of battlecruisers of the 7th Fleet, nearly half of which had participated in the battles of Korhal and Sigma, including Tahoe, Medusa, Phobos and Palatine, which had become famous in the last century. The scale of the naval battles they had participated in was unimaginable even 20 years ago. Were Kills elites and also Tempers elites. Many excellent captains and fleet commanders have emerged in the Imperial fleet in recent years. From the orbit around the moon satellite Shirak to Ayer's low Earth orbit, the Iron Fist and the fleet fought against the Supreme Council Arbitration Fleet, Ayer Zerg and the Golden Fleet. 11 times. They were trapped in the enemy's array and broke out of the siege. 5 of them. Even Harley and his crew thought they were going to die. The most dangerous one came from the battle, when the Iron Fist followed the flagship White Star to the inner space of the atmosphere. After that, the Golden Fleet suddenly appeared from above and launched an attack. The Iron Fist was sandwiched between 3 Protoss aircraft carriers. The dense carrier-based interceptors swarmed like a group of angry wasps. And there was a large group of Phoenix fighters chasing behind. The warship was full of horrible stings left by ion weapons. At the most critical moment, the crazy Protoss used powerful firepower to forcibly break up the shield force field of the Iron Fist. And then, they sent about 100 Templars to the human warship. The Protoss rarely use such tactics. Usually, the overwhelming firepower and mobility of the warships were enough to win the victory over humans. But since Amon corrupted Kara, their tactics have become more radical. Colonel Halley and his soldiers were forced to fight with those barbarians holding psychic swords, while the warship was sailing. Some decks are still covered with corpses and blood. From that time on, the already chaotic battlefield became even more difficult to control. Each fleet, and even each warship under its command, could not protect itself, and had to use frequent short-distance jumps to avoid the enemy's main force, or regroup the fleet to launch a counterattack. In other words, as long as the warships of both sides found each other, they would immediately start fighting. Fights were breaking out everywhere, and the fighting never stopped. As for now, after escaping death several times, the Iron Fist has lost all its escort ships, and there are only a dozen Viking fighters in the dock that have been repaired and can barely fight again. Misfortunes never come singly. Since the last 2 battlecruisers Titan and Antietam that had been operating with the Iron Fist crashed and disappeared, the Iron Fist had to fight alone. Although there are Imperial warships fighting in various places in Ayer, there are no friendly ships on the communication channel that can help the Iron Fist. They are either unable to protect themselves or too far away. Unknowingly, the Iron Fist has been far away from the fierce battles. So when its crew was told that the Golden Fleet suddenly turned from an enemy to an ally, they were still a little confused. But it can be confirmed that the Iron Fist is still near the Protoss Temple area, and is likely the Imperial warship closest to the surface now. Sensors detected a Leviathan. Repeat. Leviathan found. Someone suddenly shouted on the bridge. Because it had received most of the Titan's crew, the Iron Fist was not short of manpower. However, not counting those who were unable to continue fighting due to injuries, there are only more than 4,000 people on the Iron Fist now. You can imagine how many warriors they have lost in the past. Play this video on the idle screen. Colonel Halley said immediately. The Iron Fist was falling into a patch of golden sunlight, and a gloomy and terrifying giant appeared on her starboard side, with huge spikes inserted across its dark back, which was extremely hideous. Many long tentacles and hollow tentacles hung down from the shadow of the Leviathan, and the burning wreckage of Protoss and human warships could be seen on them. The scene could not help but remind people of those shrikes that stabbed their prey on thorn trees. The Leviathan cruised calmly, surrounded by countless black Zerg. The scene was both spectacular and terrifying. Call for help from all fleet communication channels. Colonel Halley immediately added, including those Protoss. Halley knew that the Leviathan might have been eyeing his warships for a long time, and it was simply a fantasy for a Minotaur-class battlecruiser to single-handedly deal with a behemoth that was at least 20 times its size. If you want to deal with or even severely injure a Leviathan, you must at least gather enough Gorgons. Attacked? From the starboard rear. Bearing 90. Accompanied by a huge tremor in the hull. The Iron Fist tilted slightly, and the bridge was immediately in chaos. Leviathan rushed towards the Iron Fist and slammed the scarred warship to one side. Then, it inserted its huge hollow tentacles into various parts of the Iron Fist, using them to transport a large number of alien insects. Just like a fat flea that caught its prey and was about to suck blood, the Iron Fist had already been invaded by Zerg. It would not be long before the warship was filled with tens of thousands of Zerg until it completely lost power and crashed into the surface of the planet. Decks 5 and 7 were invaded, someone reported. On the main and secondary screens of the Iron Fist, Zerg covered with metallic chitinous shells were pouring into various cabins like water, killing people along the narrow cabins. The Marines tried every means to stop the influx of the enemy. They had succeeded in the past, but this time it was obviously hopeless. As one deck and cabin after another lost contact, Hallie realized that he was powerless to save his warship. "Can we make another short jump?" Hallie asked. This was always mentioned repeatedly and highlighted in the combat manual. That is, short jumps were not stable, and they might be thrown to a pulsar that was spinning at high speed. And the most likely possibility was to jump to a desolate space with nothingness. Stars and planets only accounted for a very small proportion of the universe, and most areas would have nothing but cold darkness. They were more likely to starve to death before the rescue ship arrived. That meant that an emergency short-distance jump was the worst option at any time. "I can't do it," his deputy Werner replied. "The jump drive is dead, and it killed all our technicians when it exploded." A large group of screaming dragons flew past them, dropping hundreds of jumping blade insects. These terrible living biological bombs immediately made a shocking noise. "Put down the escape pod. Everyone prepare to evacuate," the captain ordered. "God bless the Empire. I'm abandoning ship." If the captain judges that his side is no longer able to continue fighting, and is sure that his warship can no longer be saved, then he is allowed to order the abandonment of the ship. But in this case, abandoning the ship is no less than throwing a group of people into the turbulent North Pacific Ocean. Not to mention that there are a group of hungry sharks waiting below. Without the protection of fighters, the escape pod will become a target in the air, even if it can land on the ground unscathed. The situation there may not be better than on the wreck full of alien insects. "Sir!" Someone responded to our distress signal. The adjutant suddenly shouted. "How many people are there?" Hallie was excited. He hoped that it would be the Gorgons. Even if there was only one, it would buy them time to evacuate. "There are more than a dozen APOD transport ships and a Viking squadron." The adjutant's voice became sharp. "More than a dozen transport ships?" Colonel Hallie pondered for 1/40th of a second. "Tell them that I am grateful for their support. But please go back to where you came from, and don't add more lives." As he spoke, Harley straightened his navy cap and decided to continue abandoning the ship. The adjutant was so excited that it took him a long time to say the second half of the sentence. "It's the transport ship of the Royal Guard. It's His Majesty. On the battlefield, wherever the Royal Guard is, the Emperor is there. Remember to find out and report back next time. Mr. Werner." Harley paused. "Tell the communicator that I want to talk to His Majesty immediately." At the same time, more transport ships and fighters appeared on the radar scan of the Iron Fist, including many Protoss warp prisms. "Sir, do you want to revoke the previous order?" Werner asked. "Tell everyone that we will fight to the end." Harley said, "It's time to serve His Majesty." About half an hour later, Augustus and his royal guards rushed into the bridge of the Iron Fist. They almost took the warship back from the Zerg. At this time, the Iron Fist had descended to a dangerous height. Below, the ground had turned into a pot of lifeless thick porridge. It took a long time to cool down. The ruins of the Protoss city, which was extremely magnificent even though it had been destroyed, were nowhere to be seen. At this point, the green land has turned into a desert, and the hardest rocks have liquefied and crystallized under high temperatures. A new assembly coordinate appeared in front of the captains of the Empire. Emperor Augustus has taken over the command of all fleet commanders and ordered all warships that can still move to fold to that location. A few minutes after the order was issued, the first warship appeared about 2 miles to the port side of the Iron Fist. Very close. It was a Gorgon-class warship, the subversion of mythology. Its magnificent T-shaped bow, wide decks on both sides, and the huge Yamato cannon were enough to make the enemies of the Empire tremble, and make the Imperial soldiers within its firepower coverage range rejoice. Then the second and third ships. Some of the warships were still in good condition, and those hideous wounds looked like medals of bravery. Some were severely damaged, and even the embers of fire remained in some parts. But even in this situation, they could still respond to the Emperor's orders. For a moment, the crazy flashing warp signal was as bright as stars on the sensor. On the bridge of the Iron Fist, Augustus saw the Leviathan retract its tentacles, hastily abandon the Iron Fist, turn around, and prepare to escape. Chapter 748 Good Defensive Feeling. When Augustus returned to Raynor's flagship backwater Marshall, there were huge black shadows moving up and down, and many warships were moving side by side at a very close distance. A few late-arriving Imperial warships passed over them, with miles of fusion flames. And the suddenly accelerated Viking fighter formation made a terrible sonic boom, like a giant steel bird lifted by flames flashing by. More than 1,600 Imperial battleships participated in this battle, and tens of thousands of other types of ships, including countless large and small spaceships. The fleets that came from all over the IR system are no longer as grand as they were back then. However, although most of them are in poor condition, the battlecruisers that have been preserved are still much more than the 200 or 300 that Augustus expected. At present, more than 620 battleships have arrived at the assembly point, and if the Umojan and Comorian battleships are included, the number has reached 800. Moreover, many warships reported that they were on their way or could not escape from the fierce battle for the time being. According to the feedback from the fleet communication channel, it is estimated that only 750 to 850 of the Empire's own warships can continue to fight. This actually made Augustus feel a little fortunate. Augustus wished that they could pack up and leave now. But the battle was not over yet. The Golden Fleet had withdrawn from Amon's army, but the Zerg had not. "Jimmy, you're too slow. Is there a traffic jam?" While Tychus rushed into the Deadwater Marshal, Augustus nodded to the officers on the bridge, who were saluting him. This warship was named in memory of the Deadwater base of Mar Sera, and later replaced the Hyperion, which was under overhaul, as Renault's flagship. "Shut up, Tychus. You don't know shit." Renault immediately turned around and shot back. Although Renault was still wearing a relatively neat naval admiral uniform, Augustus still looked like he hadn't taken a shower for at least 3 days and 3 nights, and smelled the decadent smell of the iconic unemployed middle-aged man on him. This Mossera cowboy doesn't like to wear formal clothes. If allowed, he will wear a canvas combat vest and buckskin pants, drink beer, and drive a vulture to join the battlefield. Raynor is a commander who comes from a wild background. But perhaps it is precisely because of this that he is not as rigid as many Imperial officers who have received formal training and education. In fact, Jim Raynor is a talented commander who grew up in practice. He is resourceful and often does not play by the rules. Renault wins people's hearts with number 8 whiskey, sense of humor and his charming personality, and dominates the battlefield with his brilliant command talent, which is why Augustus always trusts and boldly hands over the army to him. When Augustus is on the ground, it is all up to commanders like Renault and Horner to command the fleet and control the situation. "Augustus, I didn't expect the Zelnada artifact to actually work." Renault blocked Tychus' mouth with a fine cigar, and handed Augustus a cup of hot and bitter strong coffee. "If even you don't believe that the artifact can really work, then those who followed me to Air must think they are crazy." Augustus laughed. "But we never doubted you," Renault said to Augustus. "You make me feel corny again." Augustus took the coffee from Renault, took a sip, and asked, "What is the current situation?" "Reports from various warships are flying in like snowflakes, and I always want to hear your opinion. It's much better than it was at the beginning." Raynor shrugged. "At the worst, we were almost on our own against the Golden Fleet and the Zerg." He joked, "I wet my pants to gather all the troops I had, and not let them all die." "Not bad." Tychus leaned back and smoked a cigar leisurely, commenting, "At that time, the Protoss and the Zerg almost conquered the temple." "Your Majesty, you have to give me a raise," Renault said. "Okay, I'll give you a medal," Augustus said. 100? "You stingy guy." Renault shook his head and continued what he had just said. "In the end, everything got out of control. The fleet was defeated and in disarray, and the Golden Fleet chased our people everywhere," he said. "Since the Golden Fleet is willing to chase us everywhere, as long as it can delay time, then take them around in circles. In short, the defeat was already certain at that time, and there was no need for us to fight them head-on." Very wise. Augustus was very satisfied with Raynor's judgment. He did not want the Empire to lose all its wealth here. The negative impact it brought was not just a sharp decline in strength. Time and again, the Empire always fought such a war. It seemed to win, but in fact it lost more troops than the enemy. More often, victory is always strategic, used to obtain resources and gain time for development. If you don't fight like this, you often can't see any hope of winning when facing the Protoss and the Zerg. The disadvantages of technology and numbers always need to be compensated by other things. And such things are usually blood and life. On a local battlefield on a planet, the human army may not be at a disadvantage, and sometimes even achieve an overwhelming victory. But when it comes to a full-scale war at the racial level, the situation is very unfavorable to humans. You save thousands of families that were on the verge of breaking up. Tychus can sometimes say very emotional words, which makes people realize that this guy is still a human being. There are many more people who didn't survive, Raynor said. Before becoming the Imperial Marshal, Raynor once told Augustus that he couldn't even manage a Hyperion, let alone the Imperial fleet. But Augustus told Raynor that he was just escaping reality. It was not that he could not manage it, but that he did not want to manage it. Okay, this dog Emperor. Amon should go to hell, Tychus cursed. He will soon, Raynor said. The Old Testament did not mention that Amon would win. So God is on our side. I like to hear that, Augustus said. This is all Amon's fault. Outside the porthole, the blue sky was dotted with white clouds. The magnificent Imperial fleet was cutting through the waves in a sea of clouds, entering Ayre's orbit upwards, and the scorching propeller tail rose into the sky, like a huge torch connecting the sky and the earth. Looking up, the sky was pitch black with twinkling stars. The warship soared up, reminiscent of an inverted meteor shower. The horizon of Ayre became a beautiful blue halo, like a thin band of light. The planet was now like a marble with a blue edge, and her white satellite was on the other side. Taking advantage of this rare moment of tranquility, the engineers on each warship were doing their best to restore their ships to the best condition. Scaffolding, cranes and spare parts boxes were piled up on each deck, and even those who should not be in this position were mobilized, as if they were rushing to plug all the leaks before a ship sank. Some warships were in such bad condition that they could no longer follow the fleet in the next jump. Not only were they riddled with holes, but most of their armor was also severely deformed, like a crushed can. This loss was shocking, and it made people feel pity for those tall and majestic warships. Whenever this happened, humans would remember how small and vulnerable they were. The Iron Fist was eventually abandoned because her losses were much more serious than expected. Finally, after evacuating all personnel and saving as much of the remaining supplies as possible, the Iron Fist finally fell to the ground like a dark bird, leaving behind a huge mushroom cloud. The steel wailed as it twisted, and they all heard the roar of the giant built by humans. As the fleet approached higher orbit, the war approached them again. There were still tens of billions of warship fragments and more Zerg body parts scattered in Ayre's synchronous orbit, which were indelible traces left by terrible wars. Some of the wreckage of the Imperial warships seemed quite intact. If they were towed back and repaired, they could be used. At worst, they could be handed over to the Imperial garrisons in the marginal colonies to deal with pirates and small swarms of insects scattered in the Copperloo sector. Augustus first saw the golden and blue shadows of the Golden Fleet. Countless gorgeous warships were advancing under the sails supported by plasma shields. Among them was the Taldarim's Death Fleet. The blue and red tones were clearly distinguished and very bright. Among these Protoss warships, the most eye-catching one is of course the incomparable Ark ship. From this perspective, the Pride of Odalise is much larger than the Moon. The Pride of Odalise, the sister ship of the Spear of Adon, looks like a brilliant blue spear condensed with the power of death due to the corruption of the void. With an almost cruel and violent aesthetic, the Pride of Odalise is now out of Amon's control, and the red representing madness has faded, replaced by a cold ice blue. Just as Augustus had expected, the Pride of Odalise also fell to them. Perhaps the end of Kala also represents the end of an era. I hope they can deal with the Zerg as hard as they beat us, Tychus said. It would be better, Raynor said. The Protoss fleet is fighting the Zerg. This is a grand fireworks display. The universe is filled with dense death rays, and the burning golden and blue fragments are like large groups of catkins falling in the wind. There are countless Zerg on every Protoss warship that is about to be destroyed. Many people standing on the bridge had seen the swarm spread across the entire planet. The swarm rushed to everything that was bright and hot, and millions of Zerg screamed at the same time. The sound was more terrifying than the rolling thunder. The wind and waves of the vast ocean of Ayre were not as terrible as the huge waves of the vast sea of Zerg, but compared with the swarm sweeping across the galaxy, it was just a small witch compared to the big witch. The purifiers had blocked the main force of the swarm, and were even on par with the enemy for quite a while. But they were finally hit hard by the attack of the Golden Fleet. As for the Hanley Protoss fleet, They are still fighting alone. In Raynor's words, those Protoss refuse to answer even a phone call. They always contact you, but you can never call them. I heard that you restarted the Zelnada artifact and adjusted it to the Nova impact mode. Raynor suddenly said to Augustus. Yes. Augustus replied, before the Nova impact was activated. I asked Tassadar to lead people to guard it. I dare say that Amon must be so angry that he wants to raise this temple to the ground. But he dare not let the artifact be damaged if he wants to replenish energy and make a comeback as soon as possible. The artifact's Nova strike can cover the IR system. And the Zerg are very familiar with this. Reno said, and if there is any sign of trouble, they will immediately flee far away. The Terran Empire has used Nova strike many times to deal with the Zerg, and its frequency of use can even be called frequent. Therefore, the Zerg are very familiar with the energy fluctuations during the charging phase of Nova strike. Generally speaking, once the Zerg sense that the Empire is about to activate the artifact, they will flee. However, the Empire has hundreds of planets under the threat of the Zerg, but there is only one artifact, and it must not accidentally fall into the hands of the Zerg or any other enemy. On the other hand, there are many restrictions on the use of artifacts. The most important one is the supply of energy. Not every planet has a Zelnaga temple, and not every temple has never been abandoned and still has abundant void energy. Egon Stedman and Rory Swan once worked together on a device that could simulate and broadcast the signal of the Zelnaga artifact. The former called it Egon's Fright, and the latter called it Out of Tune George, which was used to imply a good friend of his. In any case, these two names were of no use. This worked at first, but the Zerg didn't fall for it anymore, and instead turned the tables on the Zerg, causing the Empire to suffer a great loss. But this time they didn't run away. Augustus said, I think it was Amon who didn't let them. Raynor said, if Amon hadn't still ruled the hive mind and stood at the top of the Zerg pyramid, the Overmind would have disappeared long ago. Augustus knew the nature of his old rival. Augustus knew that the Overmind must want to leave. It never fights a battle that doesn't benefit it. When it encounters danger, it will slip away faster than anyone else. Compared to his predecessor, the young master is obviously more willing to patiently open up mining sites and accumulate troops. It just wants to take steady steps. What's wrong with that? The young master refused Amon's order, but it had no choice. Does it want to continue fighting? It doesn't want to. After all, Nova Shock was invented by Dr. Nerad, and this is just his rough modification of the Zelnaga artifact. In short, Amon knew about the existence of Nova Shock, but now it doesn't care about the loss of the Zerg. Amon probably wants to decide the outcome on Ire. For him, at the very least, the humans, the Protoss, and the Zerg will all be defeated, and it will be difficult for them to make any waves. His Zelnaga body is still in the void, and he only needs a new incarnation to make a comeback. The Dark God has plenty of time and patience. He only needs to succeed once to end this corrupt cosmic cycle, while Augustus only has one chance to fail. Moreover, humans don't live long. Chapter 749, I haven't played the subsequent plot. This war has been going on for a full 80 hours, but the intensity has not shown any signs of weakening. Billions of lives are angrily marching towards self-destruction, while their creators are sneering grimly, against the backdrop of a planet coated with a crescent of blue light. This is neither romantic nor beautiful. Two destined enemies, the largest Protoss fleet in history, and the largest Zerg swarm in history, met. On the Protoss side, there are countless magnificent warships the size of cities, large fleets connected to large fleets, and torch-like molten tails are like rows of comets sweeping across Ire. Orderly and beautiful, these stately and elegant, breathtaking warships swept through deep space with beam weapons, photon weapons and kinetic weapons, creating countless huge and mottled bright spots. No warship or creature could break through the dense beam fire net of the Protoss fleet. The Zerg were on the other side, a living dust cloud made of metal shells and pulsating muscles. Their size was horrifyingly large, and the ecliptic plane was 550 Australian dollars above and below. The ecliptic plane was full of Zerg. Even if they were several light years apart, they could be observed. They could be described as some mysterious natural phenomenon in the universe. The Zerg, fanatical, irritable and angry, symbolizes the most extreme law of destruction of nature. They are invincible and unstoppable. This epic war is unprecedented and worthy of being written about by historians. But it is far from over. When the Protoss and the Zerg wrestled together like two mad giants, humans appeared again. After facing the Golden Fleet and the Zerg at the same time, and suffering such a painful blow, humans could have withdrawn from the battlefield without being blamed by their allies, because they had also made awe-inspiring sacrifices and demonstrated what human courage is. But these humans did not do so. The human joint fleet just sailed out from Ire's heliocentric side, without dodging or avoiding, and rushed towards the most intense battle area facing the light of the sun. The sunlight outlined the contours of these giant warships, giving them a layer of gold. Led by the flagship Silver Wing commanders of Imperial Admiral Matt Horner, the Gorgon-class battlecruiser's last stand, Destruction Engine, Deathmark, Space Tourist, Mass Effect and Harvest Whale walked in the front, announcing that the Imperial fleet had once again joined the battlefield with a salvo of Yamato cannons that were fired with perfect accuracy, on a vast battlefield where the scale can be calculated in light years and parsecs. Even weapons like lasers are so slow that they seem to be crawling towards their targets. The largest and best steel warships of the Terrans fired and charged forward, and the shining red and orange laser beams rushed through the dark space, bombarding everything along the way into scattered plasma. More than half of the warships in this fleet were in poor condition, and some could even be said to be quite bad, and could only be escorted in the middle of the sailing formation. Take the Valor of Vardona as an example. This giant warship with laser turrets, green cannons, and fine steel armor looks like a hedgehog with its hair shaved off. There are countless holes and burnt marks left by the flames on the sides and decks of the ship. Every turret that has been opened like a fingernail is left with only a dark hole. Most of the hull between the lower deck and the outer bulwark of the Valor of Vardona has been wiped out by some terrible force, leaving many shocking huge wounds. The originally straight ship's side curves have become jagged, and the internal pipes and cables are clearly visible. The wound came directly from a salvo of fire from multiple storm warships. In a few seconds, most of the cabins on the lower deck and more than 1,000 people were evaporated in the high-energy particles. Those who did not suffer the disaster were also stunned. When they woke up, they saw a purgatory on Earth. The situation of another battlecruiser, Cyrus, was even more tragic. The entire battleship was burned black, and every piece of armor plate was recast by the terrible high temperature like the center of the sun. Like a pathetic and ugly black fish. The loss of its personnel was as high as 3/4. Its captain George Darabont and his navigator, communications officer, and other staff on the bridge were all killed in the battle. Such casualties were unimaginable in this era. According to the report of Ethon's Captain Hogarth, Cyrus was hit by the concentrated fire of 7 void rays, and the focused prismatic rays turned the battleship into a huge oven. Although the material of the interstellar battleship can isolate radiation and high temperature, the temperature inside the battleship still rose to a level that humans could not bear in a short period of time. Hogarth described it as not much better than popcorn in a drum. When the prism beam penetrated the armor of Cyrus, the battleship was ignited with balls of fire and fell into a sea of fire. Everyone thought it was finished. A gunnery sergeant of the Victory also recalled that it was a miracle. His battleship and another ship, Theodore G. Bilbo, which inherited the glorious name of the battleship during the Battle of the Brood, tried their best to rescue Cyrus. Fortunately, the Gorgon Annihilation Envoy was also nearby and immediately destroyed or severely damaged 3 of the 7 void glowing ships with powerful firepower. Other battleships also rushed over. More warships were severely damaged by the Zerg, so the wounds looked more like they were bitten and torn by some terrifying giant creature, like pieces of hard biscuits chewed by dogs. The actual situation was that before rejoining the Imperial Combined Fleet, many warships were either still on fire or still spraying parts, and the damage extended to the inside. In order to plug the gaps that were dozens of feet wide, the damage control personnel on the ship wanted to paste underwear and soda water on them. When the Zerg swarmed into the warship, it was almost impossible to drive them out again with the Marines. It was like trying to block a river rushing to the ocean, and a small group of Templars rushing into the bridge could kill all the senior commanders of the Empire. Sometimes, the situation would become more serious. Continuous explosions cut people into pieces, crushed them into meat paste, and turned a deck into a slaughterhouse for meat paste. To plug the gaps in the warship, people could only work in such a terrible environment. On the warships, steel is connected to steel, and hatches are facing hatches. Even on the largest Gorgon warships, there are still internal gangways for crew members to climb up and down. But when an explosion occurs, such space is also fatal. As for those warships that have sunk, most of them were not directly destroyed by the enemy. but were forced to continue fighting because they were delayed in repair and rest. The engineers and crew inside had to repair the warships while fighting the enemy. A warship that has been severely damaged will naturally become the enemy's priority target in the battle. "Jim, give me your whiskey," Augustus suddenly said to Renault while standing on the bridge of the Deadwater Marshal. Renault always carries a bottle of whiskey. Just like Matt Horner occasionally puts something to replenish sugar in his pocket. As a rule, Renault cannot drink on the bridge. Matt only tries cocktails with tonic water when he is not working, and rarely eats desserts. As for Renault, there is no such concern. "No, you can't drink." Renault refused immediately. "Don't be so stingy," Augustus said. "A new emperor appoints new ministers," Renault said. "Uh-huh." Augustus smiled. He really didn't have a temper now. Now, the warships that could return to the fleet have basically returned. However, they lost not only warships, but also morale, and sometimes even people's hearts. This is predictable. It's just that when they are in battle, from officers to soldiers, they have no time to care about anything else except fighting. Human will to fight can be very strong, but also very fragile. During the most chaotic period of this battle, there were cases where the captain of a warship suddenly collapsed and abandoned the warship or led the entire warship to flee the battlefield. However, because the incident happened suddenly and was not premeditated, most of them were stopped by their subordinates, and the entire fleet did not suddenly leave the battlefield. Ironically, this also saved several warships and tens of thousands of lives for the Empire. Now, the captains of 2 warships in Augustus's reassembled fleet admitted that they had left the front line without permission. After all, the navigation log can be tampered with, and thousands of crew members know what happened. But after realizing their stupid madness and unforgivable sins, they once again responded to Augustus's order to assemble. Another captain claimed that he was defeated by the devil in his soul at the moment of giving the order, so that he could not remember what order he gave. However, Augustus still thanked them for their contribution and then imprisoned them on the spot. After finding out what impact their desertion had caused, the final death method could be decided. These are the ones who have returned, and some who have gone forever. The Imperial warships that have been reported, not counting the ships of other affiliated fleets, have 17 battlecruisers alone, half of which come from one fleet. This may not be a long-planned mutiny, but panic will spread. In addition, none of these captains are still young or too inexperienced. This may be understandable. After all, if even Augustus feels that the situation is hopeless, it is reasonable for someone to flee the battlefield on the grounds of preserving the flame of the Empire. In the temple, Augustus had been anxiously waiting for the artifact to start, and he was not sure whether they could hold on until then. Several times he felt that he had made a big mistake. This is understandable, but not forgivable. There have been cases of defection in the Empire in the past, and this is the most serious one. Augustus has issued an order that every defecting warship will return to its original position. At this moment, on the main screen of the Deadwater Marshal, angry flames are raging in the Protoss fleet. Some from their destructive weapons, and some from the burning warships were Zerg. The Tal'Darim mothership was firing, and the scarlet beams of destruction filled the entire view on the bridge, like blood trickling from a cosmic wound. Augustus saw millions of Zerg frozen in time and space at the same time, like lifelike sculptures, which might be the work of the Spear of Adon or another ark. In short, all these terrible weapons were used, and the Du teachings of the Protoss Empire had been thrown aside, and no one would want to pick it up again. Like bats not from a tree by a stick, a large group of Zerg fell from the top of the Deadwater Marshal, fleeing from the laser weapons chasing them and attacking anything that moved. This is the Zerg, whose fangs are as sharp as obsidian blades and harder than diamonds. And when it comes to dealing with warships, the acid or corrosive spores stored in their stomachs are more effective than cannonballs. Huge, thrilling balls of light burst out from the laser battery of the Deadwater Marshal, and the warm flames illuminated the bridge and the huge snake-like body of the dragon, burning every guy who tried to approach the bridge to ashes. Although it was short of supplies, like every warship in the fleet, and many weapon systems had been misfired, the Deadwater Marshal's nuclear-powered laser weapons were still able to fire. Otherwise, they would not be able to make any movement at all. Returning to the fleet again, Augustus found that he was much more at ease on the warship than usual, although there was still a burst of artillery fire outside. Unlike on the ground, he could fall asleep as soon as he fell down here. At this time, Augustus could calm down and think about the current situation. in the original plot line. As long as the artifact was activated and the Golden Fleet was separated from Kara, the battle would basically be over. And it would turn out like this. It was entirely because the Little Master was not dead and Amon could still control the swarm. Moreover, since Amon's consciousness still resides in the Overmind, the Xel'Naga artifact was not destroyed by his expulsion back into the void, so it can still be used. Augustus did not expect this at the beginning, but just acted on the spot. However, what they have to do now is still very simple. That is, to defend the temple again, and hold on until the artifact activates the Nova Strike to eliminate the incoming Zerg. Augustus gave the task of guarding the temple to Tassadar, so there is no chance of error. After this, although both humans and Protoss have been severely damaged, the Zerg are also not doing well. In this way, the Copperless sector still has a few years of development. During this period, Augustus can stockpile another wave of military forces and enter the void to completely eliminate Amon. With the Golden Fleet, Amon will not be able to take down Ire for a while. On the bridge of the Deadwater Marshal, Raynor stared at the main screen of the tactical panel and complained about the Dark God. Hasn't he learned to give up yet? Amon will not stop. Augustus felt that he must be sneering now. But no one else felt that way except him, only when it comes to life, and he knows that his life may be in danger. He knows how to advance and retreat. The Xel'Naga injected his consciousness into the Avatar, and then entered the real universe. Death to them is just the loss of a body. But I think Amon is not so stupid. Tychus has finished a cigar. He knows that the Nova Impact can kill all the Zerg in Ire, and the Zerg will suffer the most at that time. As he was talking, the group of dragons outside the Deadwater Marshal was driven away by several liberators that were inserted at high speed. But there was a large group of corrupted flying insects in front of the warship. Groups of corrupted can easily deal with the warships of humans and Protoss. They already have super space monsters such as Leviathan and Behemoth. And it seems that they don't need biological warships to match them. No! Augustus began to think about what he would do now if he were Amon. Except for the hybrids. The Zerg is the only card Amon can play. He came to destroy the world. How could he be willing to just severely damage and weaken the power of the three races? Then he must have something else he wants. Contact Tassadar immediately. Augustus suddenly ordered. Amon's ultimate goal may be the artifact, and the enemy in front is just a cover. Chapter 750. The Void Legacy was not fought in vain. Augustus did not have to wait long before the direct conversation with Tassadar himself was immediately connected. Apparently, any communication request from the Emperor of the Terran Empire would be given the highest priority by the Daram side. The holographic image outlined Tassadar and the ruins of the temple behind him, between the huge stone pillars that were blackened by the flames. The Templar standing with a rustling cloak and holding a sword could not help but remind people of the famous ancient heroes in the history of the Protoss. Artanis, even when Tassadar's life and death were uncertain, still insisted that he was the high-ranking executor rather than the Archbishop of Daram. He was giving orders on behalf of Tassadar on the other side. When the Kala no longer existed, the Protoss had to regain the more ancient Kalani language, which was as difficult and awkward as a whale that had evolved fins to learn to walk again. Fortunately, Artanis was the first Protoss to adapt to all this, and he was able to cope with the aggressive Taldaram. But everything seemed calm, and Augustus could still catch a glimpse of the Xel'Naga artifact glowing cobalt blue in the corner, although it was used to bind the will of a god, a use that was not originally intended for it. It was far beyond its tolerance, but it was still functioning normally. Tassadar. Augustus immediately said, "You must be careful. I suspect Amon is about to launch a raid on the temple. If that is the case, his first target will be the Xel'Naga artifact. Seize the artifact, or at least interrupt the charging process of the artifact, so as to prevent the release of Nova Strike." Tassadar said what Augustus wanted, as if he could read his mind through the screen. In that case, we will not be able to mass kill the Zerg in the Ire system in a short period of time. We will be in a long and bitter battle. Only this can explain why the Zerg is reluctant to retreat even though they know that Nova Strike is being launched. They must think they still have a chance of winning. Augustus nodded and said, because of ignoring the role of the Xel'Naga artifact, Amon has lost the Golden Fleet, and he will definitely not make such a mistake a second time. Augustus must imagine this. If he is Amon, if he still wants to win now, what should he do? This is obvious. At the beginning of the war, Amon had the Golden Fleet and the Overlord Swarm, the strongest combat power of the two races standing at the top of the galaxy. At that time, Amon's enemies were just a ragtag army put together by the Protoss and a laughable fleet of humans, who relied on shoddy products and picking up scraps to arm their army. Since they have an absolute advantage, this war does not require any superfluous tactical deployment, and they can win by concentrating their forces to launch an attack. But now, the situation is completely different. The Golden Fleet has now escaped from Amon's control and stood on the opposite side of him, which is equivalent to half of the power in his hands joining the enemy. At the same time, Amon's original plan has basically failed. He has lost his incarnation to return to the world, and he can no longer easily end the reincarnation of the universe. However, Amon still holds the power of the Zerg, and the ratio of enemy and our forces has only changed from absolute advantage to equal strength. So he is not completely defeated. The biggest destabilizing factor is the Xel'Naga artifact, comparing the current strength of the Zerg and the Protoss. It is a pipe dream for the former to achieve an overwhelming victory before the launch of the Nova shock by relying solely on a frontal offensive. Perhaps before being promoted to Xel'Naga, Amon was not an expert in the military field, but he was obviously neither blind nor stupid. If Amon wants to win, or at least give this battle a reason to continue, he must immediately solve the problem of the Xel'Naga artifact. When Augustus was about to say something to Tassadar, he noticed that the ground under his feet was clearly shaking. It was either the aftermath of some orbital weapon or a huge beast. Augustus, I have to leave now. After saying this, Tassadar immediately left the communication channel. It seems that this matter has become so urgent that he needs to deal with it personally. You're right. The detectors around the temple show that a large army of hybrids suddenly emerged from the Void Rift and are approaching the temple. The weakest of them is stronger than Mal. On the other side, Artanis was also shouting, Executor, summon more Templars. At this time, even Augustus could hear a terrifying scream that seemed to tear the soul to pieces. Fortunately, Amon didn't have time to make these things when we were on the ground. Tychus was also standing behind Augustus and couldn't help but say. However, their current situation was not necessarily better than that of Tassadar. The vast space in front of the Deadwater Marshal was full of Fang Zergs. Their blood-red shells were terrifying and made people shudder. In a farther place, a Leviathan kept spewing bile worms and eggs to be hatched, and a group of Zergs were transforming from their wriggling cocoons into nest-worm lords. The Deadwater Marshal had used up all the space torpedoes, cruise missiles or other weapons that could be thrown at the enemy, and there were few carrier-based aircraft left. Other Imperial warships faced the same dilemma, but their artillery fire was still quite powerful, and the magnificent machines made of steel continued to spew out flames. Every once in a while, the Yamato guns would launch a round of earth-shaking salvos. At any time, such salvos were fruitful. On the tactical main screen on the other side, the colors and symbols representing various forces were colliding and devouring each other, just like a group of strange-shaped, greedy snakes made of color blocks. The green arrow marked as the Imperial fleet was crossing a dense red dot and joining the Golden Fleet. Are you still worried about Tassadar? Raynor was not worried at all. He is the best military strategist and the best warrior in the entire Protoss Empire. Augustus said for Raynor. I didn't say that. Raynor opened his mouth. Also, we have succeeded once, no matter what the reason is. You can't conclude that we will definitely fail this time. Enough. Augustus didn't notice that his voice was getting louder and louder. The Protoss used to think that Ayer's coordinates would never be discovered and would never fall. Damn Jim. We never know how the enemy killed us in the end. Poor Zertal. This matter will never be over. Say less words that may make the old man sad. I'm afraid only Raynor dared to talk to Augustus like this. Your Majesty. You'd better calm down. Otherwise get out of my bridge. Sorry, Jimmy. Augustus realized that he had been impatient. I will apologize to Zeratul. Although this was rare, Augustus sometimes couldn't control his emotions when the pressure was too great. Now when he thought about the possibility of failure, he was no longer so calm. Zeratul must know what's going on. Right? Tychus said, when we were in the temple. We didn't think Amon could take it. Logically speaking, if even the most elite warriors under Tassadar can't defend, it would be useless for anyone to replace him. Moreover, the main force of the Golden Fleet occupies Ayer's high-altitude orbit and can provide precise fire support at any time. In addition, they can also warp buildings and troops on a large scale from warships in low Earth orbit, in areas covered by the Psychic Matrix network. The timely battlefield delivery capabilities of the Protoss army are enough to support them to win every war that must be won at all costs. How many days have you not slept? Raynor suddenly asked. 1 day and 1 night. Okay. Augustus said, maybe I should have a cup of black tea and go to sleep. Even if someone stabs me in the ass with a knife. I can't wake up. I never knew black tea could be used in this way, Tychus thought. At this time, Tassadar finally came back. There was a layer of dust on Tassadar's armor. Maybe blood. And he looked like he had just been in battle and chopped off the enemy's head. And now he returned to the screen. If you can't hold it, Tassadar. Augustus immediately suggested to the other party, you'd better take the Zelnada artifact and leave quickly. You might as well let him die. Raynor muttered softly. I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult. Tassadar said honestly, I have fully estimated the difficulty of this matter. But the actual situation is still beyond my imagination. No matter what. As long as we can hold on until the Nova impact starts, we can win. Augustus imagined that the situation might be completely different from what they were at that time. Now the outside of the temple is probably full of hybrids. Tassadar said it was a bit difficult. Augustus was finally relieved. Or at least drive them back. Raynor added, when the fire burns their butts. The Zerg also know to run for their lives. What does Amon want? Tychus suddenly asked. Chaos. Augustus said, he needs to create more chaos. The more people die, the better. And Amon can use this to obtain enough Protoss and Zerg bodies to reshape his avatar. As long as Amon is alive, we will not have a good day, Raynor said, compared to him. Even the Overmind and the Cerebrate are easy to communicate with. The Deadwater Marshal continued to move forward, concentrating its firepower forward. A fleet of Phoenix fighters as graceful as swans jumped into view. So close that Augustus could even see the pilots wearing golden helmets. In comparison, the Empire's fighters are very few. And among their pilots, those who have survived to this day, even those who were originally unknown, have become ace pilots. The Protoss Ark Odalisque Pride was only about 100 miles away from the Deadwater Marshal. And at this distance, the former was also surprisingly large. In the past, the Pride of Odalisque and the Spear of Adden almost destroyed each other. These incomparable fire arcs were as large as a small continent stripped from the planet. And the wounds left in the battle were also asteroid-sized. When Augustus looked over, an area in the middle of the Pride of Odalisque was still shrouded in a ball of blue-green flames, which was obviously caused by the leakage of the energy conduit, and was closer to psychic flames. The situation of the Pride of Odalisque was not optimistic either. Her plasma shield had faded, and countless airdrop capsules were being thrown on it, like a dark rain. Each airdrop capsule was the size of a car, but it looked no bigger than a drop of rain on an ark that could take off and land aircraft carriers and deploy colossi on a large scale. Every battle was super large. When Augustus realized that he was useless standing here, he handed over the command to Raynor and really went back to sleep. Augustus found a foldable command chair on the bridge, and even though there was still artillery fire outside, he laid down and fell asleep. When he woke up, the battle was already over. The Deadwater Marshal was sailing between a row of Imperial battlecruisers. Every officer on the bridge looked like they had escaped death. Everyone was very tired. Even though Augustus was not sleeping, they did not have the energy to cheer or talk. What's the situation? Augustus did not see Raynor, but he still caught Tychus, who was fiercely dealing with a sweetener bar and artificial meringue. The Zerg fled before the Nova strike, Tychus said gruffly. There's not a single Zerg in half a light year. Easier than Augustus thought. Where would they go? Augustus said to himself. Imagine, Tychus said, in the backyard of the person you hate the most in your life. I hope it's Mike Liberty, Augustus said, and Nick Shaw, Marky Borden, Christy Dodge, Juan. My list is 30 feet long. I think I've heard enough. Tychus spread his hands. You are the Emperor. You can chop off their heads. If I were not the Emperor of the Terran Empire, Augustus said, I would have killed them long ago. Okay, Tychus. I'm going to find Tassadar and prepare the spaceship immediately. Can't you let me rest for a while? Old Tychus was no different from a cow or a horse in the eyes of the Emperor of the Empire. 15 minutes later, Augustus's spaceship set off. In addition to the human fighters themselves, there were more than 200 Phoenix fighters to escort him. The spaceship landed on a mountain that overlooked the entire plain. Tassadar, Cyrodiil and Artanis were standing there. Where they looked, large buildings were rising from the ground. extending from the continuous mountains on the coastline to the vast inland. And there were some architectural wonders that could be seen even from space. Then, the flowing river of light connected the crystal tower, the Protoss hub, the warp gate, the control core, and the Templar archives together. Under the beautiful and charming light curtain, huge lawns and lakes were dotted between the golden cities. No one could have imagined that a day ago, this place had just been devastated by war and was still in ruins. Building a city is never done overnight. But in Augustus's eyes, the Protoss were simply performing some kind of magic. The Protoss told Augustus that they had warped directly from Ire to the building. So where did these buildings that were warped to Ire come from? Chapter 751 Winter of the World. Augustgrad had just rained all night. The wind carried the chill of early winter, and the comet brought a message from the far end of Copperloo. Louise Sarah Minsk suddenly woke up from her bed. She got up and opened the window. A gust of cold wind blew in her face. The cold made her mind sharp and logical, and she realized where she was. It's cold at the top. From here, Louise can overlook the prosperous downtown streetscape of Augustgrad. Catherine Square, artificial lake, water park, musical fountain, holographic theater. Louise will be 8 years old this year. She has been in Augustgrad since she was born. She has only been to the Teledor system, Haven and Hermes, when she was on vacation with the royal family. Those planets are different from the radioactive wasteland and desert of Korhal in the past. They can be called the paradise of life. But other than that, she had never even been to Tarsones, the former capital of the Terran Federation. The Empire's territories span multiple star systems, with more than 1,000 inhabited planets, and even more if orbital habitation stations, comet farms, and asteroid mining stations were included. As an imperial princess and a member of the royal family, Louise should have frequently visited the territorial planets with her parents. The magnified lens would magnify every detail of her body, and a child would be required to meet the royal standards. But the emperor and empress never took Louise to political events. In contrast, her cousin Valerian was the darling of the imperial political and press circles. After all, he had already grown up, and except for his golden hair color, Valerian was considered a genuine Mengsk. When Louise grows up, whether she likes it or not, things will be different. A cool breeze blew Louise's hair. Dawn was about to break, and Augustgrad was brightly lit tonight. Augustgrad, also known as Korhal City, the heart of the Empire. This city is so great that it alone can represent a planet. Her mother told Louise that Augustgrad was a ruin shortly before she was born, and the rise of this city also accompanied her growth. Louise didn't remember the things of her childhood so clearly, but since she could remember, Augustgrad was more magnificent and prosperous than all the cities in the Terran Empire. Even the city of Tarsones could not be compared. No city can compare to Augustgrad. Not even the old Augustgrad. In the past 5 years, Augustgrad has continued to grow taller, tripling its skyline, building a new city on top of the original. Atop Augustgrad's forest of dense sky tower skyscrapers is a new world, with elevated trams, viaducts, and elevated streets connecting Augustgrad's iconic towering spires, as if connecting isolated islands in the sky to land. Then, huge steel columns rose from the ground between the buildings, supporting large pieces of artificial plateaus. This new world is now called Korhal Sky Island. It is made of steel and glass, but there are not many high-rise buildings on it. Instead, it is a vast green space with lush trees and grass, large lawns, and even flowing water. Further up, small floating island cities maintained by anti-gravity technology are like pearls on a necklace. There is more sunshine and air there, and it is a high-end vacation and consumption place. There used to be more flying cars and private yachts in the sky above Augustgrad than there are now. But due to the influence of the imperial government's energy restriction policy during the war, this scene is no longer the same as before. Now most of the flying vehicles in the sky are military aircraft, because high-energy gas is also the raw material for many engines, reactors, and other high-energy technologies, which is the most important energy source at present. The impact of war is multifaceted. That is, most people, especially ordinary people, will have a harder and harder life. The most affected aspect of life is that due to the inclination of industrial and transportation resources towards the military industry, the variety and quantity of goods on the shelves of stores in Augustgrad are getting smaller and smaller. At least, for now, they don't have to starve. But there is nothing good on the dining table of every household. In sharp contrast, The industrial area of Augustgrad roars day and night. Even at night, it is brightly lit. Many workers, many of them are young people. They have been trained and are now wearing protective clothing and industrial exoskeleton armor, casting crystal ore in the furnace into raw materials for spacecraft, vehicles and personal armor, and then building and assembling various weapons and combat mechas. Most of the factories there belong to the many military giants of the Terran Empire, such as Beckett Industries, Wolf, Procyon Industries, Castillo Industries, Brer Peak and Bennett Industries, which are famous arms manufacturers involved in the research and development and improvement of the Empire's active military armor fighters. The Métis Xenomorph Research Base is also in this area, which is used to study alien creatures and large-scale biological weapons. The power armor and giant mechas that have been written into holographic films, put on the front page of newspapers, and recruitment posters come from the new Stilling Industrial Zone in Augustgrad. Building these war weapons requires a lot of resources and funds, and the expenditure is an astronomical figure at any time. Every day and night, Korhal consumes crystal minerals and high-energy gases from all over the Empire, converting them into a complete set of power armor, chariots, mechas, spaceships, and even warships. At present, many things, including the construction of cities and new colonies, have come to a standstill, but military development has never slowed down. Emperor Augustus has taken away a large fleet, but during his absence, the Empire's military strength is still expanding, and the Marine Corps, Navy, and even the militia forces in the colonies are increasing their manpower. For humans, war is a melting pot of metal and life. When Lewis looked out the window at the sky, an Imperial fleet of 600 battlecruisers was gathering at the orbital starport of Korhal, dragging a huge wake like a meteor sweeping across the Earth-Moon route. And the Imperial people who saw all this were no longer surprised. The total tonnage of warships built by the Terran Empire in the past 2 years is greater than that of all the warships built in the past. The little legacy left by the old Federation can already be regarded as antiques in the museum. Kar has 2 moons. But nowadays, when you look through a telescope, you can only see rows of beetle-like factory domes. There are also huge buildings of exaggerated size, large physics laboratories, fusion power plants, and large engines. A stable transportation route has been maintained between the Earth and the Moon in Kar, which is used to transport a large number of assembly line workers, pipeline repairmen, and dock workers back and forth. Artificial intelligence and automated machinery are now capable of doing many jobs. But people are still indispensable. There are many people from other planets in Augustgrad who come here to make a living. Some people will never leave once they settle down. It is common to see huge spaceships launch from the ground every day, and the number of spaceships loaded with crystal ore is many times more than before. The sky gradually brightened, or the sky in Augustgrad has never really darkened. Those people, whom Lewis's father called my people, are ready to go out and start working. In Lewis's eyes, the same group of people walk through the streets every day. Perhaps for them, life is always the same. In the morning light, there are not only pedestrians on the road, but also occasionally armed Marines. The huge railgun muzzles of the Wolf war mechs extend from their heads, ready to fire at any enemy that comes into view. Their power armor and mech shields are painted in the iconic red, which looks mighty and handsome. Some tanks that run twice a day along the street will also fly through the streets with bright red Imperial flags. Such cool outfits naturally attracted many enthusiastic young people to join the Imperial Marines. But they basically regretted it later. Curfew, martial law, armed patrols mixed with large land combat mechas. Such things have become more frequent after the Korhal Rift incident. Sometimes groups of mimic larvae are found inside Augustgrad, or there may be a riot at a small mining station on Korhal's orbit. Whether it is external or internal, the Empire is not peaceful at all now. At present, more and more people are opposing the wartime policy of the Imperial government. They are not blind to the imminent threat, but the voice of dissatisfaction is always welcome in a depressing environment. The sky finally brightened up completely. Augustgrad under the sun has many colors. It is both a city of silver and gold and a dark and terrifying forest. Louise closed the window, drew the curtains, and slipped back into bed before the palace maid called her to get up. There was a sound of unlocking outside, and a light footsteps approached. Louise heard it clearly. Louise can even hear the heartbeat of the visitor and understand every spark of his cerebral cortex. But the royal family education does not allow her to read other people's thoughts casually. which may make her accept too much that she cannot bear. But Louise knows that this is actually due to overprotection and worrying about the future. Reading other people's thoughts does not cause her any trouble. Unlike some people in the Ghost Academy, she is born to read thoughts. Your Highness, if you want to pretend to sleep, remember not to hold your breath. After hearing this, Louise jumped out of bed in anger, and under the teasing gaze of the head maid Rosa Morales, she lifted the quilt and went to the closet to find her skirt. Morales was originally a medical soldier who had actually fought in the battlefield. Such a person is not so easy to fool. Louis also knew that Morales was an Earthling, and knew that she had come a long way to get here. On Earth, no one was as easy to talk to as she was. Compared to the maid, Morales actually wanted to go to the battlefield more. But on the one hand, it was difficult for Earthlings to get promoted in the Imperial Army, and on the other hand, the Emperor wanted her to stay in the palace. As the head maid, Morales was strict, but she never used the palace rules to discipline Louis. Only dead people sleep like this. Morales said, "Dear, don't scare me anymore." "Okay, I remember," Louis said. The palace was always cautious about the safety of Louis and her sister Charlotte. Whether it was the alien enemies or those colonies with rebellious intentions, they were happy to use their families to threaten the Emperor of the Empire to compromise. Arcturus Mengs said that the Mengs family was born in danger, and there were too many people in the world who wanted to kill the Emperor of the Empire. His father Augustus said that this was made up by Arcturus, and Augustus said that he was born to be born. "Remember what?" Morales asked. "Remember to breathe," Louis replied. "Don't forget it. Don't blame me for not reminding you." Morales was in a good mood today. Today's morning class is Master Theromos. He certainly doesn't want you to be late. Master Selmos is a powerful Dark Templar, an elder with noble character and outstanding wisdom. Even for the Protoss, Master Selmos is too old now. Selmos began to teach shortly after the birth of the Dark Templar, and many famous Dark Templars today are his disciples. Providing education for a successor to the human royal power is not Selmos' duty. Augustus personally asked him to come and teach his eldest daughter the swordsmanship, psionics, art, and poetry of the Protoss. There are still many things that the Imperial Princess needs to learn, perhaps including sneaking up behind the enemy like a Dark Templar and giving him 2 big blows. But what Augustus really wants Louise to learn is how to coordinate and control her own terrifying psychic power that is so powerful that even he is afraid of it, so as not to hurt herself. Master Selmos will ask you what you taught in the previous class before each class. Morales asked, "How much do you remember?" "I remember everything." Louise grabbed her skirt. "The void won't help us, so you have to beat it and force it to give its power," she said. "I bet he never taught me that." Morales didn't have psychic powers, but she knew a little about psychic powers. "Is that how you treat the void? Are you bullying the honest people?" "That's the truth," Louis snorted. Selmos' class was not interesting at all for a little girl. Last time, he said that the world's winter and dark age had come, and the world would be engulfed in flames. Louis said that was the era of the Dark Templar. It was rare that Master Selmos, who had no sense of humor, was amused. Selmos then explained that it was the era of warriors. But warriors did not want it to really come. "Focus," Louis continued, "patience. Be consistent and calm." At this time, Louis was looking at a mirror, and the little girl in the mirror could see the shadows of her parents. Grandpa Tychus joked that you looked too much like your father when he was a child, as if he had seen Augustus at that time. But when she wanted to ask further, the other party just let out a meaningful fart out of fear. "When will Augustus Mengs come back?" Louis asked. "Maybe today," Morales said. "He is your father. No matter how far away he is, he will come back to you. He never breaks his promise," Louis said. "The Emperor of the Terran Empire never breaks his promise," Morales said. Chapter 752 Mengs Dynasty. Time flies like an arrow. The Augustgrad Palace carries all the memories of Louis from childhood to adulthood. With palace walls made of gray-blue marble, colorful gardens, suites filled with the scent of gardenias, spacious and bright halls, fragrant kitchens, and creaking staircases. The climate of Korhal is not good, but it is far less extreme than those planets with vast oceans and strong magnetic fields. For most of the year, Augustgrad is sunny and breezy. When people mention the palace, their first impression is the splendor of gold and jade, and the art treasures that are the best in Copperloo. But for Louise, this is just a warm home. The palace is famous for its grandeur and magnificence. The part below the ground is even larger than the above-ground buildings. There are so many rooms and stairs that one person can't walk through them in many years. Louise knows every corner well. When she is unhappy, she can hide for an entire afternoon. No one could catch her except the queen and the best ghost agents in the royal guard. She was walking down a straight corridor now. Her steps were light and soft. The wooden floor beneath her feet was painted in black and white squares, like a chessboard, and covered with crimson carpet. The sun had risen, and the ceiling above her head was pouring natural sunlight. The huge palace seemed a little cold. The royal family had always been very frugal, and the number of servants was not large. This was because the emperor and the queen did not like extravagance, and when they needed it, they would directly call the army to support the scene. Louis's morning class ended quickly. Master Selmos's class was not easy. Any apprentice must go through a long test to become a true Dark Templar. This has always been the case. Master Selmos is a legend among the Dark Templar. He can be said to be a living fossil. His clothing and attire can be traced back to the earliest era of the Nerazim Protoss. The death of a friend once made Selmos swear that he would never embrace the void again in his life. But he taught others all his life. Many of the Protoss Dark Templars who taught at the Ghost Academy of Korhal were apprentices of Selmos. If it weren't for the Emperor's request, he would never have come to Korhal to teach a human child. For the Protoss, even Artanis, who was over 200 years old, was considered too young, not to mention an 8-year-old human child. And as such a respected figure, every time Master Selmos tested Louis's views on the void, he would be thunderstruck, angry to the point of fainting, and marveled at Louis's wild imagination. The old man has taught Dark Templar for a lifetime, and has seen countless talented people, but he has never seen such an interpretation of the void. During the teaching process, they all spoke in Protoss, and Louis often combined the ancient Kalani language in an unprecedented way, completely subverting the art form of Protoss literature. But in the final analysis, Louis's attainments in the ways of the void are extremely high. Louis is a natural psyker, and this talent is obviously inherited from her mother, Queen Sarah Kerrigan. Louise has an innate ability that she learned without a teacher. She mastered the ability to communicate with the void the moment she learned to breathe. It may not be long before the elder declares that he has nothing more to teach the imperial princess. What is particularly amazing is that at this age, Louise's psychic power has far exceeded that of most ghosts fighting on the battlefields of the Empire. But this does not mean that Louise is stronger than a ghost. The terrifying reputation of ghosts is not only brought by psychic power. You didn't make Master Selmos angry today, did you? Morales said. Looking at Louis jumping in front of her, I saw that his face was dark. Rosa Morales had a white maid's hat, and the hem of her blue velvet skirt was embroidered with gold thread. Her long hair fell to her waist, and she exuded a charming perfume all over her body. As a former UD medical soldier who had actually been on the battlefield, Morales had a strong aura, which made her look more like the owner here than a waitress. Their relationship was closer to family than master and servant. You're the worst apprentice he's ever seen, Morales said. And the best. Louis's nose twisted. He's never seen a kid like you before, Morales said. There's no one like me, Louis grimaced, looking like a blowfish that had just been pulled from the water. Yeah. Morales paused. Selmos is sad. Louis stopped and said, I can feel it. Louis still remembered that when the news of the destruction of Shakura's, the home of the Dark Templar, came, her mother personally brought her to Master Selmos and asked her to say that she also felt sorry for Shakura's and the Protoss who died unfortunate. Ire has fallen, and Shakura's no longer exists. 1,000 years ago, the Nerazim Protoss wandered in the universe, and 1,000 years later, they lost the place that could be called home. Compared to their blood relatives on Ire, the Nerazim emphasize independence and freedom. So loneliness does not hurt them, but sadness does. It's not been long. Morales sighed. It seems that the events of Shakura's happened a long time ago. The betrayal of the Golden Fleet announced the arrival of the Dark Ages, and the Zerg also returned and invaded in large numbers. Bad news flew to Augustgrad like snowflakes. More and more Daram and Imperial planets fell, and the number of casualties reached tens of billions. Louise had never really experienced war, but she could read the cruelty of war from the memories of those who had. War meant many things: fame, glory, and honor, but also bloodshed and corpses. Humans have been fighting unimaginable and boundless horrors. They must face their own fears. And in the end, war will numb even the strongest people. The most recent incident to Louise was the Cornhole Rift incident. In the memory of a Royal Guard sergeant, she saw Augustgrad's rampaging hybrid behemoth crushing the Imperial Army's siege tanks like toy cars. And the twisted and deformed charred metal wreckage was embedded with equally horrible human flesh. People dig up the remains from it, but they can never piece together a truly complete person. Louise still doesn't understand the meaning of death, nor can she truly understand the sadness of others. But that day will come, and she will have grown up. Do you miss your family on Earth? Louise suddenly asked Morales. Yes. I came here to protect them, Morales said sadly. Until now, I can never go back. Here, Earthlings are still seen as enemies rather than potential allies. There is no doubt that the human solar empire is very powerful and huge. Their influence has long crossed the Kuiper Belt, and they own many near-Earth planets, such as Centaurus and Alpha Centauri, and other distant worlds. If they were not overwhelmed by the colonial rebellion, the United Earth humans would be able to intervene in the Copperloo sector and become another powerful force besides the Star Spirits and Zerg. Emperor Augustus has now authorized the lifting of the ban on contact with Earth, and sent a fleet to the Orion Arm to investigate the status of Earth's colonies. Once the conflict between humans, Protoss and Zerg is resolved, Earthlings will be the biggest enemy of the Terrans. Suddenly, Louise disappeared from the sad Morales' eyes. A small shadow swaying in the sun. The Dark Templar uses the energy of the void to distort the light and hide himself. Not bad. A moment later, Louise appeared from the shadows again. The void is calling. She has bird-like eyes and voice. Morales smiled. She had seen many Protoss who would draw their knives and fight at the slightest disagreement. But it was rare to see the young Dark Templar and the sword master of Shakura's in elementary school embrace the void, fear the void. Morales asked her, "What exactly did you do?" "The void won't be so stingy," Louis replied. "It's better that way." Morales said, "Master Selmo said that the void has become more and more elusive recently. Amon is there. He controls the void." Louis could only lower her head and wait for the scolding. She is Her Highness, the future heir to the throne, the future of the Mengsk dynasty. But in Morales' eyes, she is just a child. "Do you have classes this afternoon?" Louis changed the subject and asked Morales. It was less than 8 o'clock in the morning, and she could freely use her time from now until this afternoon. Louis was about to go to the throne room to meet her mother, Queen Sarah Kerrigan, since the Emperor of the Empire led his troops to Ayr to lead the expedition in person. He would do so whenever he had the chance. The work of handling government affairs and reviewing documents fell on the Queen of the Empire. Besides the Queen, even Prince Arcturus, who was in a high position and had great power, could not act on behalf of the Emperor's will and overstep his authority. There is also an alien botany class in the afternoon. Morales thought for a moment and said, "It's Dr. Vera Langridge's class." "Okay," Louis sighed. Compared to the terrifying plants that can control alien insects and humans, she prefers beautiful and harmless flowers. Fortunately, this class only requires Louise to have a general understanding, and she happens to have a photographic memory. But Dr. Talon Ayres' alien physiology class will be suspended for a while. Morales continued. Louise had a lot to learn. She even had to follow the family tradition to learn how to use guns and drive mechas. But she learned much faster than ordinary people, so the homework was not heavy for her. Louise never worried about classes like alien physiology. In addition to her keen psychic perception, Princess Louise also had some kind of talent. According to research, it was also inherited from her mother, Queen Sarah. This talent once made the master who accidentally discovered her ecstatic and regarded it as the hope of saving the Zerg. Louis has an affinity with the Zerg, and incredibly ranks at the top of the main nest's mental power pyramid with a human body. Not only do the low-level Zerg bow to him, but even some weak, young, high-level Zerg brain worms cannot resist him. Alpha, the brain worm nicknamed the Imperial Family Brain Worm, has a sense of closeness to Louis. Although it was once denounced by Emperor Augustus as a borer that eats up the empire, the shame of brain worms and rice worms, it is also of reference value. With this power, Louis can even use mental power to connect or seize control of a Zerg larva, order it to become a worker bee, and then let the worker bee transform into a hatchery, turning into a whole swarm of Zerg. Even her sister Charlotte, who was born of the same mother, did not have such talent. What happened? Louise asked. After the outbreak of the war, Louise's classes were often delayed because her tutors did not only serve the royal family as top figures in their respective industries, they often served as consultants for various secret projects of the imperial government or the imperial army, or even directly participated in them. His daughter, Major Marin, disappeared while on a mission on Antigua Prime. Morales said, "This is a common thing during wartime, especially when the enemy is the Zerg." After the rise of the Empire, as the place where the fire of revolution rose, Antigua Prime was once a gathering place and main transit point for a large number of victims persecuted by the old federal government and war refugees, with a large population. Later, Antigua discovered crystal mineral resources that can be slowly regenerated over time. After Emperor Augustus ascended the throne, Antigua Prime received a large amount of resources and became one of the most important industrial planets in the Empire, accounting for 14% of the Empire's industrial output. Its importance to the Empire almost did not allow the Imperial Army to give up easily. During the Doomsday War, the Imperial Army and the Zerg fought more than a dozen large and small battles around Antigua Prime, which was one of the most terrifying meat grinders in the Copperless sector. At the most critical moment, the life of the Marines on the planet's surface was even calculated in seconds. "I'm really sorry for him," Lewis said. "Dear, it's not your fault. Morales has become accustomed to these bad news." As they spoke, they had reached the door of a room behind the throne room, at the door of which stood two royal ghosts holding plasma rifles and carrying single molecular blades on their waists. After the war, Emperor Augustus had a room behind the throne room, the Morai Hall, where he would summon his ministers, as his workplace. After taking over the emperor's job, Kerrigan would often stay there. She was getting busier and busier, and sometimes she would rest in her office. If Lewis wanted to talk to her mother more, she would go there. After entering the room, the first thing he saw was a huge portrait of Lewis's and Dorothy Mengsk as an adult, and next to it were portraits of his great-grandparents, grandparents, and the Arcturus family. This is a family, and a dynasty. Queen Kerrigan sat behind a desk, holding the government's fiscal budget for the new quarter waiting for approval. The murderous intent in her eyes could strangle any stupid and incompetent finance official. Lewis had no doubt that she could do it. War, especially a war with the Protoss and the Zerg, requires a lot of money, resources and population. The Empire has not increased taxes yet, but it is a matter of time. And if the government blindly issues more bonds, the terrible inflation after the war will be enough for the angry people to overthrow the Empire. While looking at the report, Kerrigan kept muttering. He went to Ire because he didn't want to work. "I want him to be in trouble." The Queen of the Terran Empire, Sarah Kerrigan, is a wise and energetic person. She is even considered to have a royal demeanor that is worthy of being crowned as the Queen. She is the indisputable embodiment of virtue and beauty. No one would have thought that she would become the Queen of Blades, who slaughtered 8 billion lives. Chapter 753 Multi-Line Screen Switching Operation. This room, which was temporarily used as the Emperor's office, was more like a military camp, with bright lines and plenty of light. Only the golden curtains embroidered with wolf heads and cloud patterns silently revealed the status of its owner. Outside the window was the bustling center of Augustgrad. The palace looked at the magnificent buildings in a scattered pattern, like a giant with a stern look. The sky was overcast, and it was raining coldly. Kerrigan was wearing a white silk dress and a red velvet coat with gold edges. There were 2 piles of paper documents on the table in front of her, and the holographic projector next to her was always turned on and flashing. Sometimes she even had to handle government affairs until late at night, with little time to rest. Although there were many unimportant matters, such as the routine report from the governor of a border world, Augustgrad always had to review and approve them. If the Empire had 10 times more worlds, it would be almost exhausting. A few months ago, wars broke out all over the Empire, and wars of all sizes broke out at the same time. War reports and requests for support almost flooded the palace. It was not until Augustus assembled his troops and went to Ire, directly attacking Huanglong, forcing the Golden Fleet and the main force of the Overmind Swarm to return for assistance, that the pressure on the Empire's front was relieved. Augustus called this encircling way to save Zhao. Kerrigan then turned to a report signed by the Minister of Shipping, which said how many Imperial transport ships had sunk or disappeared due to attacks during this period, and then counted in detail how many crystal or storage boxes and liquid high-energy gas tanks were on board, and counted the rare minerals, meat, cotton, wood, wool and other materials produced in various places. It was just short of shouting clearly that the people of the Empire would starve and freeze at the end of the year. Seeing this, Kerrigan couldn't help but rub her hair angrily and let out a series of lamentations. The Navy Minister's documents were on the other side of the table. He listed the number of naval warships, fighter planes, and shells produced this year, saying that the construction of new warships and the expansion of docks had been completed. However, when it came to the shipbuilding plan and budget review for the next year, this representative of the Imperial Navy, who was highly expected by many senior naval officers, shamelessly added a few more zeros to the suffocating and terrible numbers. In conclusion, everyone in the Navy knows that colleagues in the Ministry of Finance have a difficult job. But no matter how poor they are, they cannot be poor in the Navy. I hope they will not be ungrateful. In comparison, the Planetary Army and the Marines at least have more than one person. And what they want are living people. Of course, since we have people, we should have power armor, weapons, cannons, various types of tanks, heavy vehicles, armored personnel carriers, and ammunition. It is not excessive. Before the troops move, food and grass must go first. When it comes to the materials needed for war, a large amount of military supplies is also indispensable. If it is not enough, we have to build more factories and carry out industrial transformation. When the production capacity is limited, we can only sacrifice some products that are of no benefit to the war. Throughout the story, Kerrigan only saw two words: cannibalism. War consumes not only resources, but also real population. If the war continues at this intensity, the empire will collapse before the baby boomers at the beginning of the empire's founding grow up. It is not easy to balance the expenditures of various departments in peacetime. But when it comes to war, it is simply a riot of demons. Since the Terran Empire declared a state of war, laboratories, factories, arsenals, recruitment centers, barracks, and countless related offices have sprung up and become part of the Terran Empire's huge war machine. But in the final analysis, the war machine also needs to be fueled. And the Empire is not a perpetual motion machine. In comparison, it is much easier to command a swarm of insects. The Queen's orders are the meaning of all existence. Absolute loyalty, never doubt, expansion, growth, and conquest. The swarm is as one. One is also billions. At this time, Kerrigan has noticed Luis and Rosa Morales standing at the door. So she waved and asked them to come over. Thank you for your hard work, Rosa. Kerrigan nodded to Morales first, then looked at Luis on the other side. Luis, come here. Morales bowed her head and saluted, then stood aside. Kerrigan held Luis, who was running towards her, in one hand, and the mother and daughter rubbed their faces against each other. Luis was no longer old enough to be held in one hand, and she was very tall. She was a very beautiful little girl, but her eyebrows carried the sharpness of the Minx family. Valerian's face had the softness and neutrality of his mother, Juliana, but Luis was more like a child of swords and fire. There was no extra clothing in this room, except for the fireplace of Minx's old mansion. A yellow flame was embedded in the marble wall, and the burning fragrance would make a crackling sound. But the lingering incense did not make people feel tired. Next to the fireplace was a framed oil painting, a portrait of Luis's great-grandfather hunting wolves in the Stilling Forest. This kind of wolf had long been extinct in Korhal, and there were only some wild dogs that were deformed by radiation. A sweeping robot was flying around on the wool carpet, looking like a blue-black beetle. Little baby, how was your day? Kerrigan asked, holding Louise's head. When Kerrigan educated Louise, she did not train her as the heir to the throne. In fact, when she just gave birth to Louise, she had no experience as a mother, nor did she know how to become a queen loved by the people. She was neither a court lady nor a middle-class woman from a wealthy family, let alone a traditional royal princess. Despite this, no one now doubts whether Kerrigan is qualified to be the queen, but only makes a fuss about her past identity as a ghost of the old Federation. Kerrigan's queenly temperament is natural, and there is no one in the huge Terran Empire who can be compared with her. As a ruler, Kerrigan is bold and resolute, and there is no word of weakness in her. But as a mother, she is gentle and amiable. It couldn't be better. Louis loves his mother very much. Her strict father always asks Sol questions. Lulu, have you finished your homework today? But if he is free, Augustus would rather take Louise out to play. Is Master Selmos's class today? Kerrigan looked at Morales, and soon got a nod of confirmation from the latter. I hope to get a fair evaluation of you from him. Kerrigan organized his words. Even for a dark master like Selmos, teaching Louise is not an easy task. The way of thinking of human cubs is completely different from that of the Nerazim Protoss. It is not only wild and unrealistic, but also groundbreaking and overturns past theories, using the way of thinking that humans can understand. For example, in the Dark Templar, to control a warhorse, you must first cultivate feelings with them, gain their recognition, and then match the horse with a good saddle. Lewis said, "Ah, why don't you just carry the horse?" The important thing is that these subversive and incredible theories can be realized in Lewis. But if other Dark Templars wanted to do the same, even with the support of powerful void energy, they would probably go crazy according to the martial arts novels. Once, Kerrigan saw Lewis walking out of Selmos' residence in a good mood, while the master remained in meditation for several days, like a panda sitting by the pool in the hot summer and thinking about life. In short, this theory would have been sealed as taboo knowledge by the Dark Templars in the past. Such an example may be traceable in the history of the Dark Templar. That is the Dark Archon Aurega, whose power is like that of a demigod. He admitted that he had little experience in the way of the void, and that the eagle should learn to fly from the young bird. Lewis imitated the appearance of Selmos, and said with his hands clasped in front of his chest. Kerrigan blinked and digested Lewis's words. High-level Zerg have powerful void abilities. Lewis, like himself, has the talent to communicate with Zerg and even control them. So his attainments in void psionic power will definitely not be low. Unlike Kerrigan, who changed his career halfway, Lewis has been taught and guided by successive high-level Templars and Dark Templars since he was young, and knows how to use his incredible power. Selmos is a respectable elder. Kerrigan paused and said, "We have nothing to repay him except 1,000 thanks. Some Protoss will trade with catering crystals, but human currency is of little use to them. The Protoss living in the Empire world also have no desire to consume, and cannot understand human hedonism. Their ideas in this regard are very different from those of humans. So Augustus's idea of using tourism to boost the economy is out of the question. Based on the foresight of the Supreme Leader, the Terran Protoss also retains a considerable amount of Imperial credit currency foreign exchange reserves. But that is only for purchasing hard currencies such as crystal ore and high-energy gas in times of crisis. There is good news today, and I am about to tell you." Kerrigan put the previous topic aside and said to Lewis, "There is news from Ire that your father's army has won. Calculating the time, they should be on their way back." Kerrigan did not avoid Morales next to her and continued, "They succeeded. Is he injured?" Lewis was surprised and happy, but she was more worried that there was more bad news waiting for her. In fact, Lewis did not know the purpose of the Terran Empire launching this battle, nor did she know its scale. He has fought for many years, and has been on the front lines countless times, but he has almost never been injured. Kerrigan replied, "If people want to praise Augustus Mengsk, even if they exhaust all the praises, it will not be enough. But apart from Augustus's good qualities and iron will, he was able to walk out of the bloody sea of Marines and ascend to the throne step by step. One characteristic that cannot be ignored is luck." At this point, Kerrigan smiled again. "They have defeated the Zerg and recaptured Ire. From now on, the Golden Fleet will no longer be our enemy. This is the content that will be made public. For the people of the Empire, destroying an incarnation of the void evil god that is used to descend into reality is a bit mysterious. We have been waiting for this news for too long," Kerrigan said, pulling out another document. And her eyes immediately became sharp. This document shows that 4 days ago, Gontuan 6, a huge gas giant, reported that an Imperial warship named Dominion's Revenge suddenly jumped into orbital space. But they had not received any relevant notification before, and there were no ongoing training or combat missions in the area. The document also included a picture of 4 huge barges pulling the giant ship slowly into the starport, which was a spectacular scene. Even though these 4 barges were the largest ships in the starport, they were still pitifully small compared to the battlecruiser, which seemed to have come from the Age of Giants, and now stood with a group of dwarfs. Gontu 6 starport did not even have a dry dock that could accommodate the battleship, and could only rely on the ship's own engineers to perform simple repairs. This situation was understandable during the war, when a severely damaged battleship that could not contact the fleet would be allowed to choose to jump to the nearest Imperial base for repairs. But the captain of this battleship, Colonel Jenkins, claimed that he had just withdrawn from the Ale battlefield, confusing everyone in the starport. They didn't even know that a war was going on in the Ale galaxy. The navigation log showed that the Imperial Revenge was indeed from Ale, but it was obvious that Jenkins did not receive any orders to retreat, and his actions were entirely based on his own temporary judgment. Rear Admiral Adams, who was in charge of the Gonta 6 starport, bluntly described the captain of the Imperial Revenge, Jenkins, as confused and mentally collapsed in his report. Both his words and deeds were full of loopholes and illogical. In the end, what Jenkins said was shocking. He said that the Imperial fleet was almost completely destroyed in Ire. The Emperor's flagship White Star had sunk, and his life or death was unknown. For a while, people in Gonta 6 starport were in panic. Fortunately, Rear Admiral Adams directly locked up Jenkins and blocked the news, so as to avoid more terrible consequences. However, the Imperial Revenge was neither the first warship to escape from Ire, nor the last one. Some warship captains knew that they were likely to be sent to a military court, so they refused to return to the Empire, either fleeing to the depths of the universe or simply becoming bandits. As you can imagine, bad news always spreads quickly. Although the Imperial government controls a huge propaganda machine, it lacks the ability to stop thousands of private radio stations from spreading all kinds of true and false, or perhaps even randomly fabricated news. Changing the subject, adjusting the word order, and hiding key information can make a piece of news completely unrecognizable. If possible, a march to protest the blockade policy can also become an uprising of revolutionary fighters against the oppression of the Empire. By now, word of Ire's bad luck has spread quickly. Some are certain that the Empire has lost the battle, while others believe that Emperor Augustus is dead and the Empire should appoint a new emperor, or that the Emperor is a clone and died in the palace strife. These rumors have little impact on the Imperial government, but it is a headache for August Grad to have someone question why they went to Ire instead of defending the world at their doorstep. In short, Kerrigan needs Augustus to appear in public as soon as possible, and if they win the battle, the Imperials must know it. Chapter 754 Imogen Comorian, Open the Champagne. At the end of December of this year, Queen Sarah Kerrigan and her daughter Louise took off from August Grad Bennett Starport on a special plane and flew to the Sky Shield Orbital Defense Platform, located in the high-altitude orbit of Korhal. The brightly lit August Grad gradually became blurred and turned into a gorgeous sea of light. This great city has been expanding in the past 8 years. The urban area occupies an entire continent and is also extremely large when viewed from orbit. Now this exaggerated momentum has finally stopped. The sharp edges restrained. Environmental improvement projects are gradually put on the agenda by the Imperial government, and green spots can be seen everywhere in the city. When the special plane escaped from Korhal's gravity and entered orbit, what caught Kerrigan's eyes was the spectacular bottom structure of the Sky Shield. A large number of space transport ships were entering or leaving the anchorage below it, each carrying tons of military supplies. Here, there are far more patrolling fighters than anywhere else in Korhal, and occasionally larger light cruisers and destroyers can be seen. The Hercules transport ship is mainly used to transport Imperial soldiers, and the number of soldiers on it is more than tens of thousands. The view from the top of Sky Shield was even more spectacular. Sky Shield was a metal wasteland suspended high above the Empire's prime, shrouded in an astonishingly large artificial atmosphere, and the light blue shield field isolated the deadly radiation in the universe, creating a sky like a blue sky. A huge pentagonal shield-shaped symbol covered the center area of Sky Shield. In this symbol, the sharp sun was rising from the orbital platform above Korhal, shaped like a crown. To date, Sky Shield is the largest single facility ever built by the Terrans. The other orbital defense platforms on Korhal are less than 1/10 of it, and the Imogen Mobile Base platform is just a slightly larger outpost compared to it. The military engineering of the Terran Empire has always pursued practicality and simplicity, and has maximized the production of standardized military equipment, modular forging, and assembly line production, without excessively pursuing extreme quality. On Sky Shield, there are Imperial flags flying everywhere, and towering control towers and fusion reactors stand in the metal building area. Countless straight domes cut the sky into pieces. The giant starport was embedded in the orbital defense platform like a giant's eye socket. Deep space containers loaded with munitions were piled up like mountains. The huge vertical doors of the automated hangar were filled with rows of medical transport planes. The technicians walking back and forth between them looked like groups of black ants. Kerrigan still remembered how excited Augustus was when he decided to build this orbital defense platform. He named it Sky Shield, and was proud of his talent for naming. But Kerrigan didn't think Sky Shield could protect Korhal forever, as the public generally believed. Just as the fortress that was said to never fall could eventually escape the day of its fall. The Korhal Rift incident has also proved that the enemy does not necessarily launch an attack from the outer solar system, as in conventional wars. They can cross the void, grow out of the ground, appear out of thin air, and disappear out of thin air. The Empire can completely build several orbital defense platforms of the same scale. But even the extremely insecure Imperial Prince Arcturus thinks it is better to invest all these resources in the construction of the fleet. These fleets can not only deter villains, but also be used to guard more Imperial planets. Another purpose of the Sky Shield is to make the car people believe that they are under protection, so that cross-galaxy complex enterprises from other planets can safely and boldly invest and place assets in the heart of the Empire. Car is one of the most orderly worlds in the Empire. It is not a marginal world. No one will hang black-hearted entrepreneurs on street lamps in a row. There will always be people who want to make a fortune when the war comes. Even if a world falls, they still have other places to go. Even if humans perish, money should not be wasted. After arriving above Sky Shield, a squadron of Viking fighters took off to escort the Queen's special plane through the controlled airspace and arrived at Gemini Port. Gemini Port is one of the many starports on Sky Shield. It is actually a complex building connected to a technology laboratory. Its area is 5 times that of an ordinary starport and has a large dry dock that can accommodate Minotaur-class battlecruisers. The starport is very busy now. 3/4 of the berthing area above is full of fighters. 2 Imperial warships that are undergoing repairs are docked in the brightly lit dock. Thousands of engineers, mechanics, and curvature engine technicians are wearing oily work clothes and going up and down. Military supply personnel are systematically transporting food, ammunition and equipment to the warships to replenish the lost fighters and personnel. During the period when those large orbital shipyards were fully operational, a battlecruiser with a hull integrity close to being scrapped could return to the front line every 2 weeks on average. The Imperial Engineering Corps was composed of the people of the Korhal Revolutionary Army and the sons of Korhal. In addition to the people brought from Korhal, Augustus could only recruit people from ports, construction sites, and even bars in remote worlds at the beginning. Many people did not even have a qualified professional qualification certificate. But it was these people who took on everything in the previous battles. Many of them have now retired and turned to train the next generation of talents for the Empire. The current Imperial Engineering Corps can be said to have gathered the best people in the Empire. Swan later pulled in all his old acquaintances. This group of people can repair bunkers, siege tanks, Thors, and even battlecruisers under enemy firepower. There is nothing these people can't repair. Their famous saying is, "Give me a joystick, and I'll give you a tank." Thanks to the team efficiency of the Engineering Corps, and the work of countless people day and night, the Empire's warships can often be preserved even if they are severely damaged. The extremely high production capacity and maintenance efficiency allow the Empire to always have more than 3 super-large fleets. Even if Augustus lost all his fleets in ire this time, the Terran Empire still had the ability to pull out a larger fleet in 2 years. But in the end, no matter how powerful the industrial capacity is, it can't withstand the Emperor's crazy sending. At this moment, Kerrigan was leading Louise down the gangway of the special plane. She was wearing a knee-length dark green woolen coat and was dressed very simply. The Imperial Marines and Royal Guards were waiting solemnly around the special plane. And there were also mechas and missile vehicles patrolling everywhere. There are sunrises and sunsets here, too. The sun of Korhal is rising from the horizon of Sky Shield, and its light shines on rows of Viking fighters. However, strictly speaking, the Queen of the Empire does not need these people to protect her. From the perspective of combat power, Kerrigan may have to protect these people. Louise has never seen so many people, so she finds it very novel. When she was very young, her parents tried to reduce her contact with other people as much as possible. This is mainly because Louise's psychic talent is too high. Rather than being afraid of others hurting her, they are more afraid of her hurting others. In addition to the workers employed by the Imperial military, there were soldiers on Sky Shield, and they were all her father's people. The people Augustus called my people. And Louise could clearly hear the thoughts of these people. Some were still thinking about the breakfast they hadn't finished yet. Some were complaining about their clumsy colleagues. And some had a blank mind and just wanted to get off work and go home early. Many people have worked on Sky Shield for several years and remember the position of every screw here. They built warships and made ammunition. But they had never killed even a Zerg or seen a Protoss. Behind every Imperial Marine stands a number of unknown logistics personnel. Any army cannot fight without ammunition. It is these Marines who fought against the Zerg Tide and resisted the Protoss. The Terran Empire was built on mountains of blood and countless heroic souls. But Lewis knew that they were just ordinary people. Master Selmo said that every vigorous life is moving towards the final death. The Dark Templar are not afraid of death because they believe that death is emptiness. But the Dark Templar will never ignore life or the power of individuals. A person is weak in front of a warship. But even the most magnificent warship is built by many people. From this, we can see that humans are both small and great. Augustus reminded Lewis never to think that he can be above the people. People can overthrow a corrupt federation, and can also defeat a brutal empire. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. God bless the empire. We have finally kept the foundation of the Minx family from the hands of the bugs and the Protoss. Marshal Horace Warfield had just arrived at Gemini Port not long ago. He came to greet Kerrigan when he learned that she was coming. "Hello, my little princess," he said to Lewis. "Hello, my general," Lewis said. The old general's hair was now completely white, and his face was full of traces of weathering. His face was tanned by the scorching sun of Char. But he still looked like a strong ram who could kill a lion with one punch. To be honest, with Warfield's status, he would not have the qualifications to stand up and greet Augustus even if he came to visit. A few years ago, Warfield had thought about retiring. But in the end, he was invited back by Augustus. Augustus said that we built this empire together. And now you can't leave this mess to me alone. But this old general is a respectable person. He hates privileges and has always been down to earth. This old general didn't like Kerrigan very much at first, thinking that Augustus deserved a better queen. But later, almost everyone recognized her ability. Kerrigan is such a leader. Since she can control the Zerg, she will not be an ordinary character. No one can defeat the Empire. Not the Zerg. Not the Protoss. Not anyone. Kerrigan quoted a famous saying of Prince Arcturus. He recently liked to use this sentence to roar at those doves in the Imperial Senate who thought Augustus's use of troops was too radical. He felt that the Emperor of the Empire was still too gentle, and he should use nuclear bombs to turn Ire into a scorched earth. If possible, the dogs and Amon passing by on the roadside should be hit by a few nuclear bombs. But Arcturus is not an August grad at the moment. He is even busier than Kerrigan. He has to split his day into several parts. Either in meetings to torture Imperial officials who are not doing their job well, or in heavy factories and orbital shipyards to supervise production and speed up the process. "Thank God," Warfield said, "they didn't kill us." Warfield's fleet was the first to return from the Ire battlefield, and also went to the star field that was harassed by the brainworm Carlos to fight with the other side. The latter now obeyed the orders of the second generation of the Master, and was considered to be a faction of its own. Everyone in the Imperial world was jubilant, and even children who had just learned to speak were talking about victory. Kerrigan smiled. Even if Augustus has not returned yet, he has become the greatest emperor in people's mouths. No one thought Augustus was dead now. As we all know, dead men cannot win battles. This time, the news of victory spread quickly. Earlier, the Umoyan Protectorate fleet had returned from Ire to their military port on Icarus IV, and the major United States media that had been waiting for a long time immediately aimed their cameras at the triumphant Protectorate soldiers. Even though he had just experienced a bloody battle, Umoyan Admiral Dodd's uniform was still as clean as new, and the soldiers behind him polished the white chrome-plated alloy steel power armor to look like shining silver, so bright that it could blind people's eyes under the flashlight. On the rear deck of the Umojan warship, the huge Hydralisk skull, Thunder Beast blade, and the tusk of the wild beast were all on public display as trophies. No matter how they got them, they even had a few sets of Templar armor. So, on the TV screen, the excited Umojan soldiers held a banquet around these trophies. Martin, a famous talk show host of the Terran Empire, immediately captured this scene and ridiculed it in his show as a cult sacrifice, implying that the Umojan people were a group of country bumpkins who had never seen the world. Of course, the Imperial military didn't get any good from him. He even dared to blackmail the Emperor of the Empire. He was not dragged away by the royal ghost agents for social transformation in these years. It makes people suspect that the backers behind him are really powerful. As for the Comorians, they showed more things. Compared with the Umoyan National Defense Army, the Comorian Union Army was simply a robber. They took away all the valuables. Even the Immortals' life support capsules were stripped down. which was almost the same as dragging someone else's coffin back. Even a good-tempered Tassadar was angry. He reluctantly acquiesced to the Umoyan people's behavior. After all, the Templars who died on the battlefield would indeed hand over their weapons to their allies before they died out of respect for their allies. This was a tradition. The Comorians were really too much. Not to mention respect for warriors. They would even shoot at the Dalim Protoss for Protoss equipment. But lied that they didn't see clearly. The Comorians, who were used to being poor, respected their ancestors, but this did not prevent them from digging up other people's graves. After all, even if they were trained by Imperial soldiers, the quality of the Kelmorian army was far inferior to that of the Terran Empire. Not to mention the Umagans. The Terrans' hands were never clean. And in the end, all humans were the same. Humans can be nobler than the Protoss, or meaner than the Zerg. In general, the news of the victory in the Battle of Ire spread faster in the human world outside the Empire. The support rate of the Umojan leader Jorgensen, who was close to stepping down due to a series of defeats in foreign wars, rose all the way, and he became a hero for a while. According to him, he and Emperor Augustus planned this unprecedented great expedition and defeated the Protoss and the Zerg. This was a great victory. Umojan and Comorian shocked the people of the Empire, who were not well informed. Before they received the exact news, their neighbors were already opening champagne. Chapter 755 Amon, don't think you've won. While Kerrigan was talking to Warfield, a large number of technicians in earth-gray uniforms poured into the starport, and transport ships loaded with parts boxes lined up and fell from the sky, like a large group of giant birds returning to their nests. Directly above them, an Imperial fleet was jumping out of the hyperspace channel exit, and the separated space-time vortex seemed like a colorful oil film on the water. Rows of dark giants lined up, and the portholes of each ship reflected thousands of golden lights from the sun, and the murderous main guns and laser cannons flashed with cold light. No matter from which angle you look at it, the scene is spectacular. Kerrigan noticed that the flagship of this fleet was a super battlecruiser, which was almost an enlarged version of the Gorgon-class battlecruiser prototype, the Vulcan. It was larger than the Gorgon and the pride of August Grad, with thicker armor and stronger firepower. It was equipped with doomsday execution cannons, plasma torpedoes and giant serpent laser cannons, and could rain destruction on the surface of a planet from orbit. The super battlecruiser can hardly be called an independent class of battlecruiser, as there are very few of them, and their number has not exceeded double digits since they were first built. Building such a warship also requires an astronomical amount of funds. From Marines to battlecruisers, nothing is free. The Imperial Navy hopes that this warship can become the Terran's own Protoss mothership, and has high hopes for it. But except for the size, the current indicators of the super battlecruiser are far from those of the mothership. The shipbuilding director in charge of ship design was a top student who was sent to Umojan by Augustus during the Revolutionary era. He is now an indispensable figure in the Imperial Shipbuilding Bureau. Kerrigan still remembers that when the first and second super battlecruisers Typhon and Python were officially built at the Saros shipyard after the Vulcan, she and Augustus went to visit them. Multiple sections of the hull began to be built at the same time, and countless engineers, forgers and riveters were involved in this massive shipbuilding plan. These skilled workers were accumulated during the Empire's many shipbuilding projects. They came from all over the Empire, and even from Earth. Without them, the Empire could not create warships out of thin air. Once the huge state machine of the Terran Empire starts to operate at full capacity, it will not stop. This tenacious race has experienced countless wars at the turn of the new century. They have neither warriors nor scientists and engineers. It is the fleet of the Epsilon Squadron. In the past, they have been stationed in the western border of the Empire to guard against the original Zerg and the Taldaran Protoss. Warfield pointed at these huge warships and said to Kerrigan, "The logo of the Epsilon Squadron is a bright yellow like the sun, which is easy to identify. They once belonged to the old Federation. Their original duty was to be stationed at the borders and strategic locations of the Federation world to monitor and control those colonies that were not peaceful. Augustus retained this army and ordered them to be loyal to him. It is unusual for a border army of this nature like the Epsilon Squadron to appear in Korhal. Since they were not sent to the Ire battlefield, they have become one of the few Imperial fleets with almost no damage in their organization. And now they have received support from super battlecruisers. Since the Empire has recalled this fleet, it means that they are in urgent need of powerful combat power to deal with threats far more terrible than the original Zerg and Taldaram. This is obviously inconsistent with the jubilant scenes of victory in various human worlds. Various media and military experts are more convinced than anyone that humans have won the battle they call the Second Battle of Ire. And the people are of course willing to believe that the war is over, and there will be no more. Another point that ordinary people certainly have no way of knowing is that the current battleship construction plan of the Empire is still expanding. Once it is fully built, even without considering future plans, the number of battleships in the Imperial fleet in 3 years will be 4 times that of the Imperial fleet in this Ire battle. Their enemies before were the Golden Fleet plus the Zerg plus the Hybrid Legion. And even the people in the Imperial Navy believed that unless they were going to march to Earth, Xerus and slain at the same time, there was no need to build warships so urgently. It is foreseeable that they still have a more brutal battle than the Battle of Ire to fight. Except for Augustus. No one knows when, where and how this battle will unfold. Augustus told me that he thinks the Zerg will soon come back and attack again. Kerrigan said they left billions of corpses on Ire, and the blood flowed like a river. But they did not cause any serious damage. We have destroyed Amon's most important hybrid factory. But these terrible monsters are still appearing. His judgment has never been wrong. Warfield hummed. It won't be long before the Empire will go to war with the Zerg again. Augustus emphasized to all his marshals and generals that Amon was the ultimate black hand behind the scenes, especially in the Void. He also had Nerid, the dog-headed military advisor, who was giving advice. And their ultimate goal was to destroy the world they depended on for survival. One day, Amon's power will return again, like the pharaoh mummy in the Egyptian pyramids commanding the army of the dead. The war will continue in a more cruel way until either we or them are completely destroyed. Even if the Empire and the Protoss defeat the Zerg, the Doomsday War will never be over if Amon is not killed in the Void. Lewis on the side could not understand the complex situation inside and outside the Empire very well, and could not say anything. When it comes to Amon in the war, even Augustus is sometimes worried. At this time, another fleet from other star regions of the Empire arrived. The huge Imperial flag on the bow of its warship was a shadow in the half-bright and half-dark starlight. Countless pilot lights lit up at the same time, illuminating the bustling port like daylight. This fleet did not return from the Ire battlefield, but came from the distant Taurus for the planet in the novice tutorial level, which was once a world abandoned by the Protoss Empire. At a certain point in the Second Total War, an Imperial expedition team went to Taurus 4 to discover alien artifacts, but soon lost contact. An Imperial governor of a nearby galaxy sent Marines to search for the expedition team, only to find out that they were infected by the Zerg. The Marines found that they could not deal with a huge number of Zerg, so they called in the Imperial Navy and Ghost Force. At the same time, the Terran Protoss also discovered signs of infection on the planet and immediately sent troops to purify it. Seeing that the situation was not right, the Zerg Queen on Taurus could only seek support from other hive worlds, and alarmed more than one Zerg Lord. Soon, the various races started the popular mode of fighting each other. Edmund Duke of the Terran Empire led the Alpha Squadron to rush over and beat up both the Zerg and the Protoss in his style. This incident was a big deal at the time, and Augustus had to use the Xel'Naga portal to get Sakuras to clean up Duke's mess. In short, this was another tragedy caused by an alien artifact. In the end, the Terran Empire still won the war and took over Taurus 4, flying the flag of the Empire. After the Second Total War, Taurus became an imperial colony world because of its livability. A group of poor people from Antigua and the Port of the Dead set out to the New World to open up their homes. With the help of the Imperial Immigration Bureau, large power plants, automatic mining stations, and high-energy gas refineries were built. By the end of 2503, there were more than 500,000 immigrants on Taurus. Because of its high-quality minerals and important location, an Imperial fleet was stationed on the planet for a long time. The fleet just now came from there. After the fleet from Taurus arrived, the Guard fleet of Mistaf 4, the military production center of the Empire, also joined this massive assembly operation. Afterwards, these fleets may be incorporated into a new Imperial joint fleet for unified command, ready to fight against the enemy who invades again. This is also due to the need for rotation. The warships that have just experienced a war need to be repaired and maintained, and a new batch of crew members must be replaced. Anyone who saw this scene would understand that the Empire was about to make another big move recently. Moreover, it had only been 2 months since the Second Battle of Ire ended, and almost everyone thought that there was eternal peace now. His Majesty has arrived. Suddenly, Warfield spoke. A huge Sovereign-class battlecruiser leaped in, and its copper-clad metal ram and the giant blades on the side torpedo tubes gave people the illusion of a bayonet on the battleship. Following this battlecruiser were a large number of scientific vessels, Bardrei frigates, and a large number of Griffin fighters, most of which looked like they had experienced a fierce battle. And those warships that had suffered heavy damage had already gone to several giant orbital shipyards, such as Delarian, for overhauls on their way back to the Empire's territory. And they could not even survive the day of returning to Korhal. The Protoss also helped the Empire tow back a number of battlecruisers that were paralyzed in IR orbit. Today, the major shipyards and repair yards of the Empire are full of warships that need to be repaired urgently. The damaged alloy steel plates that have been removed can fill up a radioactive sea in Korhal. A blessing in disguise for the crews of these warships. They can get a long vacation before being assigned to other warships. They will be arranged to vacation on planets such as Teledor and Haven to experience the local customs and food. They survived a terrible and brutal battle, and the long voyage back to the human world intensified their fear. When they closed their eyes, they saw the grotesque and evil faces of the hybrids. Many people needed to see a psychiatrist. Compared to the old Federation era, the reputation of the Imperial soldiers is much better, as long as they can prove that they have killed Zerg and resisted Protoss. They may even have a few drinks with the local pretty girls. He should have come back a long time ago. Kerrigan said this, but her face was radiant and clear. She was really happy, and couldn't help rubbing Lewis's head. Not long after, several Royal Viking fighters landed in the Gemini starport in the form of mechas, and a transport plane painted with the Heaven's Demon landed smoothly under the guidance of the landing lights. Augustus was thinner, but he could still hold Kerrigan steadily. Marshal Matt Horner was following Augustus. When the Emperor told him, "Matt, you are working too hard, and you should take a break to spend the night with Mira," he said that he liked the feeling of working overtime more. "I miss you every minute and every second in IR." At this moment, Augustus's thousands of words were condensed into one sentence. "I miss you too, Dad." Lewis was very happy. She was still a child, and her happiness was written on her face. "And you, Lewis?" Augustus kissed Lewis's forehead. "The wizards of Hedgie said you have the appearance of a celestial being. I never worried about you. You shouldn't have left me in Korhal." Kerrigan noticed with pain that Augustus's white hair had become more. If he didn't shave, he would look more like his brother Arcturus. Prince Arcturus, the brother of the current Emperor of the Empire. Prince Arcturus has mixed reputations even in the Imperial political circles. He is tough, only cares about results, and does not care whether his hands are stained with blood. At the same time, he has been bluntly criticized for lacking empathy, and is considered a political giant and an emotional dwarf. Arcturus regards the imperial institutions, and even the people in them, as cold tools serving the rule, and believes that the equipment of soldiers is more valuable than the soldiers themselves. Augustus is much more humane. But this does not prove that they are not the same kind of people in essence. "I would rather die than see you put yourself in danger again." Augustus sadly realized that if he had to enter the void, Kerrigan would have to become a Xel'Naga to kill him on. And that day would come. Augustus then explained why he returned to Korhal so late. "I had to deal with some legacy issues with the Dallin Protoss. The Golden Fleet almost burned Haven to ashes, and we lost a lot of lives to lead them away. Now Tassadar and his people are back. But what about our dead people? Those lush forests, those rich fields, those respectable people?" He said, "I know it's not their fault, but people always have someone to resent, and I can't control it. Some people say that humans always fail to learn from the past and hold grudges. Historians will not forget this, and neither will those who have lost their homes. Chaucera has been destroyed by the Protoss for many years, and those people are still trapped in the past and cannot get out. They formed the Dante Ring and vowed to take revenge on their enemies. Warfield said, they will strangle every Protoss, whether it is Taldarim or Darium. But at this point, we can't and shouldn't fight with the Protoss. Don't let them see the Protoss." Kerrigan said, "The Protoss reputation is bad enough now. We also have too many people to bury. Someone needs to inform the families of the victims of this unfortunate news." Augustus continued, "There is a large cemetery in Ire, full of crosses and white lilies. Phoenix swore that they would guard it as they would the heart of the council. The Terran Empire usually has officers or comrades in arms go to the martyrs' families to inform the unfortunate news, instead of coldly informing the victims. An officer who was awarded a medal by Augustus himself was one of the few survivors of the Asteria battlecruiser. The enemy did not defeat him. But when he faced the families of his former comrades in arms, he collapsed. Chapter 756: The Continuation of the Doomsday War. Augustus felt firsthand how much Kerrigan said she missed him when he saw the pile of documents. This was more daunting than the roar of thousands of Zerg swarms charging. And he would rather fight with fanatical Templars than face the cruel reality before his eyes. But despite the pile of government affairs, Augustus was still happy to stay in the palace. The walls of the room he used as an office were inlaid with mahogany wainscoting. The warm fireplace exuded a soothing aroma, and the half-open window looked out to the clear sky. It is very quiet here, giving people a comfortable and safe feeling. Augustus had a good sleep yesterday, and when he woke up, he felt very energetic and had a good appetite. Augustus's little daughter Charlotte can already speak, which makes him feel much better. After returning, Augustus first dealt with the post-battle of heir pensions and various subsidies, and at the same time ensured that the people below could meticulously carry out the pensions for the widows of soldiers, and the resettlement of a large number of disabled soldiers. Because the number of casualties is so large that it is almost impossible to announce it. The difficulty of the follow-up work is also extremely amazing. Dealing with these things makes Augustus extremely tired and always feels sad. But just yesterday, a lot of government affairs that he didn't have time to deal with piled up. In the Terran Empire, the Emperor is also called the head of state, who is in charge of political and military power. These things must be reviewed and decided by him personally. The governors of various parts of the empire will also report their work directly to the Emperor. The things they talk about are also big and small, and the importance varies, and Augustus will review them one by one. Therefore, regardless of whether it is important or not, these imperial officials must pick out the key points to say. Once, Augustus called Governor Viguar to Augustgrad and beat him up because he couldn't stand his nonsense. For these memorials, he actually wanted to reply like this: "Gentlemen, please don't make any more memorials. I already know these problems. But I am not God, let alone a wish-making machine. The situation of each imperial planet is different, and the strength of each local government in implementing policies also varies. And the problems encountered are even more varied. Some planetary governors can easily solve problems, while others do a terrible job. For example, the governor of the lunar colony of Mainhof 426 handled the influx of hundreds of millions of refugees very well, while only a few 100,000 refugees brought the order of New Venice to the brink of collapse. On the other hand, the Terran Empire is a vast interstellar empire. The backward areas are often very different from the earliest established core worlds. Many planets are extremely xenophobic and even have old grudges against each other, which tests the ability of the governor's government even more. Ma Sera is a world similar to the American West, where criminals riding vultures and sheriffs compete with each other in the wilderness all day long, while the imperial dignitaries of Teledor enjoy swimming pools, ski resorts and yachts, and the government is full of flatterers. Many planets are not in agreement with the imperial government due to historical issues. Today, the Minister of Imperial Autonomous Territory Affairs reported to Augustus that the situation in Abaddon and Santi was turbulent, and the locals brought up the issue of independence from the Empire again. There are many colonies in the Empire that are seeking independence, or at least demanding the right to internal autonomy. After all, the last one to take the lead was Coral. But there is nothing to worry about. As long as the threat of the Zerg remains, they dare not secede from the Empire. Moreover, the free territories enjoy special religious freedom and independent economic policies, but they still have to pay taxes and perform military service. Augustus can give it, but they can't force him to give it. Otherwise it will be a mess. With a sigh, Augustus picked up the documents on the table and read them. In short, the Empire is in a lot of trouble now, with powerful enemies outside and many internal conflicts. Some problems cannot be solved at all under the current situation, and it can be said that they are too deep to turn back. The Empire's highly centralized power system and solid and strong industrial base enable them to smoothly complete the transition from a peaceful economic system to a wartime system to deal with foreign invasions. With the experience of previous total wars, both the government and the people have shown amazing calmness and high efficiency. During the Doomsday War, the Tyranid Empire government received far more orders for large-scale military projects, weapons, warships and other military needs than during the Brood War and the Second Total War, which led to unprecedented prosperity in the military and civilian industries. The hammering of forging machines in the factories roared all night long. Every tank, Every chariot and every walking mecha that came out of the heavy factory will eventually converge into a rolling torrent of steel. The Empire's military technology has made great progress in these years. They have drawn inspiration and learned technology from the Earthlings, Protoss, Zerg and Xel'Naga. Any veteran who has served since the founding of the Empire can feel that the armor they wear is getting stronger, and the firepower is getting stronger. Augustus saw that Archer, the current Minister of Munitions of the Empire, mentioned in the report that the Empire should increase the output of Widowmine and restart the production line of Iron Raven point defense UAV and Hunter-Killer missile to meet the needs of frontline soldiers. He thought it made sense. But he didn't want to squeeze the production space of other weapons. So he asked the other party to give a more detailed report and list the data. The Imperial Quartermaster Department is responsible for coordinating the work of various Imperial production departments to meet the orders of the planet's army, Marines and Navy. Of course, according to the rules, Minister Archer cannot deal with people in the finance department, or even have any contact with them. He only considers whether the Empire's production capacity can keep up with the order demand, and never considers how much military expenditure this will generate. For example, if more siege tanks are urgently needed, the production of Werewolf and Goliath armed robots must be reduced. On the positive side, the demand of the military industry can greatly solve the employment problem and boost the economy. But in the long run, this is not a good thing. Maintaining the wartime system for a long time will cause irreparable damage to the economy. Because of this, Augustus sought to resolve the battle quickly on the Air battlefield while stabilizing the front line. After approving the report of the Ministry of Munitions, Augustus met with the Minister of Internal Affairs and reported that the number of cases in the Imperial worlds such as Korhul had increased significantly. At the same time, the number of pirate organizations had also increased significantly. He listed the names of Hell's Angels. Hell is Hela and Tyrador Bloodstrike, saying that they frequently attacked the Imperial fleet transporting goods and sought protection from the Imperial Navy. The intensity of the Doomsday War was far greater than ever before. The Empire was attacked by both the Protoss and the Zerg at the same time. As a result, the Empire needed to call up more reservists, build more fleets, and ensure their supplies to maintain combat effectiveness in the long-term preparation for war. Building a large military force is one thing, and maintaining this force is another. Behind every Imperial soldier fighting on the front line stands 2 to 3 logistics personnel and workers. And this is when productivity is not damaged. In order to maximize the war potential, the Empire must transform its industry to ensure the supply of military materials, while requiring workers to work more hours. The government needs to intervene in the market economy, control prices, restrain consumption, and ensure that the wages distributed to workers and soldiers will not be greatly reduced due to inflation. But just like in the past, neither they nor the civilians have a high standard of living, especially when they suffer repeated defeats. The social atmosphere is obviously depressed and dull. The people can tolerate a decline in living standards, but they cannot allow the army to fail one after another and see no hope while they continue to make sacrifices. Previously, the Empire adopted the strategy of avoiding the Golden Fleet and the Swarm and shrinking the defense line. Although it has achieved many victories locally, it still loses territory overall. A large number of resentful refugees began to pour into the core world, causing a lot of chaos and turmoil, and a significant increase in crime. As public security declined, mercenaries and pirates also increased. This situation was not alleviated until the Golden Fleet and the Zerg suddenly withdrew from the Empire's world, and the Battle of Air was won. However, the concentrated influx of these people solved the growing shortage of manpower in the Empire during the war to a certain extent. After all, there are so many people who become workers, soldiers, miners, and even employees in the Empire's wartime bureaucracy, all of which require manpower. But compared with the loss of these marginal worlds, this is far from making up. It can be easy to destroy a world, but it takes a lot of time and money to terraform a planet to make it habitable, and sometimes even several generations of effort. Even though humans can survive in extremely harsh environments with perseverance and wisdom, habitable planets are still as precious to them as flowers in the desert. During the First Contact War, the Protoss only burned those planets that had been infected by the Zerg, but this time they treated everyone equally, turning their own and human homes into ashes. In his reply to the Minister of the Interior, Augustus said that the police and border security systems would be allowed to recruit more personnel and increase funding, but whether they could recruit people depended on themselves. As for the pirate problem, the mines are just short of people recently. which is like a pillow for a sleepy night. At the same time, Augustus was pleased to note that the Minister of Agriculture reported that the recent food production has been steadily increasing, and a large part of it comes from the newly developed Sigma sector colonies. The most important industrial areas of the empire are basically in the core world, but the outer peripheral worlds also provide a large amount of food and raw materials, which directly affects the food crisis and industrial production reduction. Thanks to the grain storage system that Augustus has attached great importance to since the establishment of the empire, the imperial government has put a large amount of affordable food into the market, which has suppressed the rising grain prices due to extreme panic and maintained its price stability, so that the Great Famine at the end of the Old Federation did not happen again. In order to solve the problem of raw material shortages, build fleets, and extract more crystal ore and high-energy gas in a shorter time, the Terran Empire's ever-expanding mining industry has hollowed out more than one planet, and the damage it has brought is no less than that of the Comorian Federation, known as the Interstellar Locusts. During this period, the Empire was in great chaos, especially in the marginal worlds, where the Empire had weaker control. Merchants who made a fortune from the national disaster took the opportunity to hoard goods and buy large quantities of food and other scarce goods, causing prices to soar. This was a common practice. At the same time, entrepreneurs refused to raise wages, and even fired local workers who asked for a pay raise, hiring refugees from other worlds to increase profits at lower labor costs. Then, they would transfer the conflicts between the unemployed workers and themselves to the foreign workers, so that the locals became more and more disgusted with the refugees, who caused them to lose their jobs. But few people remembered who actually fired them. Things like this are common in chaotic times. When Augustus overthrew the Old Federation, he eliminated the elder families of Tarsones in one fell swoop, killing many people, and these long-standing families controlled the politics of the Old Federation and most of the wealth. But after that, another group of families quickly filled the vacancy of the elder families. They were the new rich in the imperial world, the military meritorious families, and the owners of another group of large consortiums and large enterprises. And long before the outbreak of the war, these entrepreneurs with a lot of money began to try to intervene in politics again, infiltrate and bribe local planetary parliament members, induce them to propose policies that are more favorable to them, and even indirectly use the Marines to protect their assets. When the war broke out, these consortium families naturally regarded their own interests as more important than the empire and the imperial power, but they did not dare to disobey Augustus. After all, the emperor had killed the elder families, who had been rooted in the Federation for centuries. Augustus had been watching this coldly, waiting for someone to jump out and oppose him so that he could reap a wave of wealth and make up for his losses. After praising the Minister of Agriculture, a report from a diplomatic official made Augustus laugh out loud. After the Battle of Ire, the Umojan United States claimed that they had reopened the border with Adal and Protoss, but they have not received any response from the other side. In fact, the Umojans themselves know that no one cares whether the border is closed or not, and the Golden Fleet and the Zerg will still enter. Rather than saying it is sad, it is better to say that the Umojan government has made a mistake. That is, the way they used to deal with the Terran Empire does not work at all with the Protoss. In the Copperloo sector, strength, or more directly, military strength is the most important. At present, Umojan is still an independent regime, but Augustus abides by the promises made during the Revolutionary Army period. But the Umojan people always feel that Augustus will take action against them sooner or later. After reading it, Augustus issued another order to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That is, in addition to the original cooperation projects, a certain amount of arms can be sold to Umojan, if they are willing to talk. The Imperial Navy can provide them with protection when the Zerg invade. In short, Augustus did not intend to sit back and watch Umojan perish. But the protection fee must be collected. He cannot help in vain, and the Terrans cannot die in vain. The next report was more about military matters, such as a rapidly spreading infection crisis on a border planet, and all infected houses must be destroyed before the infection spreads further. Stukov said that the Void Ripper has reappeared on Char, and is attacking the Imperial Fortress. Everything seems to be a repeat of the Korhal Rift incident, and Amon's power is recovering. General Davis reported that the environment of Valicia is rapidly deteriorating, and the increased crustal movement is destroying the planet. Psychers loyal to the Imperial government believe that this is the work of the Dark God. Amon's army reactivated several Protoss space-time channels in the ruins of Kaidir to transport its military forces. And the nearest Imperial world is in danger. Chapter 757 Two Heroes of the Empire. Pryor woke up leaning against a huge crown from a hunter-killer Hydralisk, whose bloody scarlet eyes were still staring at him. In front of him, a huge wolf war mech was dragging the bodies of several cockroaches with steel cables, leaving bloodstains. Not far away, the corpses of the Zerg piled up higher and higher, forming a mountain. The golden sun of Monolith was rising, illuminating the golden flag of the Empire. Farther away is a towering cliff, below which is a tranquil sea. The sky is suddenly bright. The warm wind is blowing, and the crimson-purple sea surface is sparkling. The burial grounds, although surrounded by the deep sea, is still a barren and desolate land. On the flat gray-brown wasteland, only a few withered vegetation can be seen, and the shadows of trees are sparse. It is as if a forgotten world has been re-exposed. The winding road crosses the ancient temple. The broken walls surrounding the entire highland and the giant statues towering into the sky silently tell of the former glory and magnificence. Countless years ago, most of this land was not submerged by the sea. Through the clear seawater, one could still see the ancient city of Atlantis. The mysterious symbols engraved on the altar still shone with a crystal-like purple-red light. Time seemed to be frozen in the ancient past. Opening the helmet mask, Pryor could smell the smell of smokeless gunpowder, ionized air, and rocket-solid propellants in the air, as well as a disgusting smell of burnt flesh. His army has cleared the Zerg of Monlias and driven the last remaining Zerg hive troops here. The Zerg queens of Monlias tried to use the underground caves here to resist the Zerg swarm, but they would never surrender. In order to reduce the unnecessary sacrifice of his soldiers, he ordered people to block the other exits of the caves, inject high-purity high-energy gas into them, and ignite them. Yesterday he fell asleep listening to the screams of the Zerg being burned to death, and his sleep quality was as good as ever. Pryor did similar things to the rebels, pirates and Protoss, using incendiary bombs and high-energy weapons to carry out efficient massacres, igniting their ships when the pirate fleets drew gas fuel from the orbit of the gaseous planet, flattening the surface from orbit, and destroying the entire city. But only when he dealt with the Zerg in this way. No one would say he was inhumane. When Pryor stood up again, his soldiers were preparing to burn the piled Zerg corpses to completely eliminate the Zerg infection. The fire quickly burned, and with the hissing sound of the wind, hundreds of giant skeletons were looming in the flames, from which one could see how huge they were in life. The buried land? He felt that no matter what reason the locals had given it this name, but for now, it is quite appropriate. Command Center. Contact the fleet command as soon as possible and ask when our supplementary fleet will arrive. While speaking on the communication channel, Pryor tried to move his left arm and found that the armored servo there was making an awkward creaking sound, which was obviously a big problem. There are many senior generals of the Imperial Army who go to the front line in person. They grew up in blood and fire, and they are not comparable to those academic officers who can only dance with tactical boards. Yesterday, Pryor was knocked to the ground by a huge destroyer. The huge monster covered with white bone armor was like a 100-ton tank. An unstoppable demon. He reminded himself that he must not take the enemy who was cornered lightly. It's being done, General. His adjutant Sinfa replied immediately. Then hurry up. Pryor said, do they think I can conjure up a whole army of marines and warships out of thin air? They always do this. Sinfa is a good supporting actor. At this time, the buried lands became lively again. Many huge command centers, heavy factories, and starports were landing. When they landed, the reverse thrust flames burned the war-torn land and raised a large amount of dust. Soon, supply warehouses, hangars, and landing platforms rose from the ground. Teams of SCVs landed on the ground and used melting guns to open the hard rock layer and cut out the crystal ore, just like peeling the shell of a coconut to take out the crystal flesh. These crystal ores will be smelted on site to make armor, vehicles, and spacecraft. Far away from the core world of the Empire, the Imperial Army can only replenish supplies in this way. Although the speed is slow, it can more or less make up for some losses. Pryor's army has been fighting in sparsely populated and resource-scarce star regions for many years. If they rely entirely on unstable supply fleets, they will have to beg for a living. Even so, Pryor is actually one of the few Imperial generals whose troops are growing more and more. On the one hand, this is because Pryor prefers to achieve greater results with low losses, and he does not reject the use of mercenaries to attack the enemy. On the other hand, in addition to local conscription, he can always obtain additional troops in unconventional ways, such as gathering remnants of other imperial fleets and recruiting rebels. The sun rises higher and higher, and the military camp covered with ablative armor shines in the sun. The sky is blue. The sea is shining with magnificent purple light. The temple stands between the sea and the sky, and the sea breeze brings bursts of warmth, dispelling the bloody smell of death. Although Prior knew the terrain well, he had never really felt like appreciating Moonlise's alien landscape until now. Moonlise is a Protoss shrine world that has been abandoned for many years. It orbits a huge planet, the largest of its 8 satellites. On Moonlise nights, the sky is always filled with many huge moons, and tidal forces make the sea boil and huge waves surge. A few months ago, the land of the buried land was still dotted with rows of prefabricated metal buildings of the colonists. Unfinished residential and industrial areas were next to large tracts of farmland. Huge pumps set groundwater into chessboard-like canals, and green sprouted for the first time on the long-abandoned land. Maybe humans are not all bad for the universe. Although it is only a slightly larger town, it has all the facilities such as schools, hospitals, and gas stations. There are even bars and fast food restaurants. Most of these immigrants come from those densely populated but stagnant planets in the Terran Empire. They escape robbery, murder, and endless poverty, and come to new worlds like Monless with their families to build canals and reclaim land for planting. Emperor Augustus decreed that all newly reclaimed land and property on it belonged to the colonists, and no taxes were required during the development period. Being a farmer or miner in the frontier world was better than being a beggar in the slums of Tarsonis. In the past, Prior had seen many such immigrants, some of whom were so poor that they could not even afford a ticket to August grad, while others were born with no worries about food and clothing, but longed for excitement and adventure, building a home from scratch, watching her high-rise buildings and fertile fields rise. When these people truly live for themselves, they understand the meaning of loving life, Prior thought, and the Zerg destroyed all of this, which is why he still stays in the army and fights for the Empire. His ideal in life is to become a marshal and then retire with dignity, and then live on his pension, never work all his life, and just do nothing until he dies, and then go to see the late Emperor. Prior used to be the governor of the old Federation, but because Mars Sera was destroyed before he made any achievements, this career that was just a little bit was impossible to comment on. Afterwards, he was recruited by Augustus Minsk and became a revolutionary soldier, but he made great progress in military affairs. What a wonderful fate! He has been fighting for the Emperor for more than 10 years, and now he can be regarded as an old man. However, the Emperor is also shameless. He said that Prior's military talent is as good as his own. Wherever your troops point to, it is as if I am here in person. At this time, in the landing area of the Imperial Army camp, a group of Imperial engineers were using chains to fix the siege tanks that entered the transport ship. Large mechas such as Goliath and War Wolf boarded the rear deck of the Hercules transport ship in an orderly manner, like giants lined up. If there is time, the Imperial Engineering Corps and Marine Corps engineers will also help the people in the backward colonies to build bridges and roads and restore order. The army of Emperor Augustus often plays such a role. They are both destroyers of the Empire's enemies and builders of homes. Compared with this busy scene, the Imperial Marines are all preparing for dinner in the restaurant. Whether they are Marines or heavily armored raiders and fire bats, they are all waiting for their first meal of the day, before the invasion of the alien insects. They may still be able to get fresh fruits and vegetables and eggs in the ecological farm of Monless, and they can make a good thick soup with peas, onions, and beef. Tarsoni's whiskey and Helshan raspberry jam are also popular here, but good things are more scarce than anything else. The only thing here that is not lacking is sharp teeth and bones that even the Zerg fire cannot burn clean. The best food is always when the fleet just leaves the port. But if there is no supply from the colony, fresh food will be eaten up. Now Prior's men can only pick up some MREs of questionable age and number 10 standard rations to deal with. These things have no other harm except that they are bland and tasteless. They are high in calories and nutritionally balanced, but they taste like a plate of chewed wax mud. If they were lucky, they could also get some canned fruits, which came in a wide variety and tasted like opening a blind box. General, the headquarters said the supply fleet has arrived. Prior's adjutant Syntha arrived in a 2-seater Hellion chariot, holding some bulging plastic packaging bags in his hands. which looked like their breakfast today. I'm afraid this fleet is invisible. Pryor looked at the sky where the sun was gradually rising, and only saw a few low-flying Viking fighters. But this time, support really came as promised. A huge Leviathan suddenly appeared in the sky above the buried land. This behemoth was surprisingly large, with a hard skin on its back that looked like undulating mountains. The hollow chamber membrane sac and huge tendrils were twitching in the wind, reminiscent of a bulging sheepskin raft. Perhaps the Zerg would use small creatures like fleas and mix them with other genes to create space beasts like Behemoth and Leviathan. Pryor read books on xenobiology whenever he had time, and knew that the Overmind and the Cerebrate had such abilities. The Zerg's ability in genetic modification would never be matched by humans. Leviathan never acts alone. Once it appears, it will be followed by thousands of Zerg. This scene was obviously beyond the expectations of the Imperial soldiers, but they reacted quickly and rushed to the barracks with their weapons. As soon as the enemy appeared, they thought about how to shoot it down instead of hiding everywhere. Even if it was a Leviathan. Cerberus Leviathan. It's ours. Pryor drank on the communication channel. He could almost imagine the scene of a brainworm laughing. In any case, a breakfast was ruined. The Lord of the Cerberus swarm is also an absolute outlier among its relatives. Regardless of its strength, it ranks among the best brainworms who know how to live. That guy can lay cables and build ice cream machines in the Leviathanian fusion power station. It's hard to say what kind of hard work it can do after not seeing it for so long. It's really a big guy. Senfa knew that the Imperial Cerberus engineering had at least 2 Leviathans, and this one was obviously more amazing than the 11-kilometer-long one. This Leviathan has obvious mechanical transformation marks on its body. It can be clearly seen that it is the product of the combination of machinery and life. The steel is entangled with tendons, veins and flexible soft tissues, just like someone nailed an iron nail in your body. And many years later, the iron nail grew together with the flesh and blood. This is an elegant combination of cold and organic blades and organic compounds. On its unparalleled huge body, the huge Hellhound logo is clearly visible. The alloy-reinforced frame, heavy armor and non-renewable fabrics are like nested armor, and half-a-mile-long forged titanium alloy blades extend from its 2 sides. The blued blades glowed with brilliant blue flames, and were extremely gorgeous. The Leviathan didn't need thrusters to move through the cold deep space, but Cerberus engineering added gas jets, and the largest ion thrusters ever built. Emperor Augustus called this Leviathan Deathwing. The people of Cerberus engineering would never be able to build such a thing, and most of their work was just adding unnecessary details. These people would replace the ever-growing monomolecular giant blades with blades that would wear out, replace the venom glands with rocket nest launchers, and replace the dense blood vessels and huge bones with wires and steel brackets that must be regularly maintained and replaced. It's a pity that their little tricks can definitely make those wealthy investors ecstatic, but they can't satisfy an interstellar empire that never stops fighting. After all, Cerberus engineering is not a creator. They can't become a living life. They must transform the ready-made, which is too inefficient. Pryor thought that if siege tanks and banshees could be hatched by laying eggs, the Emperor would laugh in the middle of the night. In fact, although this project, which was once highly expected by Emperor Augustus, cost a lot of money, it proved at the beginning that it was impossible to bypass the advanced alien Zerg to control the swarm. The UD's Black Flag project cannot be replicated unless they can control a newly born Overmind. And today, the second Overmind has become a dominant force. Therefore, the greatest value of the Cerberus project is to label them as humans. To label each Zerg with a barcode. To make the public believe that these Zerg can be controlled by machines and drugs. And to accept a swarm of Zerg fighting for the Empire. In a sense, this is worthy of the funds invested by the Empire. They can actually think of using Leviathan to transport troops. The central control chamber in this monster can transport a large army. Senfa exclaimed, "It's amazing." Chapter 758 Abathur, please respect copyright. Cerberus Leviathan floats quietly above the clouds of the buried land, casting a huge shadow. It is truly a mythical beast, much larger than any human ship. Its hard skin covered with barbs is daunting. Its purple-black hardshell armor is like an undulating organic mountain, and its gentle breath seems to bring a hurricane. On Leviathan's giant body with overlapping keratin and mountains, all the passages are open to the outside world. Most were folds, depressions, and cracks in the skin, covered by a hard skin with many sensory hairs and tentacles, like the entrances of dark and deep caves. Others were larger, with muscles tightening and loosening around the edges of the entrances, allowing them to open and close more freely. There were many Zerg flying creatures and human spacecraft coming in and out, and their functions might be more similar to the semi-open dock decks or huge viewing windows on human warships. Each entrance led to darker and narrower passages, cavities, and transport hoses similar to tunnel worms. Beyond that were huge hollow chambers, gas-filled vesicles, and closed pits that were warmer and more humid than the outside world, far more in number than the rooms in the Augustgrad Palace. Even if human scientists could figure out the entire physiological structure of the Leviathan, they would never understand how such a large and complex organ works together. Some people would regard the Leviathan as an amazing Zerg biological warship, with all the functions a warship should have. Its polymerized biological shell is better than fine steel armor, and its bioplasm spurts, bioswarms, and swarms of explosive mosquitoes are enough to suppress an Imperial Navy squadron. It can make hyperspace jumps at will, and neither humans nor Protoss can do anything about it. It was not the first time that Pryor had dealt with the Lord of the Cerberus Swarm, but he had never been invited to the interior of the Leviathan. For many years before, the Empire did not have such a rare thing at all. It was not until the past 2 years that it paid a huge price to capture 2 wild individuals. And if there were no advanced Zerg creatures like the Cerebrate, it would be impossible to control a Leviathan beast. Most Protoss hated research related to Zerg, and would never do such a thing. Only the Empire had this thing now. I've wanted to come in and take a look for a long time. This opportunity is rare. Pryor's adjutant Sinfo was sitting by the window, looking at the Leviathan outside the window with great interest. At the moment, the Griffin fighter was flying under the belly of the Cerberus Leviathan. Above it was an organic compound sky composed of hard skin, chitin armor, and honeycomb growths. There were gullies in between, and it continued to extend to the farthest end of the field of vision as the fighter roared. In addition, a large amount of fine steel armor, searchlights and sensors were welded on the body of this Leviathan. And there was also a mounting platform for launching drones and fighters, like a basket tied under a hot air balloon. These facilities are more like those from a battlecruiser. The military technology of the Terrans is more practical and far less gorgeous than that of the Protoss. But Pryor believes that metallurgy and industrial style are precisely the valuable qualities of humans. The Griffin fighter is a small fighter, which can only accommodate a few people besides the pilot. And it looks even smaller in front of such a huge machine. At the beginning, Pryor felt that the fighter was heading towards a large mountain range covered with spikes and metal blades. And now it was sailing among the mountains. Every time they encounter such a monster, it means that the Imperial Navy will have a tough battle. As for those colonies that have few airports, they will not even have the chance to resist. It is really rare that they did not come in as food, Pryor complained. But in his heart, he was thinking about how much food Leviathan would need to eat a lot to maintain such a large scale of life activities. Giant birds will not go to great lengths to catch mosquitoes as food, Senfa said, but mosquitoes will bite it all over the head. Pryor concluded. The Griffin fighter began to climb upwards, and their eyes suddenly darkened, as if they were driving in a dark and deep cave, and the lights of the fighter could not dispel the darkness in front of them. It's not that there is no light source in the Leviathan, but it is definitely not as brightly lit as the human warships. Pryor couldn't guess which part it was. He thought it might be the nostrils. In any case, this giant beast must not sneeze. When Pryor looked up, he suddenly saw many scarlet eyes. Those were the Cerberus dragons hanging above. These strange and cunning creatures were mixed with the genes of Tyrant or Gigabat, and had the ability to use echolocation. Pryor thought that it would be easy to deal with such monsters. Using sonic weapons would naturally make them lose their way. They stared at every visitor with their disturbing eyes. Every pair of eyes and ears were the eyes and ears of the Lord of the Swarm. It only needed to divert a little from its extremely vigorous energy to closely monitor everyone. The will of the Swarm Lord can befall any Zerg at will, and can also make the entire hive the embodiment of its anger. Another flash of light, and Pryor's eyes are bright again. This is another land, extremely open, and any space is larger than the Empire's behemoth-class transport mothership. But this is obviously not like the inside of Leviathan. Or not completely. Pryor originally thought that the inside of Leviathan should be similar to a hatchery. At least it should be so, with piled tissue spread out like a thick carpet, and high walls made of flesh and blood separating huge and hollow chambers, connected by a twisted network of microcavities and narrow corridors. Everywhere is sticky and damp. Only slugs and Zerg can live happily in such an environment. However, the people of Cerberus Engineering have embedded an alloy deck inside the Leviathan. And on top of it are dense metal buildings. And at the edge of these metal facilities is a sea of flesh and blood that is still wriggling. And it can be clearly felt that the walls are alive. This is a typical Imperial military camp, with hangars and machine factories, various military and service facilities, and several fusion cores for power supply. The bright lights cast the neat steel facilities into a shadow. On the designated docking platform, dense metal racks are filled with food, medicine and ammunition supply boxes. And there are shadows of people and engineering vehicles coming and going. They don't even need to build ventilation facilities here, because Leviathan's respiratory system replaces this function. If the ruler of the Zerg wants, it can even evolve a throne covered with spikes in Leviathan. Cerberus Engineering claims that this is a perfect combination of biological and mechanical technology. But their transformation is almost entirely for the service of humans. And the Zerg don't need such things at all. They certainly have factories, but those factories are made of flesh and blood. At this time, Pryor seemed to be able to hear the beating heart of the beast. And it took him a while to remember that he was in a living creature. This is just a chamber in the Leviathan. Its rich abdomen is still hiding thousands of alien insects, comparable to a secondary nest. But Pryor always felt that there was a urine-like ammonia smell here, as if he was in the stomach of a giant. Living in such a behemoth is not a pleasant experience. However, it must be much more comfortable here than in the original Leviathans. There are some differences between the Leviathans and each large nest. Pryor had heard a medic who had escaped death describe the miserable conditions inside the Griffin Leviathan. The plague master brain worm Carlos turned it into a hotbed for disease. Many places in it were more like scenes that only appeared in nightmares, with bloated deformed meat and off-white cocoons wrapped around corpses. Every corner was filled with the wailing and crying of the victims. Humans were buried in flesh and blood, with only their heads and upper bodies exposed. Deformed snake-like creatures were rampant, which could easily remind people of the nightmares they least wanted to recall. There, humans are decomposed and reorganized until they become eerie monsters, no different from zombies. Carlos, the brainworm, particularly likes human telepaths, because they can be infected by the swarm and have a chance to retain their sanity. It will select the most intelligent humans and physically connect them to the nerve center of Leviathan. Carlos firmly believes that he is fulfilling the original idea of the first generation of the Overmind, the Great Hunger, when he discovered humans, that is, to devour human genes and use them for himself. 6 Marine divisions. There are also Minotaur battlecruisers, Kurzweil-class science ships, and Duskwing Banshees in the chest. Sinfa said to Pryor, "This is just for us." Great. Pryor could only perfunctorily deal with his old subordinates. The Augustgrad High Command would never be so kind. When such a thing happened, it usually only meant one thing: the most difficult battle and the most difficult bone to chew were coming. And Pryor specialized in fighting hard battles and chewing hard bones. The Griffin fighter continued to shuttle through the Leviathan. In front of it was a huge pit filled with fog. Sinfa told Pryor that this was called the Evolution Pit. Pryor saw a rather strange scene. Groups of springtails were queuing up to jump into the Evolution Pit. These springtails were just hatched from eggs, and they were still covered with mucus from the egg cocoons. When these springtails crawled out again, Pryor could clearly see that these monsters were becoming stronger, and their shells and claws were becoming more solid and sharper. The yellow-orange light in some Zerglings' eyes became brighter and brighter. He was a little unsure whether these guys had become smarter. When these Zerglings crawled out, they walked into the semi-mechanical splitting pool, evolution chamber and roaring automatic mechanical factory, and then changed their appearance again, replaced with mechanical prosthetic eyes and shining blades. Mature Cerberus Zerg should be able to put on nano-armor and replace titanium alloy blades by themselves. These Zergs actually don't need humans to worry about them. And no one would dislike the hard-working Cerberus worker bees. They finally landed in the nerve center, which was surprisingly large. Far from being a small room, like an ordinary Leviathan, there was no large-scale neural tissue as expected, but more like an empty brain. And the really important parts were hidden in the mountain-like flesh wall. Pryor found the leader of the Cerberus swarm, the alpha brainworm of the Empire, the earliest brainworm, in a small palace built by humans. At this time, the brainworm alpha was lying on a high-end sofa that it had taken from somewhere, watching a movie and eating potato chips. Behind the sofa, there were several pairs of buzzing mechanical arms that were tickling the brainworm and beating a square of white and tender tofu. Regardless, Cerberus technology was indeed born for war. Arcturus Mengsk even wanted to use neural connection technology to control humans. But this brainworm used it all on how to lie more comfortably. It is undoubtedly a real lazy worm. Even in the evolution of its own race, it prefers to copy the homework of its predecessors. To be more precise, it copied the homework of Abathur, the master of Zerg evolution. This strange life created by the first generation of Overmind can be called a living Zerg DNA library, and even dominated the evolution of the Zerg. The Zerg is evolving every moment. New and better gene sequences will spread through spores in the galaxy, be accepted by all other groups, and then use and replace them according to their own needs. When a terrible variant appears on a planet, it also means that this variety will soon appear on other mother worlds, and the Cerberus Zerg is among them. What makes the Master of Evolution Abathur angry is that his shameless, rebellious fellows obviously plagiarized his achievements, and did not know what it means to respect copyright. While the Brainworm Alpha shouted, "Who told you, a little bitch, to quietly open my door and tease my heart?" Happy. Prior and this Brainworm are old acquaintances. It is rare to see him tease others like this. Obviously, they have a good relationship. The other party's personality is extremely difficult to figure out, and it can be said to be moody and stubborn. But compared with some of his colleagues in the Imperial Army, this Brainworm may be more qualified to be regarded as a person. This Brainworm is very popular among humans. It has mastered all the vicious swear words since humans, and is preparing to publish his personal book The Art of Online Confrontation on the Imperial Ether Network recently. What's there to be happy about? I'm just working for the Dog Emperor. The Brainworm smiled. Is this really a brainworm? Sinfa asked his general in a low voice. Isn't it strange? Prior said, I've seen many people who can walk, but it's rare to see a brainworm in a wheelchair. Sinfa's face twitched, but he didn't laugh. It's strange to see something new, the brainworm commented. Prior looked behind the brainworm. On the wall were written the words, I am the only one in the world, the light of the swarm. And next to it were the portraits of the first Overlord and Queen Kerrigan. But he didn't see the portrait of Emperor Augustus. I think you are disloyal. Prior hit the other party. The brainworm can read minds, so he naturally knows what he means. The Emperor is in the heart. This brainworm can lick. If you really count, even after death. It may not be a fantasy to catch a brainworm, but they will never submit to anyone except the Overlord. The Overlord is not a simple individual. Its will symbolizes the entire swarm. But the Brainworm Alpha is an exception. It boasts that it has the hardest bones in all of Char, and would rather starve to death than beg for food in Korhal. But it is the first conspicuous bag to kowtow to humans. If it was just under the tyranny of Augustus, this brainworm would not be so devoted to the Empire. It really submitted to the Queen of the Terran Empire, a powerful human with a fateful relationship with the Zerg. But it was not shameful, because it was originally the brainworm of the Queen of Blades, and everything was just fate. Be careful not to be caught by him when you are doing evil. While trying to scare the brainworm, Prior sat down opposite the brainworm and took a handful of potato chips from the other's bowl. Scared. It was not angry at all before, but now the brainworm was furious, like a cat with its fur standing on end. Scared. Prior took out another handful and gave it to his adjutant. Ignoring it, I told you long ago that this brainworm is fun. There's no need to be afraid. Bring tea. Good tea. While instructing his worker bees, he swallowed the bowl and chips together. What happened again? Prior stopped teasing it and started talking about business. The infected man Dougal has returned with the Alexander. We must stop him before he corrupts the larger world. The brainworm said so. Those who didn't know him would think he was a loyal marshal of the Terran Empire. He comes back at least 4 times a year, and every time he comes he is beaten to a pulp. Prior was puzzled. This time he brought a large army of hybrids, including a half-mechanical, half-biological Mobius hybrid. That kind of monster seems to be a great threat to humans. The ghost of the UD is still floating over the Copperless sector. Alexei Stukov has always felt that he should be corrupted instead of this old friend. Chapter 759 Plague Ghost Frenzy. The entire Lightbringer transport ship was filled with medical personnel from the Imperial Navy medical team, and the rear cabin was piled with medical boxes printed with the Red Cross and the Imperial Ministry of Health logo. The cabin of the spacecraft was filled with the smell of disinfectant, and people were obviously nervous and tired. They either dozed with their eyes slightly closed or whispered about all kinds of disturbing news. After a turbulent ride, the crew of the Lightbringer transport ship reported that they were entering Chasington's orbit around the Earth. and the passengers could feel that they were being captured by the planet's strong gravity. This beautiful planet is like an emerald scattered in the sand of the Milky Way, spinning in the starry cosmic background. Dr. Ariel Hansen boarded the spacecraft temporarily, as a private consultant and doctor for Zerg physiology. As the daughter of Governor Agraya, she did not do this for fame and money, but just to cure diseases and save lives. Dr. Hansen is also a dignified and beautiful mature woman, with long dark brown hair elegantly combed behind her. Even if she is wearing a white uniform that is the same as others, it is difficult to conceal her unique temperament. Lieutenant Lena Nikera, a representative of the Imperial Army, was sitting opposite Dr. Hansen, wearing a huge white medical armor. Like other female medical soldiers who joined the army at this age, Lieutenant Nikera was young, full of energy, had a gentle voice, and was undoubtedly an angel on the battlefield. Hansen didn't know if he would have the opportunity to meet Lieutenant Nikera again after this trip to Chas-Iden. It was heard that in Air, the average survival time of a Marine on the battlefield would not exceed 1 minute, and the situation of medical soldiers would not be much better. Most of them were the focus of the enemy's attention. Seeing Dr. Hansen looking at her, Nikera nodded in greeting. Whether in terms of knowledge or character, the former deserved her respect. Since the Second Total War, Ariel Hansen and Agria behind her have been committed to providing food and medical support to other Imperial worlds, winning the respect of the Imperial people and even the soldiers. The sample of the explosive infection body of Chas-Iden showed that this is a new super-evolved virus strain, which spreads extremely fast, 10 times faster than the Galban strain. Nikera had apparently received a new mission briefing. "What's the situation now?" Hansen asked. "The new virus has swept everything. When a dead person falls, the disease immediately attaches itself to everyone around him like a ghost. In the largest cities on Chas-Iden, people had to use trains to send piles of corpses to crematoriums. But even if all the crematoriums were running at full capacity, it was not enough. The local government could only hire people at a high price to use water-soaked quicklime to centrally dispose of the bodies of the dead." Nikera replied, "Otherwise the dead will crawl out of the ground and bite the throats of the living. Too many people have died, and many things can only be temporarily put aside, and only the most urgent work can be done. Now only the army can be dispatched to maintain order. But even the Imperial soldiers will get sick. This is too fast. It has only been less than a week since we received the news." Hansen was surprised. "Death always comes quickly, ma'am. Sometimes it's a bullet. Sometimes it's endless pain." Nikera said, "I don't think we can overblame the incompetence of the Governor-General of Chassis. In fact, they have contained the spread of the swarm virus twice before. But this time, even though the Chas-Iden people have made full preparations, the speed of the disaster spread far exceeded their original worst estimate. When the new virus just began to appear, the Chas-Iden government established a complete administrative system to control the epidemic, requiring everyone to undergo regular physical examinations, recruiting medical teams to disinfect various parts of the city many times, and isolating infected people as soon as they are found. At the same time, militias were sent to search for possible sources of infection of the venomous body around the city and closely monitor the water source. Textbook-style epidemic prevention measures. But they are of little use. Once my team and I get new samples, we will immediately start to develop an antidote." Hansen knew that she had never really succeeded in this matter. These words were more like comforting Nikera and herself. The disease took far more lives than those on the battlefield. "Good-hearted people. Maybe we once had hope for the antidote you mentioned. But that was a thing of the past." Nikera sighed. But his tone was self-deprecating. "Except for our army. Not many people are willing to come here. It's different now than it was in Mainhof's time. We all know that there is no cure for the Zerg super virus. Once infected, there is no hope. The evolution of the Zerg virus is much faster than the speed at which we develop antidotes. And there are too many types of them. I heard that some nests will lay parasites and eggs in the bodies of infected people. Once the host dies, swarms of nest worms will break out of the body. In the past, the Terran Empire once controlled the spread of infection with the help of the Terran Protoss. And the Protoss's nano-serum also saved countless infected people. But the arrival of the Doomsday War changed everything. The Doomsday War is worthy of the name of the Doomsday. Amon instructed his minions and slaves to start wars, plot subversion, spread diseases, create killings, and spread death and fear in the Copperloo sector. The monstrous hatred of the dark god Amon is still spreading in the void. His power is breaking through the boundaries between the void and reality. thereby distorting time and space, and creating all kinds of strange and terrifying cosmic phenomena that would not only change the geological structure of the planet, trigger thunder and fire, but even take away the glory of a planet, bringing eternal darkness, without sun, and extremely cold blizzards. When a void gate opens in the universe, Amon will grant his most fanatical servants unimaginable psychic power, allowing them to be upgraded, so that they can transcend the mundane world. And even ordinary mortal bodies can release terrible psychic storms. The essence of the void will also change the laws of physics, causing incredible and irrational changes, allowing the dark servants who died in battle to be reborn in the void-shaped body given. And even a nest worm has the opportunity to be upgraded to a void-shadow hybrid. However, Amon is not a generous god. All gifts have their price. The reborn must repay the grace of resurrection with endless eternal battles, until the end of the cosmic cycle, and the arrival of the time when all things are annihilated. At this time, the Lightbringer transport ship entered the atmosphere of Poseidon. Looking down from a height of hundreds of miles, the planet is in a thrilling arc of light. One magnificent horizon after another unfolds in front of Hansen's eyes, and the vast continent and ocean are separated by a clearly visible coastline. But the night side of Poseidon now looks extremely eerie, as if countless terrifying monsters are hidden in the endless darkness. Poseidon City, the capital of Poseidon, is located on a huge mountain ridge. From the air, you can still see the great ruins of the old Federation colonial mothership, which looks like the skeleton of a giant whale. Now, it has been replaced by a large complex of administrative centers, residential areas, commercial areas and industrial areas. Unique dome high-rise buildings and square factories emit silver-gray flashes in the sun. At the peak of its prosperity, the city's population exceeded 10 million, and the high-energy gas consumed by the industrial zone every day shrouded the long mountain range in the flames of civilization. Now, even the most prosperous streets in the past are now sparsely populated, and only medical personnel wrapped in heavy protective clothing and imperial soldiers wearing armor can be seen. Earlier, special correspondents from major imperial media were still active in the streets and alleys of Poseidon City. But now even these people are sick. The area in the city that is still under construction is the fortification area built by the Imperial Engineering Corps. Heavy firepower and large land combat mechas frequently appear on various traffic arteries. Generally speaking, when the superevolution virus begins to spread on a planet, a real swarm of insects is not far away. However, the mountains around the city are still full of vitality. It is early spring now, and light yellow buds and purple flowers are crawling all over the corners of the mountains. Beyond these mountains, there is an endless green land, a piece of pure land that has not yet been developed. Diseases are used to kill humans, but have no effect on nature. This scene reminds Hansen of his hometown Agria, and the equally beautiful Helsin and Haven. Agria is now one of the most powerful worlds in the Terran Empire. The combination of modern biotechnology and superior natural environment has made this planet the most important exporter of agricultural and medical products in the Empire. But even though Agria's technology and medical level are much higher than Poseidon's, Hansen doesn't think they can resist the most terrible Zerd virus in history by themselves. When the transport ship landed in the central airport of Poseidon City, this huge interstellar port was already full of Imperial Army transport ships, and thousands of Marines, raiders and medical soldiers were waiting in line for dispatch. Even Thor mechas can be seen here, which shows that the situation is worse than Hansen expected. "I'm so glad you're finally here. We're short of manpower, and it's hard to get supplies." Lieutenant Colonel Lily Preston came to greet Dr. Hansen in person. Lily was once a member of the Rainer Rangers, and wore a rattlesnake emblem that symbolizes a veteran, which means that she has participated in at least the battles in Char, Ale and Seguras, and has fought with the Emperor several times. The Imperial soldier behind her is also wearing standard Rainer Ranger blue armor, which was originally only the color of the Mar Sera militia, but now it has become a symbol of elite troops. "I only brought a medical team and a few ships. I'm afraid I can't help you much." Hansen regretted that he couldn't provide more help. "You are the only rescue force that has arrived during this period. The merchants in this star region are complete cowards, and they are unwilling to approach Poseidon no matter what." Lily smiled, "But fortunately, it is our own people who came, not the Zerg or something more terrifying. We asked Augustgrad for support, but they'd better send a fleet. Otherwise, even if they finally arrive, they will only come to collect corpses. In this star field, sometimes the rescue may not only come from the Imperial Navy, but also from the purifiers, who have become the self-cleaning program in the copperless sector. They are more keen on using fire to remove pests and infections, and purify the stars by high-temperature sterilization. Just like heating a stack of glass marbles in a microwave. The Zerg virus can hardly infect ordinary Protoss. And the mechanical Protoss will not get sick at all. So they never worry about whether they can cure the infection. Only fire can purify the Zerg infection, which is almost the consensus of all Protoss. But at this point, the people of Cha-Sidon actually hope that the purifiers can arrive in time and purify the infection with fire, although they cannot empathize with humans. The purifiers are still the most enthusiastic neighbors of the Terran Empire. It's just that if your house is on fire, your cool neighbor with a strong sense of justice will generally tend to raise the house to the ground, and then help you build a super cool new home. Pat your shoulder and say, "Little brother, just be happy. Cha-Sidon City is the last city still under our control, and the rest of the cities have become dead cities." Lily said to Hansen, "We should have evacuated everyone when the virus first appeared. Without people, there would be no infection. But it's too late. Now, those city buildings infected by the Zerg bacteria have evolved into a hotbed for incubating infected bodies. My people are struggling to defend the city of Cha-Sidon, and there is no time to burn down those infected buildings." She said, "In this city now, the number of people who have died and are about to die far exceeds those who are still alive. There are Zerg here?" Hansen realized that there must be something more terrible here. There are at least millions of humans infected by the virus. Those people were not originally Chasidonians, but the Zerg infected them and transported them from other places using some kind of infected transport ships. Lily replied, "There are a lot of scary things here. Infected siege tanks. Rattlesnakes and banshees are like swarms of Zerg. Fortunately, these monsters are afraid of the strong ultraviolet rays of the strong Cha-Sidon, and they lurk underground during the day. Where is the nearest laboratory? I need to start researching the new strain immediately, hoping to at least find a way to slow the spread of the virus." Hansen knew he couldn't delay any longer. The locals call this new strain the Black Death. I hope that what appeared in Cha-Sidon is really that kind of thing. Dr. Stedman sent a new email saying that this virus is obviously designed specifically for the human genome and is a special and powerful medicine. Lily said as she led the way. "Which Dr. Stedman?" asked Nakara, who was following behind. "Egon Stedman, the Emperor's chief scientific advisor and technical officer. A favorite in front of the throne." Hansen answered for Lily, "As far as I know. Dr. Stedman is also an outstanding Zerg physiologist and Protoss technology advisor. He is also knowledgeable, has a wide range of interests, and of course is also a part-time doctor. But that's not important." Hansen paused and asked, "What else did he find?" "The blood of victims infected by this virus has a strong hallucinogenic component, which can make even the strongest warriors fall into hysterical madness. This gives those mutant creatures that should have been staggering and slow-moving incredible agility, making them beasts of the night with amazing speed," Lily said. "I think this is why those infected are still able to move fast after death. You will see them soon, Doctor." She looked at the setting sun. "Because the night is coming." Chapter 760, The Dead Siege. Night falls. The setting sun is eager to hide in the shadow of the horizon, and the mountains are stretched out like flying shadows. When the terrible roar that sounds like a human drowns out everything, the last ray of afterglow finally disappears. The night is a fog that cannot be dispelled, and there are many ghosts in it. Countless terrible shadows wander like ghosts. Everything is like a scene in a nightmare. Captain Andre Madrid leans against the thick inner wall of the bunker. He looks at the sneaky darkness in front of him, but once again recalls Cha-Sera many years ago. The hometown that can never be found again, no matter how many times it has been rebuilt. The Sarah sung in goodbye. Sarah. At that time, Andre was still living with his family. And now he only remembers his mother's voice and her old Bible that recorded the Doomsday War. If Cha-Sera had not been destroyed by the Zerg and Protoss in the First Contact War, she would have looked like Cha-Sidon now. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the Imperial Emperor's Korhal Revolutionary Army, he would have died somewhere in Cha-Sera or Ma-Sera that year. Even if he didn't die in the war, he would have died from the Zerg infection. Long before the establishment of the Terran Empire, Andre was a gunner in the Old Federation, followed by the Revolutionary Army and the Imperial Marines. For more than 10 years, he has never left the front line, fighting countless inhuman monsters and facing the terrifying Void Shadows. Among the Imperial Marines, whose average age is no more than 30 years old, Andre is already considered an old man. He has fought more battles than the ordinary people of the Empire know combined, and has escaped from fatal injuries many times and returned to the battlefield. Now Andre has white hair, but he still feels that he has endless strength and it is not time to retire. But to this day, those long and huge snake-like creatures still appear in Andre's nightmares. And the scene of the Protoss fleet vitrifying Chaucera has made him wake up in a cold sweat countless times. Waves of sad and strange howls pulled Andre back to Chaucera from his imaginary hometown. He couldn't help but think sadly that this beautiful planet he had just set foot on for the first time was about to suffer the same fate as Chaucera. Andre looked back. The space inside the bunker was not very spacious. Apart from the necessary guns and ammunition, there was only room for a few chairs. However, it was decorated warmly enough. Just like home. This bunker reinforced with fine steel could accommodate 6 people. Sometimes they would sit together to play cards or mahjong to pass the time. That was a new-fashioned spread from August grad. The other Marines in the bunker were either leaning against the wall to smoke like him, or looking out through the shooting holes. He was so familiar with these faces. Just like brothers who had grown up together. They had laughed together, fought together, got drunk together in the Joey Ray bar, crossed the endless active volcanoes of Char together, and airdropped from orbit to the humid and hot rain forest of Xeris together, and fought a decisive battle with the Fenris swarm in the icy Triton. Most of these people were young people who had not yet grown up. You could tell at a glance who was the son of a farmer, and who was a college student who had just graduated from campus. They wore power armor weighing hundreds of pounds, carrying shoulder shields and Gauss rifles. And even the thinnest people looked like majestic giants. In this dark age, no matter whose children they are, as long as they can survive a war intact, they are a real warrior. The Marines are the backbone of the Terran Empire. These people are not all idealists and patriots, and even the opposite, but they are still well tested and ready to go to the most dangerous battlefield at any time. Andre and millions of other Imperial warriors are just ordinary people. Mortals, and ordinary people. But under the flag that Augustus Mengs brought from Korhal, they rode warships across the stars, expelling all enemies in front of them, never surrendering, never retreating. Humanity prospers because of this. Don't you think it's abnormally dark? Not only can't you see the moon, but there are no stars either. Scott stared at the light projected by the searchlight without blinking behind the shooting hole, not missing any movement. This is a high ground outside the city of Chaucera. The solid outer steel protective wall connects the dense bunker clusters, which are full of heavy weapons and war machinery. Outside the bunker cluster is a large area of electrified barbed wire and minefields. There used to be a tall gymnosperm forest there, but now it has been piled up by the Imperial Engineering Corps. Every time they arrive at a new battlefield, the Imperial Engineering Corps will overhaul the modular fortifications according to standard procedures, and their appearance is similar. On those worlds that have been through war for a long time, giant fortifications will even be connected together as the outer walls of the city, forming the prototype of a magnificent city. Basically, the Protoss will directly warp their magnificent buildings to the battlefield, while the Zerg will rely on infection and mutation. If it is the Terrans, you can often see many diligent little people building new things, because only these solid fortifications can make them feel at ease. Maybe it was always like this. Just like Samiku, Lawrence was loading bullets into the ammunition box above his firing hole, and there was a circle of cluster anti-tank grenades around him. These people preferred to use this thing to deal with a thunder beast that crossed over their heads. Before coming to Chaucera, they had been fighting on the planet Samiku, a Protoss world that had fallen into the hands of the Zerg during the fall of Ire. Now it has long been a wasteland, except for those building fragments like metal sequins. There is no longer anything that can make people shine, or its Amon's doing. Wade wiped his rifle unhurriedly, muttering a prayer in his mouth. But no one could hear clearly what he was praying for. The god of darkness naturally dominates darkness, and the tribesmen of Heji also know this. Lieutenant Reese claims to be the god of gambling, but he has never won a penny from me. Andre joined the conversation. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of laughter came from the bunker. Andre knew that he could only lead new soldiers, and at most an elite company. But he was not good at commanding a war. He was able to sit in his current position because those who were more experienced and talented than him were forever buried in alien worlds hundreds or thousands of light years away. But Andre liked the days of fighting on the front line, because even if he left the battlefield, he could no longer adapt to a quiet and peaceful life. You are right. This dark god is nothing big. Fergie is no longer a recruit. but he still trembles on the battlefield. However, this boy who grew up in a dilapidated farmhouse in Shiloh is by no means a man without courage. He once saved Andre's life. Fergie has no lofty ambitions. He has been dealing with grain and livestock for most of his life, and always thinking about his parents' small farm. No, Amen can indeed show miracles. Carmelo was a high school graduate before he joined the army. He always said that he would go back to college as soon as the war was over and read books whenever he had free time. He has always been a straightforward person who speaks his mind. Then there is no doubt that he is the real God. Carmelo continued, subverting the world and reversing time and space. This cannot be explained by psychic power. Why do you say this like those mysterious hedgy wizards? Fergus on the other side frowned. Feeling very disappointed, I remember that you are not a Christian. Nor do you believe in other sections. Of course, I am not one of those dark believers who dedicate their souls to Ammon. Camaro explained, I just remind you not to forget how terrible Ammon is. With the advent of the Doomsday War, some minority sects that believe in heresy began to flourish inexplicably. Some sects claim to be the savior, calling Ammon the oldest evil existence in the universe. A Lucifer, a fallen angel, one of Satan, calling on people to join this holy war against the fallen. Other sects regard Ammon and his servants as gods. They call Ammon the one who brings truth, the eternal one, and the hope of salvation. But no matter which sect, they all try to find the image corresponding to the dark god in the mythological books and historical records of mankind, proving that Ammon really existed. Through the secondary creation of divergent imagination, the believers of the dark god pointed out that Ammon was behind many major events in human history, and the coming of the end of the world was predicted long ago. Going back further, it is possible that dinosaurs are also related to Ammon. The Protoss also said that the Xel'Naga is the origin of all things in the universe. So it is understood that Ammon is God. This adaptation combined with historical facts has received good response and reputation. If people believe it, they will think more and more about it, and feel that they have discovered the truth of the existence of the universe. The dark god Ammon does respond to his believers, which makes the power of the dark sect even greater. But his gift makes them stronger and more crazy. Ammon once corrupted an entire fleet of the Tyranid Empire's Mobius Legion. Later, this fleet became larger due to the continuous addition of fanatics, and a large number of void creatures and hybrids also appeared among them. However, compared to these, the ones who have the most contact with Ammon are the Imperial soldiers fighting on the front line. Only those who have truly faced the shadow of the void can best appreciate Ammon's power. Because the deeper the void erosion, the more inexplicable strange phenomena will occur. This means that these soldiers often have to bear huge psychological pressure and even doubt their own beliefs. If Ammon had not only shown his destructive power most of the time, he could have gained more believers. But now Ammon is tired of playing the role of God, and he never hides his desire to destroy everything. Ammon is certainly terrible. He has the power of God, but he is not invincible. The Battle of Ire has proved this. Emperor Augustus has many titles, and he will be called the God Killer in the future. Andre knows that the current Imperial Army generally has the same idea as Camaro. Religion and superstition are not banned in the Copperloo sector. Some Imperial armies still retain the position of priests, and many people still believe that there are gods or similar things in this world. This is a desperate war. No matter how terrible the Protoss and Zerg are, they are still lives that humans can understand. But the Xel'Naga and the Void creatures are creations from another dimension. If Ammon truly shows the power that only gods can have, then why can't he be called a god? And if that's the case, how can humans defeat a god? Well, I wonder why there is no god on our side. Otherwise, how can we kill Ammon? Just like we can't hurt the creatures that appear in nightmares at all, Camaro said. Just as Andre was about to say something, a soldier named O'Neill suddenly shouted, "Stop making noise. They are coming." Michael O'Neill was covered in a silver-gray CMC 400A power armor. This well-made armor came from the UD Expeditionary Force. The shell was made of 80% depleted uranium and 20% titanium, and it was extremely hard. The reactor equipped in this armor can enable it to reach a maximum speed of 35 km per hour. Another layer of explosion-proof shield on O'Neill's mask was painted with a terrifying facial logo, making him look aggressive. Only one kind of person was allowed to wear this power armor, and that was the UD veteran who swore allegiance to Emperor Augustus. Most of these Earthlings have married and had children in the Terran Empire, parting ways with their past. Go back to your positions. Camaro, We'll talk about this next time, Andre reminded him. You'd better not mention this to others. Otherwise those ghost agents will suspect that you have been mentally contaminated by the hybrid. I believe you didn't, but you will have to suffer before you find out the truth. At this time, bursts of booming artillery roared past. According to Andre's experience, at this moment, these infected people outside the city of Chosidon always gather at a certain location first, and then launch an attack when they reach a certain number. But the Imperial Army will use this characteristic to cover the location with firepower in advance, so they will not be able to deal with the enemy's first wave of attacks. Generally speaking, the infected are slow in action and have low intelligence, so most of them will be cleaned up by long-range firepower before reaching the Imperial Army's position. But this time it might be different. Andre's HUD display has been connected to the detection data of the sensor tower. The data panel shows that a large number of enemies are rapidly approaching their position. Soon, the auxiliary scanning system locked onto the infected people one by one. Their exposed fangs and bleeding jaws seemed to be sewn to their bodies, and the bloody muscles on their bodies were connected to the shells and tentacles like the alien insects. It is said that the swarm still retains the souls of these infected people. These horrible creatures originally exuded the smell of sores and decay, and their speed was like that of frozen cold-blooded animals. Now, the genetic modification of the swarm and a certain chemical component in their blood have greatly increased their speed. Andre saw a large group of infected people twisting their weird steps and running towards him, being dragged forward by his crazy feet, and couldn't help but curse, "This is unfair." Other huge creatures followed the infected people. They were giant multi-legged monsters, covered with pre-steel and new alloy armor that once belonged to a bunker, and attacked with automatic machine guns and cannons on their backs. When they reach the right location, these infected bunkers will take root again and become a living military fortress with a mixture of biological and mechanical bodies. Some Imperial soldiers call them bunker beasts. Then, the sound of gunfire from the bunker clusters became one. They are everywhere. Then fire everywhere. Chapter 761 Our War. Their war. Just like the most terrifying zombie movie, the gray-brown crowd was like a roaring wave, one wave higher than the other. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of infected people twisted their bodies full of holes and moved, like a black cloud moving quickly on the ground. They looked like a large group of puppets put together from here and there, with crooked noses, slanted eyes, dislocated joints, deformed limbs, and ghostly heads. They were simply monsters that had just crawled out of hell. This scene reminded Andre of the raging waves caused by the 3 moons on Santori. The dark black waves were like rows of 200-foot-high buildings falling from the sky, crashing into the beach, which scared him. A landlubber who grew up in Chasala, the huge waves on Santori could easily smash a 3-story cruise ship into pieces. Andre didn't know if their position could last longer than those cruise ships. Andre had dealt with these monsters before. The infected people were just staggering zombies, like drunkards. The surging corpse tide always moved very slowly, leaving people enough time to react. The infected people on Chosidon were strong and agile, and could even jump and bite from a long distance. Not to mention that they were slow in movement. They were even more terrifying than the Kara beasts on the planet Callus that were used to climbing over cliffs. If the ordinary corpse tide was compared to the fine waves on the beach, slow and light, the one on Chosidon was a huge wave that destroyed the world and arrived in an instant, bound to sweep everything away. Andre realized that he was shooting at the infected people who were pouring in like a crowd in vain, trying to stop the huge waves with bullets. This war was extremely boring. They were hiding back to back in the bunker. All they could do was shoot at the incoming enemies in the intervals when the gunfire stopped, until they ran out of ammunition, and repeated the killing process. In the end, how much impact can a soldier or an officer have on the war situation? This is an interstellar war. If you want to defend or capture a planet, the scope and military force to be mobilized are unimaginable. Any large-scale battle will involve at least 1 million people. In the 300 years before the Guild War, the conflicts between humans in the Copperless sector were just minor fights, like a few children in a family throwing stones at each other. The real interstellar war appeared later, as if it was not until the Protoss turned the 2 planets in the Ceres system into ashes that humans realized the true value of fleets and thermonuclear weapons. Thousands of warships, thousands of destructive weapons, thousands of star systems, thousands of wars. At this moment, above Andre's head, a circle of Shrike automatic turrets rotated and fired continuously. as if someone was rhythmically beating a drum. And the huge shells that fell hit the electroplated steel guard plate with a thumping sound. And a series of continuous rain of bullets looked like a long red dragon in the dark night. Under the flickering firelight, the infected army was a sea of people that stretched as far as the eye could see. At the same time, the tunnel worms were still digging holes in the land of Poseidon, sending evil creations loyal to Ammon. Ahead, a scorching wall of flames rose from the rows of doomsday turrets. The man-made terrible heat wave engulfed a large number of infected people in an instant, and countless twisted monsters screamed and jumped in the raging fire. Another round of volleys from the siege tank group followed, and the shells immediately flew blood and flesh everywhere, sweeping everything like a storm. Fighter planes roared in the sky, and a large number of tactical attack planes flew low and dropped napalm bombs, turning everything in sight into a sea of fire. From time to time, Andre could still see the huge flashes released when tactical nuclear bombs fell in the distance. The shipborne laser weapons above the clouds were like orange-red glass knives that accurately cut the charred earth, and the trails of missiles were all over the sky. It seemed that every inch of the land was exploding and burning, and the smell of burning thermoplastics and ozone when charged plasma passed through the superheated air was everywhere. This was a sea of blood and corpses surrounded by flames. Large groups of infected people were swept down like fallen leaves by the autumn wind. Then more infected people stepped on the corpses of their own kind and continued to move forward. They crossed the flame isolation belt created by the Empire bombers one after another, as ferocious as lions crossing a circle of fire. If there is a doomsday, then they are obviously at the center of the doomsday. Such a scene is naturally extremely shocking, but in Andre's opinion, it is far less than 1% of the battlefield on Air. At that time, the golden fleet of the Protoss of Darum occupied the entire sky of Air. Thousands of gorgeous sky fires cut the earth like the whip of the gods, and cracks more than 10 miles wide were scattered over the ruins of the once glorious city. The raging fire of the burning world burned from one end of the horizon to the other, and even the low clouds in the sky were ignited, and all kinds of gorgeous colors rushed into the sky. The longer you live, the more you see, especially in the copperless sector of this era. The sentry turret has been breached. When Private Fergus shouted in the communication channel, there were also more than a dozen warnings and shouts from others. Andre saw that the last few doomsday turrets that were spewing flames in vain suddenly stopped firing, and a pile of steel wreckage with burning flesh and blood was instantly submerged by endless infected people. These monsters with sharp teeth like alien insects can even tear open power armor and drill through the armor of tanks. At this time, looking down from the observation hole of the bunker in front of Andre, the infected people who were climbing along the high ground were already close at hand, and he seemed to be able to smell the stench of these monsters. It was the smell of a corpse that had been dead for many days, rotting and stinking. The stench of the corpse was so choking that it was hard for people to breathe. Although Andre was sure that the bombing of the Empire's air force had already killed at least hundreds of thousands of infected people, the Zerg had long taught humans that any resistance in the face of absolute numbers was only delaying their own death. Most of the infected people were in rags. Their faces were almost rotten, and they had extra long tongues, tentacles, shells and claws. They were real man-eating evil ghosts. Andre could only barely identify their occupations in their lifetime, and he was unwilling to guess what these people had experienced before they died. But no matter whether these people were butchers who killed pigs or modern girls wearing high heels, they could easily tear off Andre's helmet and strangle or bite him to death. They were very fast and had amazing strength. Andre had seen these infected people pile up a Zeus battle tank to death. Andre drew his gun and fired. A series of depleted uranium armor-piercing bullets set off a ripple in the air. Several infected people in the front fell down immediately. The bullets, accelerated by electromagnetic force, even opened the skulls of these monsters, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. It can be seen that although Poseidon's new virus has enhanced the physiological functions of these infected people, it still cannot make them invulnerable. To be honest, it is shameless enough to say that these infected people can run as fast as Marines who have taken a shot of stimulant. At the same time, the artillery of the planetary fortress Ibex roared and fired, and a hurricane of fire and blood created holes covered with charred flesh and blood in the dense army of infected people. Countless infected people fell in front of Andre, and more monsters continued to move forward by clinging to the corpses of their own kind. Some larger monsters brutally carved their way among the infected. They were much more difficult to deal with. The most common of them were aberrations. They might have once been humans, But now they had become a nightmare creature like a centaur, with a completely unrecognizable humanoid face and a layer of hard skin covered with pus. Under the influence of the new virus, the aberrations that appeared in Chosiden also fell into a violent state. They could really run like a fast horse. The hunting body is almost a smaller version of the wild beast, with a ferocious body covered with spikes and a bloody mouth, as if it is wearing swords, spears, and halberds. The difference is that the hunting body has a pair of advantageous wings and amazing jumping ability, which can almost be regarded as short-distance flight. They can climb over cliffs and attack from behind the enemy. Carmelo, who they call college students, believes that some brain worms obviously believe that fair and open frontal attacks are outdated, and the tricks of insidious villains are the way to win. These insidious creatures were born to assassinate commanders, so they rarely appeared in front of them. Burgess pointed out simply that since the appearance of this creature, the SCVs in the mining area and construction site have suffered the most. The brainworm must have added some genes and instincts to these hunters, making them excited when they see space engineering vehicles. Some large-scale explosive insect variants also frequently appear in this army of infected people. Andre's good brothers affectionately call this giant explosive insect bomb monster. There are 3 of them in front of him, mixed in the densely packed infected people like a slowly moving hill, full of vesicles filled with highly corrosive acid. This baneling is much larger than its smaller cousins in other nests, which is enough to make it stand out from the crowd. The bomb monster is too big to roll forward like other banelings. But on the other hand, it is incredible that it has not been crushed by its own weight. At first glance, Andre would almost mistake the bomb monster for a large high-energy gas tanker. In fact, they are equally explosive and equally dangerous. However, the bomb monster was still wearing a thick chitin armor, and the small caliber weapons hitting it could only barely splash a few sparks. A bomb monster stepped on the ground and squeezed to the front, spraying a strong acid towards a bunker on Andre's left. Suddenly, the outer wall of the entire bunker boiled like a pot of boiling water, and the acid that fell on the ground corroded a series of dark pits. Andre heard a scream and the shouts of the medics, but he didn't know whether it came from the bunker or a Reaper mobile team that was about to be destroyed. "Where are our tanks? Kill them!" Andre shouted in the command channel. Then, Andre heard the unique hissing sound of laser weapons amid the loud noises of various guns and cannons. Something was immediately baked dry and exploded like an overinflated balloon. A thick cloud of smoke rose from the ground, and everything was shrouded in it. When Andre saw what had just happened, there was nothing left where the bomb monster had been. The obese leech died in a shocking manner. If it had been closer to here, even Andre's bunker and everyone in it would have been sent to heaven. "They are finished." Wade said something in a low voice, and then began to silently chant, "God bless them and let them arrive safely. Amen." And O'Neill reminded Wade indifferently that he had better worry about himself. Before Andre's mind turned around, he saw several trucks and armored vehicles full of infected people, siege tanks covered with hyperplastic flesh and tendrils, and rattlesnake tanks behind the thick smoke created by the bomb monster. And then the bunker beast crawling forward quickly, and the machine gun on the ladder's back shook out a few filthy bullets from time to time. Andre really didn't know how these monsters replenished their ammunition, or whether they had merged with the automatic ammunition manufacturing factory inside the barracks, and could produce new ammunition by swallowing crystal ore. Whether it was the infected buildings, vehicles, or those bunker beasts, they had actually mutated into flesh and blood creatures with only a superficial appearance. If you peel off the pieced-together metal shell, you can even find a beating heart and other organs inside. Perhaps even if seriously injured, creatures like bunker beasts can regrow the lost steel plates. Compared with the Cerberus swarm, the bunker beast is a more thorough cyborg. Andre noticed that several infected Rattler tanks fired at another bunker. The Imperial soldiers' counterattack seemed so weak that the bunker was soon heated and ignited. Gasified steel and burning blood gushed out from the gap, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. There was a group of people inside, and Andre knew everyone. Among them, Sergeant Reddle had been to the legendary Ulna with him in the past. Infected siege tanks and bunkers began to take root in front of Andre's eyes, using their sharp walking feet to dig up the soil, bury themselves in it, and begin to attack the Imperial positions directly. Dozens of explosive infected bodies were launched and hit the bunkers like cannonballs, splashing acid and rotten meat everywhere. The scene was no different from smashing rotten watermelons against the wall. The Imperial Army's pulse cannons immediately responded, and some bunker beasts that had not yet taken root twitched and collapsed, looking like fat rats with their bellies pierced. This was already despairing enough. And then a group of rot monsters appeared. The rot monster is one of the many terrible variants of the thunder beast, and it first appeared in Mainhof. This is a filthy and terrifying supergiant creature. Compared with other creatures of the same kind, it is not afraid of sunlight, and its whole body is full of the smell of corruption and excessive mutation. The foul and smelly green pus flows between the armor and skin of the rot monster, under the thick hard skin. Even the bulging muscles flash with the green light released by some terrible radioactive substances. When Andre first saw this kind of monster in Chasiden, they only appeared twice, and there was only one each time. The corrosion monsters were really tough, and just dealing with one of them almost caused sparks to be worn out of the siege tank's gun barrel. If support did not come, Andre and his brothers would really die here. But they had already prepared for this. Once the Marines stepped into the battlefield, they had to be prepared to die. In other words, they had to be more open-minded. They knew they would die, but they didn't know where they would die in the end and how ugly their death would be. As for whether it was a worthy death, only God knew. Chapter 762 Unexpected Reinforcements. The C-14 Gauss rifle has a firing rate of 30 rounds per second. The bullets accelerated by electromagnetic force are far faster than the speed of sound. With 15 explosions per second, the bullets tore through the darkness like a blazing torch. The infected people were either cut in half or separated in an instant, emitting thick blood mist. The piled-up corpses were as high as a hill. Andre no longer remembered how many bullets he had fired and how many enemies he had killed. There was no point in talking about it now. The number of infected people on any hectare of land in front of him was much greater than all the bullets in his hand. Not to mention the giant mutants, whose shells were so hard that even depleted uranium armor-piercing bullets could not bite them. A few minutes ago, the Shrike automatic turret above the bunker was still spewing metal torrents, killing the mutants that entered the range one by one. But now it has somehow stopped firing and can't even fire a spark. In other directions of this position, 2/3 of the sentry turrets, bunkers and pre-steel shelters have become or are becoming ruins, with flames rising into the sky and black smoke rising. Looking around, the army of infected people was like a thick gray-brown blanket spread on the ground. The number of enemies not only showed no signs of decreasing, but increased with each fight. At the same time, there was no movement at all from the promised support. It was obvious that they were doomed. Captain, there are at least 3 corpse monsters, 1,500 yards in front of us. There are also a large group of bomb monsters and strangle monsters. O'Neill was shooting out from another shooting hole. This former UD expeditionary veteran had never said so many words in one breath since Andre met him. Our weapons can't deal with such a big guy. Lawrence came over with a heavy Gauss rifle and a grenade launcher on his back. The grenade on it looked bigger than his forehead at first glance. He said, I heard that the armor of the corpse monster can deflect the shells of the siege tank. This is a common thing. You know, the immortal shield of the Protoss is even more weird than this. As Andre said this, he used the Gauss rifle in his hand to blow up the head of an explosive infected body, watching it explode into a pool of charred meat flowing with highly corrosive acid. Not far away, a mist shell landed among a large group of infected people, and also landed on a long-dead bunker beast, blowing up many broken limbs and a fat tail. Andre vaguely caught a glimpse of the big tail, which seemed to be made of rotten meat and rusty mechanical parts, with a grayish-white luster like dead skin on the surface. In short, it was ugly and disgusting, as if it had just been pulled out of a dead rat. At this moment, other bunkers nearby that were still firing increased their firepower at the same time. The corpse monsters O'Neill mentioned were already very close. They were more filthy and larger than other thunder beasts. Their huge crowns seemed to float in the clouds, with long bone blades nailed on them. The pair of pus-oozing giant king blades were also extremely terrifying. The single horn on the forehead was like a majestic halberd. One corpse monster alone could completely flatten this place. Not to mention that there were 3 of them now. Andre also counted at least 30 stranglers, bomb monsters, several times that number of deformed monsters, and seemingly endless infected people. There are also a large number of infected Marines in this army of infected people. They are so numerous that they can still shoot according to some instinct. Although they are just holding some rags, their firepower is more powerful than that of the genuine Marines. God knows what is going on. These people are just like growing out of the ground. A corpse monster came straight to Andre. He could even see the terrible miasma around the former. The green giant eyes looked like two small suns hanging in the sky. It is a real behemoth, with its skeleton alone being the size of the Palatine Forum in August grad. And its own weight can collapse the ground. The rotting monster's digging ability is also amazing. Enough to go through mountains. Andre and his comrades used all the weapons at hand, but still couldn't stop it at all. All kinds of cluster bombs, rockets, and ion guns were used on it. But only the railgun could barely leave a trace. A few bunkers could not stop those giants. They would crush this place, just like humans crush the small piles of earth dug by ants. Whether it was their own or the enemy's, the monster easily crushed everything in front of it, as if it came to Andre in the blink of an eye. With a loud bang, the pair of giant blades opened and closed, tightly embedded in the upper structure of the bunker like a can opener. Amid the teeth-grinding sound of metal tearing and roaring, everyone, including Andre, saw that the steel-forged walls were cracking and collapsing. Countless infected people desperately rushed to the precarious electroplated shield, and the sound of flesh and blood hitting steel was clearly audible. "Get out of here! Run!" Andre grabbed Fergus, who was still crazy and shooting, and kicked him to the rear hatch reserved behind the bunker. The remaining people ran away as soon as he finished speaking, leaving behind the heavy weapons that they didn't have time to take away. Today is different from the past. Thanks to the current military-industrial level of the Empire, ordinary weapons and equipment are still not as valuable as human lives. When Andre ran out of the bunker and looked back, he saw it being uprooted. A large group of infected people had just crawled out of the ruins of the bunker and immediately chased after them like a group of soul-locked undead. Although their running posture was very funny, their speed was not slow at all. Andre injected a shot of stimulant, and the gravity boots of the power armor ran out of sparks. And he barely got rid of these terrible ghosts. If it were the civilians, there would be no chance of escape. We were hit. The attack came from us. We suffered heavy casualties. A large number of corpse monsters. The defense line has been breached. We need support. The public communication channel was in chaos, and Andre realized that they were already doomed. Retreat. Repeat. Retreat. Ruger Hill number 12 has been lost. Everyone immediately retreat to the Chosiden line. I am General Lance Williams. I order you to abandon your position and retreat immediately. For those soldiers who had already died, this order was really a little late. Some soldiers also evacuated the bunker at this time, like frightened small animals running away in the jungle. But more people did not have time to evacuate, and they were torn to pieces without suspense soon. The infected people tore them apart like a group of hungry wild dogs. It didn't take long for the flood of infected people to submerge the entire high ground. There were 2 full-strength Marine Corps companies guarding this high ground, as well as more than a dozen large-scale Marine mechas and more than 300 people. But Andre estimated that only a small number of them escaped in the end. Fortunately, Andre's men were still alive, and they were running very fast. The old commander could not catch up with them. Even if he lost himself, these bastards could not. It was still midnight, and there were no stars in the sky. Andre could only rely on the armored searchlight and 3-dimensional map to identify the direction. The scene was extremely chaotic. But what was certain was that the city of Chosiden was just ahead. This high mountain city built by 2 generations of colonists stood firm, and the steel and glass dome reflected the glittering silver light. There was another defensive position in that direction. The bronze walls of the iron fortress were hidden in the flames, and thousands of gun barrels dyed red by the flames made earth-shaking roars. The Ruger Hill number 12 where Andre was stationed was actually just a protruding position in front of the entire defense line. There were far more such positions, just like a number of nails protruding out. Its main function was to block the offensive of the infected army as a buffer, so that the artillery units could concentrate limited firepower to eliminate more enemies. The infected are not very smart. They will be attracted by these salient positions and then rush over. When the infected in front are blocked, the ones behind will continue to move forward. In the end, a large number of infected will be crowded in a small area, and then hit by the firepower of the Imperial artillery and fleet. Just like a tragic car accident scene, these salient positions are also the actual victims of bait. For example, they can be regarded as temporary dams built to store water, and sooner or later the dams will be washed away by the rising river water. The troops on the position were also in the most dangerous situation. Once the position was surrounded, they had almost no chance of evacuating successfully. Coldly speaking, These people would be sacrificed in the eyes of the commander. And they would say that this was a necessary sacrifice. In this way, Andre ran all the way in the direction of Chosidon City. At least 100,000 or 200,000 infected people were chasing him. And he didn't even dare to look back. He had no doubt that even if he just stopped to take a breath, he would be torn to pieces immediately. Andre has been in the army for more than 20 years. He has fought against private security, mercenaries, interstellar pirates, rebels, local militia, the old Federation regular army, UD, and even various alien forces. The most dangerous scene he has encountered is no more than this. He has seen Zerg swarms spreading across hundreds of astronomical units, and Protoss fleets destroying planets from orbit. He has seen countless suns fall and melt the Earth, even when Amon squandered the Golden Fleet in his hands like a ruthless tyrant. The whole army of fanatics rushing towards Andre in the ruins of the heart of the Iron Council never frightened him. The only thing that could provide them with support was the Minotaur battlecruiser in the sky. Balls of hot fire that were enough to melt metal were sprinkled on the ground, and countless infected people were burning like piles of dried grain in the fields. But from the polarization force field that lit up, the battleship was obviously unable to take care of itself. But he couldn't figure out what kind of infected creatures were attacking such a huge interstellar battleship. A Banshee fighter tried to provide fire support to the Marines on the ground, but the brave pilot just lowered the altitude a little, and thousands of rockets flew out from the infected army. The iron giant bird with its wings broken fell down without even a few flaps, like a burning stone falling straight to the ground, killing at least dozens of infected people and causing a fire. Several medical transport ships landed under great pressure, trying to transport the wounded as much as possible, but none of them landed on Andre. God seemed to have been favoring Andre. Or maybe he was not destined to die. In the end, with 2 injections of stimulants, he successfully shook off the infected and climbed into the defensive wall of another position. Inside the fortification wall was an open space, where 2 war-wolf mechas and a dozen fully armed Marines stood. We just walked through hell. As soon as Andre landed on the ground, he said to the leading Imperial officer, "Welcome back to the world." The officer replied, "Captain Madrid, I am Lieutenant Haig, the person in charge here. Stay there and don't move." When Andre wanted to walk over, the other party immediately stopped him. Andre only noticed at this moment that Fergus, Wade, and several other soldiers who had escaped here were standing in the corner of the fortification wall to be examined by a medical soldier, and they were spreading their hands towards him innocently. But he nodded and was surprised to find that everyone was there. Nothing could be more gratifying than this. "I am sure that neither I nor my men carry the Black Death virus," Andre said. "You have no say." Andre was very unhappy with Haig's attitude at the beginning. The symptoms were not obvious, and even when the disease was terminal, it did not feel much pain. But in the end, everyone who gets the virus will die, without exception. Excuse me. The good news is that the virus can only spread widely if the infected die. And if someone dies here, we will all be infected. That means the living people will not spread the virus, Andre said. "That's the case for now." Haig nodded and said, "Fortunately, it's easy to determine who is carrying the virus, thanks to Dr. Ariel Hansen. But even she couldn't cure the Black Death. What will you do then?" Andre nodded to show his understanding. "What will you do with the sick people then?" "The patients will be sent to the medical station and receive the best treatment," Lieutenant Haig said. "You said there is no cure for this virus," Andre said. "Yes." The other party just answered him like this. Soon, everyone was silent. Due to the particularity of the Black Death, the infected people could only be sent to the ward to wait for death. In this way, every hospital used to accommodate patients is equivalent to a huge morgue. Andre simply did not think about what this meant to those who knew all this. No one said anything else, and Andre just stepped aside and waited for the medical staff to check. At the same time, there were countless infected people and mutant creatures attacking outside. Looking up, in the city center of Chosidon City, all available spacecraft that can travel between the atmosphere and outer space orbit will be used to transport refugees. But even if these ships can successfully escape from the planet before the infected people overwhelm the city of Chosidon, unless they are willing to stay on the overcrowded nano-transit planet, it will be difficult for them to find a place to stay on other worlds in the Imperial Starfield. People on other planets may show great sympathy for Chosidon, but they will not allow refugee ships that may carry the virus to land on their planets. Such things often happen in starfields where the swarm virus is rampant. based on the extreme fear of infection. Militia organizations, and even planetary defense forces will shoot down refugee ships outside the synchronous orbit. And even the wreckage of the spacecraft is not allowed to land on the ground. But even so, if the reinforcements fail to arrive in time, Andre and his comrades must at least hold on until all civilians are safely evacuated. This is their duty. The order of Emperor Augustus. Unless there is no other way, the Terran Empire will not easily give up any planet. Even as long as there is hope, they will regroup their troops and retake their homeland. Suddenly, Andre noticed that a huge spacetime gate was opening above the city of Poseidon, and a large fleet of Protoss void rays was sailing out of it. Each warship is gorgeous and graceful, with intricate patterns engraved on it that can be traced back to the golden age of the Protoss Empire's culture and art. There are also a large number of void array ships in this fleet. These creations filled with Xel'Naga aesthetics and brilliant technology are like strings of green jewels scattered from the sky. A huge Xel'Naga construct appeared in a terrible psychic impact. It seemed to come from the huge Xel'Naga construct standing like gods in the Ajari shrine in the Temple of Una. But it was completely different. It seemed to be made of organic glass, diamonds, gems, and other extremely gorgeous things in the universe. It radiated a magnificent light like the sun, and the light seemed to contain all colors. Are they Protoss? Lieutenant Haig also saw all this, and was very surprised. It's really strange. Poseidon is hundreds of light years away from the nearest Protoss world. Andre said this. But in his heart, he felt that these Protoss were here to support them. Since the Battle of Ire. In order to repay the favor of the Terran Empire for saving the god's first son. The Daram Protoss has not been stingy in providing the Empire with resources, spacetime channels, and all support including the army. And even sent an expeditionary fleet to come all the way to rescue an Empire world that was originally unrelated. Even the Taldaran Protoss occasionally sent fleets to clear out the Zerg troops that entered their sphere of influence, indirectly helping the Empire relieve the pressure on the front line, under the pretext of "don't die under my nose." Of course, the high-level lords don't care about the lives of human civilians at all. The Taldaran despise the weak, but they can't tolerate the existence of losers. If the Imperials want to get the support of the Taldaran, then they must prove that they are truly strong. And if they can survive the enemy's attack, they don't need others to save them. This is a strange cycle. These warships seem to belong to the Daram Protoss and the Ahanli Protoss. But I heard that these two Protoss factions have never interacted with each other and rarely fight side by side. Who can unite these arrogant Protoss under his command? Andre couldn't help but ask himself. I don't know. But it seems that we are saved. Wade came over and looked very happy because the test showed that he was not infected with the Black Death. Instead of waiting to die slowly, he might as well rush into the pile of infected people with explosives and die with them. Chapter 763. This time, I brought the sound of the tide of doomsday, and witnessed the arrival of dawn with my own eyes. This day has finally arrived. The Void Seeker, which was shining with emerald green light, landed as lightly as a fallen frozen leaf. The Dark Archon Zeratul gently moved the crystal nodes that followed his spiritual instructions, and a holographic image reflecting the infinite starry sky appeared on the clear and seamless transparent curtain wall. The holographic image continued to extend with Zeratul's powerful will that saw through everything, crossing the endless sea of stars and the sun, moon and stars, over the rivers and mountains of Poseidon, and came to a majestic city among the mountains. Here, mountains are connected to mountains, with forests and shrubs in between, and towering trees hundreds of feet high supporting the sky-high canopy dome. At this moment, these lush and vigorous plants are being ignited by tracer bullets, incendiary bombs and laser weapons, burning in orange-red flames, with ashes, damaged war machines, and the remains of the dead everywhere. The giant trees struggling in the flames can't help but remind Zeratul of the Alavash flowers blooming among the trees of Ire's joy. The eldest sons of the gods will use the nectar of this flower to strengthen their connection with Kara. The rich flora and fauna of the land had now withered, just as their homeland was on the verge of collapse. The Doomsday War has come, and all the universe is counting on our victory. Below the Void Seekers, the infected marched across the burning forests. Long-range rockets and laser weapons from the Imperial Army whizzed through the sky like red-hot swords, and the roar of artillery explosions swept across the land like thunder. Endless mutants surged towards the crumbling battlements of the Terrans like a rising and falling tide. And the bravest human warriors Zeratul had ever seen fought back with unwavering heat weapons. Thousands of cannons flashed brightly as they fired at the same time, and the hot shrapnel and the shock waves of the explosions tore everything around them like paper. The huge warships of mankind also landed below the stratosphere, using huge naval guns to provide fire support. These warships were the absolute embodiment of strength and firepower, as if a fortress city armed with huge cannons had burst into space. Countless red-hot fireworks burst in the deep darkness, like a grand but deadly fireworks display. Every glass in the city reflected the red flames of destruction, and those unique round towers were also burning and collapsing, shrouded in large areas of rising smoke and thick clouds. Since the Dark God announced his return in the universe, this familiar scene has been staged again and again in the Copperloo sector. The arrival of the end of the world has been predicted, and all of this has come true. I must seek the wisdom of the Xel'Naga again. Their ancient structures contain the power to save us. 5 parallel void rays came to the other side of the Void Seeker, accompanied by a resonance like a rhythm, and bright beams of light condensed from the open prism blades. Then, there was a terrible explosion, as if someone was lashing the sky with a huge whip. An L's word burst out, and a huge column of light fell from the sky. Waves of deep blue ripples spread across the surface, and groups of mutant organisms were ignited and turned into ashes in an instant. After the light gradually faded, a city of thousands of towers with sarcophagi, obelisks, boulders, and magnificent statues appeared on the ashes like a mirage, like a large piece of foam that rose from the sea at some point, radiating colorful light under the golden sun. This is a building projection from the extra-dimensional space, a dreamlike creation like a flower in the mirror projected from a corner of the world. Bright glare lights are shining from it, as if silver lightning is gathering. When these extra-dimensional space projections open fire, thousands of infected people disappear in the blink of an eye like morning dew when the sun rises. Dark Master, please allow my warriors to join this battle. Augustus Mengsk's army has saved my people from fire and water 3 times. How can we sit back and watch his people being slaughtered now? Telbris, a High Templar of the first Son of God, is dressed in golden armor and flowing robes, flanked by Protoss warriors holding solar-powered battle axes. This High Templar is from the Alaga tribe of the first Son of God. He is as brave and fearless as the rest of his people, and just as proud and arrogant. He leads a legendary legion of zealots, all of whom are warriors sent by Archbishop Darum to support Zeratul. They are extremely determined and brave, and have experienced many battles, and have been tempered. Although Zeratul did not have the direct command of the legion in name, he could also make suggestions from the side. And Telbris admired the Dark Master's foresight, and adopted all of his suggestions. Our military strength is limited. Zeratul closed his shining eyes, and his eyes seemed to penetrate the reality and the future. But he saw farther than anyone present. The most mysterious and legendary Dark Master in the history of the Nerazim Protoss has spent his life studying a Xel'Naga prophecy, hoping to find a way to turn the tide when the ultimate dark moment comes. He was always alone, wandering in the universe in self-exile. When the Doomsday War really came, Zeratul never gave up the pursuit of the wisdom of Xel'Naga. Finally, his lifelong pursuit gave him the ability to peek into the essence through the void, which is also called the Prophet's Vision. And the number of enemies is endless. Zeratul further pointed out to the high-level Templar Telbris, even if your warriors can fight 1,000 with one, it is far from enough. Perhaps we don't have to destroy all mutants to save the humans on this planet. Those who are familiar with Zeratul know that he has always been the one who is responsible for making riddles. He always likes to use a riddle to answer another riddle, or throw out the essence of things, and then let the audience come up with solutions themselves. Infected humans are also part of the swarm. Telbris followed Zeratul's thoughts and said, and to deal with a swarm, the most effective way is to find and kill their leaders, which are often human individuals who still retain advanced intelligence after being infected. It seems that the Protoss are very fond of this. Zeratul opened his eyes. It could be a young small brain worm or another powerful queen. But if not, these abominations will be controlled by something else that humans can't expect. The holographic screen in front of him began to fade, gradually dimming, and finally stopped at the center of the human city called Chosidon City. Dozens of jumping cursors accurately marked the Imperial Armory, barracks, heavy factory, engineering station and gas refinery and other buildings. And detailed data such as the number of garrisons and firepower were marked in detail. But if you look carefully, you can pick out many highlighted coordinates. Each coordinate is surrounded by several layers of concentric circles that are constantly shrinking and expanding, which represent some kind of artificial psychic resonance waveform. Psychic transmitter. Needless to say, Telbrus knew that Zeratul already had the answer in his mind. Psychic transmitters were invented by humans, and their function is to attract Zerg. This device also works on infected people, which is why the army of infected people keeps pouring into the city. The human race is a combination of contradictions. They always open Pandora's box intentionally or unintentionally, and die from the bullet they fired. The Terran Empire government and army on this planet must have tried to search for the venomous bodies and infected people on a large scale, and even directly killed the leaders of this army of infected people to eradicate the infection from the source. But obviously they did not succeed. Telbrus' first reaction was that the traitor of mankind activated the psionic transmitter. After all, the original purpose of this terrible device was to divert trouble. But currently, the psionic transmitter is only in the hands of the Terran Federation, the Terran Empire, and the former Earth UD Expeditionary Force. As the Empire becomes increasingly powerful, the remnants of the old Federation have long disappeared and gradually become second-rate pirates and mercenaries. Even those who publicly accused Augustus Mengsk of being a usurper were regarded as a joke by the people around them. And even the Imperial Security Bureau was too lazy to pay attention to them. As for the Empire, since Emperor Augustus believed that this was a weapon that could overthrow the regime, the technology of the psionic transmitter had long been blocked, and those who could access it had extremely high permissions, and similar things would hardly happen. It is more likely that these psionic emitters were made by the infected UD Admiral Gerard Duger, who perhaps did not realize the value of this weapon until his death. As a new branch of the Zerg, the infected Admiral did not have so many brain worms and Zerg queens to drive, so he used psionic emitters to control his Zerg army. Of course, as long as Duger wanted, he could still control them in detail, but the war might be carried out on many planets at the same time, and psionic emitters would be a simpler and more convenient tool. Why haven't the humans in this city discovered these psychic emitters? Telbrus was surprised by their slowness. These devices are buried in the city's sewer network. If I hadn't received the guidance of the prophecy, I would have no way of finding them. Zeratul said, as the saying goes, there is no constant situation in the army, and there is no constant shape in the water. It's dark under the lamp. Give the order, Dark Master. Telbrus understood that the root of everything was those psychic emitters. Then, as long as all the devices were destroyed, the infected army would lose their direction of advancement. They would stay in place or wander around aimlessly, just like those wild insect swarms. My warriors and I are ready to respond to your call, like other eldest sons of God. Telbrus used to distrust and even hate the Nerazim who voluntarily cut off their nerve bundles like Zeratul. It was not only this heresy that cut off from Kala, but also the incomprehensible self-mutilation of the Dark Templar. They would rather lose their lives than cut off their connection with Kala. But now, even the most stubborn arbitrators have to cut off their nerve bundles. Otherwise they can only bow to Amon. However, it is really unpredictable. Telbrus never thought that he would become a Dark Templar one day, and he would not expect that he would respect Zeratul so much. Call all warriors. Zeratul walked through the bridge of the Void Seeker, and a large number of Protoss warriors were gathering towards him. We must act immediately, without delay. Zeratul has often been the lone hero who ventured into the Dragon's Den alone. But this time he is no longer going alone. The Dark Master does not consider himself a great leader like Tassadar. But now that the Doomsday War has arrived, if he wants to defeat Amon, he needs an army. This army does not have to be large, but it must be elite enough to meet all challenges. After such a long time of exploration, Zeratul decided to gain power from lost Zelnaga artifacts and ancient relics, and equip his warriors with powerful ancient technology. Zeratul brought the tide of the end of the world, and fought side by side with his friends for the last glimmer of hope in the war against Amon. When Zeratul arrived at the warp deck, a powerful war machine that combined Zelnaga and Protoss weapons was ready. Rows of Zelnaga technology-enhanced hunters, mechanical sentinels, and immortals flashed emerald light, and both the organic meteorite armor and the embedded Zelnaga structure core were engraved with patterns far more gorgeous than the art of the Protoss Golden Age. The rhythm of life is hidden in the leaf-like patterns and the glimmering light, and the stacked golden spirals can easily make people connect to the most beautiful shells in the universe. The Stalkers are powerful Dark Templar warriors, and the nightmare of the enemies of the Nerazim. In the eyes of human marines, a Stalker force that comes and goes without a trace, like a silver mist, is the incarnation of the god of death. The Zelnaga ambushers are a more powerful version, more like a group of evil spirits that appear from the void. The Xel'Naga technologically armed executors are equipped with air-to-air annihilation cannons. This four-legged sarcophagus is a real mobile coffin, in which the sarcophagus of the Protoss heroes is enshrined, and it is densely engraved with the ancient prophecies of the Xel'Naga. Armed with the wisdom and power of the ancient Xel'Naga, this Protoss army is far more powerful than their relatives in other Protoss. Cyrodiil walked among them, slightly hunched, and seemed out of tune with these Xel'Naga warriors, who followed the way of the void. The Dark Archon always looked dusty, and even the robe he wore was given to him by Emperor Augustus a long time ago, and now it looked old and wrinkled. However, this was more in line with Cyrodiil's mysterious image, as if this was what a mysterious and elusive master should look like. This respectable Nerazim warrior was honored by his followers as the Eternal Wanderer, the loyal voice and prophet of the Xel'Naga. His noble character and outstanding wisdom won him the respect of many leaders in the Copperless sector. Every Dark Patriarch of the Nerazim is given a set of armor called Shadow's Embrace as a symbol of strength and personality. But Cyrodiil prefers lighter robes. Sometimes Cyrodiil's friends would find him sitting there meditating in just a black belt, like an ascetic monk from centuries ago. Tychus Finley once thought that Cyrodiil just wanted to wear something cool, so he generously gave him 2 swimsuits, saying that it was just a few dollars, and he didn't care. Cyrodiil was deeply puzzled by his messy mental state. The Protoss might never understand what humans are. Activate the cloaking force field, Cyrodiil ordered. They can't escape their own shadows. Cyrodiil said, this time, I will turn the tide of fate. Chapter 764 Sacred Land. It is true that good times come after bad times. The 4th person to be promoted under the current Tal'Darim High Lord Alarak, the Star of Disaster Malyn, has already firmly believed that this planet called Bazher is a real treasure land for him. He only needs to wait for Malyn to plunder all the huge reserves of Terrazine resources in Bazher. No, even if he only obtains a small part of it, it will be enough to help him go further in the holy chain. He can even climb to the top of Slain and step on Genera, the first person to be promoted, and rule the world. Humph. Malyn did not show any complacency on his face. He was walking slowly along a narrow path opened by human colonists. On both sides were Bazher's grass as tall as a person. A sea of emerald green grass was rolling and undulating in strong hurricanes. The petioles of the vegetation here were slender and straight, as hard as iron, and the edges of the tiny leaves were sharp enough to easily cut through thick robes. The morning sun was so cold that it looked like a stranger should stay away. The wind was like thunder, and for a moment, it was like the sound of drums and horns, and the clanging of swords and spears. Steppes of War is a fertile land of lush green fields. There are still many lost Protoss ruins standing on this vibrant grassland, some of which have been dilapidated due to years of disrepair, and countless collapsed walls and fallen stone pillars lie in the lush grass and trees without anyone paying attention. Only the Catering crystal engraved with beautiful poems and prayers is still shining, as if the years are still there, and time is still there. At this moment, the rising sun seemed to jump above the clouds all of a sudden, and the whole world was suddenly lit up, and the flocculent clouds reflected golden light up and down. However, this beautiful scenery did not resonate with the Ascended Marin at all. The Tal'Darim have always been an extremely pragmatic race, and their perception of beauty is clearly cruel and gloomy in the eyes of other races. Bazher is very similar to the former Slain, but the last jungle of Slain disappeared at least a few centuries ago. Today's Slain is harsh and dead, but no Tal'Darim will regret it. In the millions of years since the ancestors of the Tal'Darim Protoss left Aiur in pursuit of Amon's footsteps, they conquered one planet after another to collect Terrazine, and most of these worlds have now been abandoned due to resource depletion or other reasons. The Tal'Darim are also ruthless to the land they depend on for survival. If it is for power, there is nothing that the Tal'Darim cannot abandon, even Slain. On this planet called Bashal, the only thing that Malyn cares about is the altar of the earth with purple smoke curling up. To be more precise, the earth is the only thing he cares about the most. The earth is the breath of God's creation, which can reach the mind and powerful power. There is no Tal'Darim who is not fascinated by it, and there is no Tal'Darim who is not crazy about it. My lord, the Terrazine reserves here are enough to supply Slain for hundreds of years, which is enough to exchange for the support of the fleet lords in the Raxar ceremony. A Tal'Darim dead apostle, among the many servile servants of Marin, was leading the way in front of him. This ragged poor guy was so humble that he didn't dare to look up and look at his master when he spoke. In the world of the Tal'Darim Protoss, it is the essence of Terrazine and dead apostles that feeds the strongest among the Tal'Darim, making them extremely powerful. To the ascended at the top of the ascension chain, the dead apostles are no different from fresh backup food and supplements for spiritual energy, because their duty in the holy chain is to dedicate themselves to the higher level Tal'Darim. All this will not change until these dead apostles gain enough power and influence to challenge their superiors. In this regard, Amon is fair. Malin sneered. I hope you are right this time. At the end of this slag gravel path, all the tall vegetation has been cut off by the blood blades of the Tal'Darim fanatics and the particle beams of the probes, emitting the pungent smell of grass juice evaporating in the air. What came into view was a former Terran Empire colony gathering point that had obviously been abandoned for a long time. A small mining station and its affiliated living facilities built for the purpose of mining crystal ore and terrazine resources. Almost all buildings were built with prefabricated panels, modular components, and waterproof canvas. The smelting facilities, separation towers, cranes, and large terrazine storage tanks were arranged in an axial shape and separated by train tracks, plank roads, and huge pipelines. The living area also had all the facilities, including a bar and a small holographic theater. It seemed that the colonists here had lived here for quite some time. All of these had been burned down not long ago, leaving only some blackened skeletons of buildings, like the skeletons of a group of giant beasts devoured by fire. The ruins were washed over and over by rain, and the parts exposed to the air rusted at an alarming rate, and the blood-stained parts far outnumbered the intact ones. The remains of collection robots can be seen everywhere on the ground. The colonists used these clumsy automated robots to collect and transport terrazine. Only a few glass dome eco-huts for colonists still stood there, but all the windows had turned into black holes, and some of the rooms were still hung with clothes that had not been put away in time, looking like floating ghosts. To the north of this mining station is the remains of part of the Arakan Citadel, which was once the most magnificent, grand, and splendid building on Bishar, and it is probably still the same in the entire Copperloo sector. Here, Malin can still vaguely see the rough huts built by the Terran human colonists based on the Protoss ruins. To Malin, such behavior is like snakes, insects, rats, and ants building nests on the magnificent palace of the giants. It was a much larger human city, probably still using the old name of Arakan, according to the style of the Terran Empire. A colonial city of this size must have an airport and stationed Imperial Marines. But now, this city has fallen into the same situation, and has been burned more than once by terrible fire, leaving only large empty shells of skyscrapers and charred spires. Even if it is not necessary for Malin to explain clearly, including this city, these destructions are indeed not caused by them, according to the images sent back by the detector. Bashal has not been attacked from high-altitude orbit, and most of the traces of destruction in the city are caused by human weapons. In other words, they were destroyed by killing each other. Since the return of their god and benefactor, the Dark God Amon, the jungle of Bashal's terrazine has become 100 times more dangerous and full of murderous intentions. Just like Slain, Bashal's terrazine contains powerful void energy and radiates Amon's terrible will. When the terrazine mist rises and gathers, the rift between reality and the void will emerge. Amon's minions and servants, the void shadows, came to reality through these entrances to the void, and invaded the entire world with the ever-spreading fog. In addition, long-term exposure to terrazine gas will also cause irreversible damage to the fragile nervous system of these humans, causing hallucinations, delusions, mental disorders, and even more terrible consequences, especially when Amon's will is revived and terrazine emerges from the crust of Bishar in multiples. In this case, if someone hears the crazy mutterings of the God of Darkness due to inhaling too much terrazine, or even falls into madness, it is common for them to turn to Amon. However, the situation of Bashar is a bit special. Those fanatics may believe in another existence, namely Bashar itself. In order to protect Bashar, they will fight to the death with all enemies who try to harm her. On the other hand, due to the role of terrazine in improving psychic potential, the psychic power of Bashar people is generally higher. Emperor Augustus Mength's Terran Empire built at least one ghost academy in Bashar, which has both the craziest lunatics in the entire empire and the best ghost agents. The war in Bashal was a war between those who were still loyal to the Terran Empire and Bashal, and the Void Shadow, and the followers of Amon. Before the arrival of Malin's Tal'Darim army, Bashal had experienced many wars, and there is evidence that the war has not ended yet. This continuous war, and the erosion of the void made Bashal a true death world. Even so, even if all this had not happened, even if these human colonists were still alive when Malin came to Bashal, if they dared to obstruct him from collecting terrazine and dared to get in his way, then Malin would still kill them all without hesitation, and only wait until the end to burn Bashal to ashes, so that the Terran people would not be able to produce any evidence even if they knew that it was the Tal'Darim who did it. At this moment, the true body of the great enemy Amon is still waiting in the void to make a comeback. The Terran Empire will definitely not go to war with the Tal'Darim directly for a sparsely populated border planet, and push such a powerful ally to the enemy's side. They dare not. How long will it take? When Merritt arrived at the mining station, a rough and solid Tal'Darim Protoss hub that seemed to have black blades inserted from top to bottom had just been warped, followed by a large number of crystal towers, photon turrets, shield chargers and portals. 2 narrow stargates above the Protoss hub are folding Tal'Darim ships several light years away. The semi-solidified outline of the warships is still shocking even from the ground thousands of meters away. How long will it take to complete the collection of terrazine here? He tried not to show his urgency. If I had a thorny whip, you would immediately regret your laziness. There are rumors that a warrior champion, who is still loyal to Amon, is preparing to challenge Genera, the first Ascendant, and then threaten the position of the High Lord to regain control of the Tal'Darim for the Dark God. This is an open conspiracy, and it is no secret in the Tal'Darim. The Dark God Amon never disdains to hide his true intentions from ignorant mortals. Marin thought he knew Genara's scheming and strength well enough, and knew that it would be difficult to bring her down. But with the blessing of Amon's divine power, the warrior loyal to him would not be without the ability to fight. However, in order to win people's hearts and hold on to power, even if the high-level Lord Alarak appeared indifferent to the matter, he would never sit idly by and watch Genera fail. At the same time, this is also a great opportunity for Alarak to eliminate dissidents and further control the Tal'Darim, considering that there are still a large number of Dark God believers in the Tal'Darim today. The number of people participating in the Rapture ceremony will be quite large, no matter who wins or loses. The death and injury of a large number of high-level Tal'Darim will definitely bring great turmoil to the top power. And Malin actually doesn't care whether Amon wins or Alarak finally succeeds in revenge. He only cares about his own power. If he is lucky enough, when Marin returns to Slain, Genera and Amon warrior may have been defeated or even killed. By then, with the terrazine he brought back from Bashal as capital, he will be able to win the hearts of the people and rise to the top in one step. However, Bashal is too far away from Slain, and the fact that it is far away from the political center of Tal'Darim at such a critical time makes Marin deeply uneasy. But if Marin's bet is right this time, I think it won't take long. My lord. The person who answered was a phase technician wearing a black and red robe. He was once a member of the first Son of God, but now he was forced to serve the fourth Ascender. Marin. I think 10 or 12 Ire sunshine cycles are enough. It depends, the phase technician said tremblingly, but still did not dare to give an exact time. Like many Tal'Darim, the Ascender Marin is a cruel and moody guy. Compared with him, even the most unpredictable Templar is very easy to get along with. He pointed to the Protoss hub and said, "It depends on how many usable probes we can build during this time. The Protoss technology is so amazing that the Protoss hub can completely control the power of time and space, and can accelerate the construction of probes and even other machines. Groups of Tal'Darim probes are coming and going between multiple terrazine altars, carrying the molded terrazine gas back and forth. It is worth mentioning that this Protoss hub was borrowed by Marlin from the Dallin Protoss, and it was used for its own use after a little modification, without any technical barriers. After all, what they like most is to use the latest and most advanced technology to build outdated old things. I don't care how much resources are invested." Malin raised his eyebrows, if the muscles on his eye bulges could be considered eyebrows. "I only want terrazine." Malin did not punish the phase technician. Now he is much more valuable than the dead apostle. Tal'Darim cannot cultivate outstanding talents like the Kalai engineers themselves. Their war craftsmen lack creativity, and often can only develop new weapons through plagiarism. The fourth Ascender. Malin. I detected a warp signal from a Tyranid Empire fleet. A Tal'Darim Ascender, whose status was only lower than Malin, suddenly sent a message from a warship. This fleet is huge. I tried my best to avoid them, but the detector showed that they just sent a strong landing force. He said, "I have confirmed that this human army is coming straight for you." What? Malin was surprised at first, and then felt that these humans did not take him seriously, even without any contact. They put up an army. Since Alarak took control of the Tal'Darim, the Terrans have been increasingly looking down on the Tal'Darim. In a sense, the Terran Empire got this planet from the Tal'Darim. Tal'Darim executor Nion conquered Beshar in the name of the gods and regarded it as a shrine world that cannot be desecrated. It is not surprising to encounter the Tal'Darim Protoss in the Copperless sector, which has a large number of Xel'Naga ruins and Terrazine resources. Nion's extreme fanaticism for the gods was unimaginable even among his people. But he failed in the end. He was defeated by the Terran humans. Marin was even ashamed to mention his name. "We must shoot down their landing ships before these humans attack us," said a high-level ascender loyal to Marin. "No. The high-level lord forbids us to go to war with humans." Marin actually didn't care about Alarak's order at all. But he didn't want to rashly go to war with the Terran Empire and damage his strength. Peace treaty. Speaking of this, the Ascendant even laughed out loud. The Terran Empire has signed a permanent ceasefire agreement with the Dallin Protoss. And in theory, the Tal'Darim have also signed something similar. But this does not mean that they have to abide by it. For the Tal'Darim, treaties are meant to be broken. TSK. This is for eternal peace and prosperity. The High Lord is really kind-hearted. Mentioning Alarak's decision, Marin couldn't help but say a few sarcastic words. These words even gave Marin goosebumps. Somehow, High Lord Alarak not only flirted with the Durham Templar named Artanis, but also moved closer to them in his roundabout way of doing things. Artanis just complimented him a few times, and the High Lord forgot everything in his heart. The Tal'Darim all thought the peace treaty was a joke, but Alarak seemed to really take it seriously. But more people believe that Alarak was just pretending. If someone said that the High Lord had justice and honor in his heart, the Tal'Darim would be the first to rush over and laugh at him. Tell those humans, before I get angry, those who don't want to die should get out. After thinking for a while, Marin felt that he had to show a tougher tone. These subordinates are watching. Otherwise, how can this team be led in the future? Chapter 765 Terrifying Terrans. It should be said that Marin did not expect to scare the Terran Empire with just this sentence. Compared with the Tal'Darim Protoss, humans are primitive, weak, lack courage, and are useless. But their ruler is the toughest and most determined ruler in the Copperless sector. And naturally, his army is the same. Even the self-important Alarak had to admit that Augustus Mengsk was indeed a great conqueror of the Terran humans, almost comparable to the high-level lords. Ever since the second son of the Mengsk family ascended the throne, the fleets of the Empire have either been fighting or preparing to fight. No matter whether it was the Earthlings, the rebels, or the aliens, they have never been afraid of anyone. Even Amon had to be slapped twice. His generals followed suit. Each of them was aggressive, and none of them was a coward. At least in the eyes of the Tal'Darim. Augustus Mengsk was probably like this. Did they respond? Marin felt that this time was enough for the clerical staff of the Imperial Commander to reach a consensus in the midst of the noise. Even in the eyes of the Tal'Darim, what he said just now could be regarded as impolite. If there was one thing the Tal'Darim shared with the other Protoss outer branches that had separated at least a few thousand years earlier, it was arrogance. It was just that the Tal'Darim were always bossy to those below them, and servile to those above them. Malin expected the Imperial Commander to angrily ask why he had attacked this Imperial territory, and he would only have to point out contemptuously that if the Tal'Darim had done it, this place would have been a scorched earth long ago. The void rifts that covered Bysar were visible from orbit, and he must have been blind not to see that it was Amon's doing. But I know that humans are so stupid, so I am not surprised. I am magnanimous and upright. If you admit that it was the flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple and withdraw your troops, I can follow the peace treaty and send a group of elite soldiers to help the Terran Empire deal with Amon. Not yet. A lower-level ascender pointed to the psychic link communication device on his armed guard and swore. Not yet, Malin repeated loudly, as if he had heard a definite lie. The Protoss can easily crack the human communication code and send them information in a much more sophisticated way. The other party can't even block the communication, so there is no reason why they can't receive it. There is only one possibility. The other party didn't even want to respond. At this moment, Marlin's eyes, which were shrouded in blood, suddenly flashed with a fierce light, making all the low-level Tal'Darim slaves present shrink back. Even those who served as staff and capable people dared not touch his eyebrows. But if the people of the Terran Empire didn't respond, It would be embarrassing. Did he just say a harsh word, and then turn around and said that you misunderstood? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My master? You are too impatient. The ascended Natsu is tall and thin, like a skeleton wrapped in a crimson robe. Natsu is a powerful ascended. He is as ruthless to his dead slaves as he is to Marin. You should wait a little longer. If the skeleton could speak, it would be like this. If these humans are determined to die, you can fulfill their wish. Really? Marin stared coldly at the ascended, who was flattering to the utmost. Although the human side has not responded yet, they have not stopped their actions. The fleet detectors show that the number of Terran Empire warships that have jumped to the orbit of Baze-Her is still increasing. In this short period of time, they have assembled a powerful force of up to 20 Imperial Navy squadrons and thousands of affiliated ships. The gap between the two sides is so huge, and Malin's few weak warships are no match at all. The aircraft carriers he left in the outer space orbit just retreated at first, but now they will not rush over to seek death no matter what. All in all, it was definitely not something he could easily handle with the few troops he had. This also showed that these Terran Empire people were not here to deal with the Tal'Darim, because with their military strength in Bashar, there was no need to mobilize so many troops. After destroying Amon's evil incarnation in Ire, Korhal finally recovered and began to send fleets to support remote colonies. During the Doomsday War, these worlds were either abandoned or struggling in Amon's wrath. Of course it's true. Natsu was not completely ignorant of this, but he turned a blind eye and continued to flatter. Then wait a little longer? Marin really wanted to twist off this idiot's head. Marin had reason to suspect that this man wanted to set himself up to go to war with humans directly. And he would never be as stupid as he appeared, just pretending to be deaf and dumb. In the chain of ascension, some people rise step by absolute power, while others reach high positions by playing tricks. Assuming that Marin not only failed to bring back enough Terrazine to satisfy the high-level lords, but also lost a large number of people in Bashar, his power and prestige would definitely be greatly damaged. By then, those fence-sitters, who were already on both sides of the fence, might not necessarily support him as an ally in the rapture ceremony. And if he was even more unlucky and died here directly, then this coward would be able to ascend to the top of the holy chain without initiating rapture. But I'm afraid you must make a decision immediately. The fourth ascender Marin, Anaker, another capable general of Marin, was a low-level believer not long ago. He was able to have this status because of his master's appreciation, so he naturally knew who he should be loyal to. Anakal further pointed out on a raised holographic tactical map, the landing forces of the Terran Empire are coming in full force. They are approaching from all directions, and all detectors along the way have been shot down. At the same time, humans are constantly sending heavy armored infantry and infantry combat mechas. These weapons have powerful firepower, and are enough to fight against the vanguard mechas. I don't know what they are up to, but they are definitely not here to reminisce with you. This brave army raised the flag of General Alexei Stukov of the Terran Empire. Malin cursed and threw out some Tal'Darim swear words, and immediately ordered to prepare for war, because he really knew this man's name and style. Over the years, even the Tal'Darim had heard of Lieutenant General Stukov's reputation, and knew that he was an extraordinary tactician. But this was not important. What was important was that he was ruthless and left no room for maneuver. Even Malin had heard of it. With an order, the Tal'Darim base was boiling, and groups of Tal'Darim hunters appeared from the teleportation platform. They marched forward with long, thin mechanical feet, their bodies covered with blade-like spikes and horns. And they moved like a flowing blood light, just like a thin, mechanically forged spider. Hundreds of Tal'Darim fanatics have ignited their blood blades, ready to go through fire and water for the fourth ascendant. Among the Tal'Darim, the lower-ranking Protoss are often the most eager to prove themselves, and their fanaticism for the chain of ascension makes them willing to die generously. This is a powerful force that is enough to crush any enemy who dares to stand in its way. However, Malin still did not want to start a war. He came to Bashal to plunder the resources of Terrazine, not to fight a meaningless and unclear battle with the Terran Empire. Tal'Darim will not get up early without profit, and Malin is not a foolish man. At this moment, the scene here is still peaceful. The air is filled with the smell of fresh grass and the copper rust of Terrazine gas springs. Groups of Tal'Darim probes are coming and going between the Protoss hub and the Terrazine altar, tirelessly carrying purple gas compressed to the size of a cube. Bashal is full of ancient ruins of the Protoss, and there are artifacts from the glorious era everywhere. The towering towers of various colors extend into the deep purple terrazine fog. In the fog, there are all kinds of strange life, as well as Amon's brutal and violent void minions, including local creatures and even humans who have fallen into madness. At this time, the sound of human troops firing can be vaguely heard, and bright flames flicker in the eerie fog. If Marin had a mouth like humans, he would definitely feel dry mouth at this time. Of course, humans are not scary, but death is scary. The spectacular fusion trails of the Imperial battlecruisers have already appeared in the sky, like orange-red swords looming in the fog. The warships of the Terran Empire are getting bigger and bigger, with stronger armor and firepower. Many years ago, they were just scraps of copper and iron, a group of buzzing flies in the eyes of the Protoss. But the technology of these scrap irons has advanced rapidly. The largest ones are already real giants that can easily rain down death, even if Malin had the power of a demigod and could crush a warship with psychic power alone. He could not reach these steel giants in orbit. Humans are an extremely tenacious race. They were originally just struggling to survive between the Protoss and the Zerg. They were once on the verge of extinction. Even if they finally won, it was often a Pyrrhic victory. And it won't be long before Corel can always pull up a new fleet. And it will be much stronger than before. In the end, a Pyrrhic victory is always better than a complete defeat. At this moment, a rumbling roar came from the horizon, playing the music of steel and fire. The flames from the Yamato guns occupied half of the sky in an instant, accompanied by a terrible hurricane. Huge beams of light rose from the ground like fountains, and even the thick fog was blown away in an instant. The huge Gorgon-class battlecruiser descended below the atmosphere, projecting countless scorching, dazzling laser beams, sweeping across wantonly, just like the cold white light cast on the blinds when the sun rises in the morning. But this cold light can ignite forests and oceans in an instant, creating large areas of scorched earth. Like a series of light spears thrown, the flames that shot up into the sky burned for miles. And not many things could survive such a devastating blow. The Tal'Darim looked up at the sky in surprise, and began to be glad that the human attack target was not them. The movement when the Terran Empire fleet was bombing everywhere was really much more lively, with gongs and drums, and ostentatious. Marin was happy to sit on the bridge and watch the enemy's planet turn into ashes. But the reverse was another matter. They destroyed the entire ruins of Akanla. Aneker reminded Marin, "The next one is likely to be here. Master, we are not the opponent of these humans for the time being." A dead apostle was intimidated by Marin's authority, and could not help but tremblingly suggested, "Why not take a step back and make peace? Send another message to the human flagship." Saying that, Marin, the fourth ascendant of the Tal'Darim, requested to speak with the supreme commander of the Terran Empire here. This is related to the eternal peace between humans and the Protoss. Marin readily accepted the advice. If Marin still had a Tal'Darim mothership, he would have a chance to escape unscathed. But the stingy high-ranking lord would not allow it to be left stranded at such a critical moment. He only regretted that he did not bring enough people with him. If he could command the Death Fleet, would he have to endure this? Marin began to suspect that Alarak had known that the Terran Empire was preparing to recapture Bazhur at this time, and just took this opportunity to get rid of him. But was he really worthy of being targeted by Alarak like this? "I have followed your orders," Nez said, "but I believe Alexei Stukov will still ignore it. In fact, he can completely accuse the Tal'Darim of firing first, or put the blame on the Dark God Amon." Fourth Ascendant. Many outposts have been destroyed by the Terran Empire army. A low-level Ascendant sent a clear image sent back by the detector to Marin. An outpost built with crystal towers, photon turrets, and warp gates has just been raised by the Terran Empire army. A dozen Tal'Darim Protoss stationed here have either been smashed into powder by siege tanks, or turned into sieves by concentrated fire. Just like the group of people who walked out of the Imperial recruitment propaganda poster. The Imperial soldiers in lavender power armor shuttled quickly through the jungle, and the heavy Zeus tanks that crushed the trees were like roaring angry beasts. The Odin mecha, which was cast from a whole piece of cast titanium steel, was like a roaring steel giant when it fired. Only the destructive creations like the Sky Punisher could be compared with it. "Don't fight back." Marin couldn't help but recall a passage when Emperor Augustus and the high-level lords were passionately spraying each other. The former ridiculed the Tal'Darim as just a wild monster race refreshed on the map. When Alarak figured out what this meant, at least he didn't break the defense. Marin once thought he understood humans well enough, but now he knows that he is wrong. He realized that in the eyes of humans, even if he was not the initiator of all the tragedies in Bazhur, He must be a shameless person who took advantage of the situation. The Tal'Darim and the Terran Empire have always had grievances. The so-called peace treaty is only a temporary ceasefire. The two sides can only temporarily reach a military cooperation when they face them on together. Once the threat from the void no longer exists, everyone knows that they will resume the war sooner or later. I don't know when. The bugs in the eyes of the Tal'Darim have grown to the point where they can eat people. I bet you don't dare to make the first move. But do you think I'd dare to kill you? One more thing. Say that we have nothing to do with everything that happened here, and we have never hurt a human. We should put aside all disputes and deal with them on together. Merrin looked around and had made up his mind to throw out all the men who saw his embarrassing scene to die. Not only that, I will also send an army, and the command will be entirely yours. Merrin hoped that Stukov was just showing off his military strength, because even if the other party really wanted to kill him, Alarak would never stand up for him, and might even write a letter to Augustus to thank him for eliminating the weak in the Tal'Darim for him. Unlike the Nerazim, there are no strong family ties in Tal'Darim society, nor is there any brotherhood among the eldest sons of the Eld gods. The Tal'Darim will be furious and take revenge on humans for the destruction of a border outpost, but they will also put aside the destruction of the entire Nyan expeditionary force. This all depends on the high-level lords. You have to earn your face by yourself. If you can't beat them, you are a waste. This is the iron rule of the Tal'Darim. But what kind of face does Malin have? Alarak had asked the Terran Empire and Daram for help to kill Marash. So what's wrong with him being a coward? Sure enough, after Malin showed such a humble attitude, the communication with Stukov's flagship was finally connected. Dear, the Fourth Ascender, I'm sorry. Our communication system just had a little problem. Alexei Stukov finally showed up, wearing a uniform with a black velvet collar and a 5-star badge with a skull and 2 rows of oak leaves on his wide-brimmed hat. What's going on? He lit a cigar and asked a blond young man beside him. The handsome young man was wearing the uniform of a Marine Corps staff officer, but he had a manlike sword and an electromagnetic pistol on his waist, and the red-bottomed golden wolf badge on his chest further indicated his noble royal status. Considering his age, this person could only be Valerian Mengsk, the son of Prince Arcturus. He is the most popular person among the next generation of the imperial family. Wherever he goes, people have to call him Prince Valerian. Our communicator must have been soaked in water just now. This is a common thing. General, Valerian said seriously, they sometimes work and sometimes don't. They are not as useful as the Protoss. So that's how it is. Malin knew that the other party was mocking him, but who told him that he had a good temper? So he didn't care. His greatest advantage is that he can bend and stretch. If they knew that Malin had so much drama in his heart before, and was arrogant at first and respectful later, Stukov and Valerian would have been very happy. Chapter 766 Breath of Evil. As far as Prince Valerian could see, the sky was dominated by roaring warships from top to bottom. The surging gunfire hooked out the towering shadows of these huge ships. Like mountains, countless flames fell to the earth, like millions of stars falling into the galaxy. When he looked at them up close, he felt that these starships were particularly terrifying, as if they were driving the wind and controlling the lightning. When he was far away, he could only see a falling black dot, floating like a leaf in the forest. Only then did Valerian recall how small humans were, how vast this space was, and how the miles-long fusion flames of the starships were just fireflies under the bright moon. Vice Admiral Stukov's flagship occupied the best position. This huge steel ship was high in the sky, and its crystal-like lavender paint reflected the orange-red flames of the ship's guns. The view on its bridge was wide and unobstructed. Standing here, Valerian should have been able to easily see the Tal'Darim altar and Arakan castle, all the way to the border of the Shattered Temple, which was close to the ocean, with rivers crisscrossing, hills densely covered, and large lagoons and mangroves. However, endless purple mist enveloped the entire battle plain of Bishar, and void cracks continued to emerge from the ground, as if the red light from the endless hell licked the tall shadows of the temple buildings like flowing flames. In the depths of the misty jungle, malicious howls continued for a long time, and the screams and groans that were not like human voices seemed to sound from the bottom of the heart, making people shiver. The word Terrazine in the Protoss Kalani language literally translates to breath of the Creator, and the Tal'Darim believed that this can bring them closer to the Xel'Naga. Valerian believed that if the Terrazine really came from the godlike race of the Xel'Naga, and they all died or went crazy overnight. Then the breath of the gods would become the breath of poison. All the Nerazim he had met said that the void now reflected the cold anger of Amon. And that vicious dark heart vowed to make the universe silent, and all things perish. Finally, the cold and dark age came. When all the stars died. General, the fourth ascended Taldarim, Malin, sent a force of about 200 people to Colonel Richard, mainly composed of low-level death apostles and vanguard walkers. Valerian cleared his throat, hoping that he had not missed any information on the communication channel. The Taldarim Ascendant who led this unit has handed over the command, but he warned that if we violate the peace agreement, we will suffer the wrath of slain. At the same time, in front of the tactical hologram on the bridge, a large number of senior officers of the operations department who were relied on by Vice Admiral Stukov, including intelligence staff, aviation staff, military advisors, and Valerian, the representative of the Imperial Marines who temporarily served as a staff officer, surrounded the tactical hologram on the bridge. There were at most a few dozen people talking loudly on the fleet's radio channel, as if they could only shout to offset the interference in the communication. Valerian stood to the left of Vice Admiral Alexei Stukov, and he couldn't help but think in his heart that when you have a fleet in hand and negotiate with artillery fire, even the Taldarim become peace-loving. A bunch of cannon fodder. Vice Admiral Stukov nodded and concluded tartly, but it's better than nothing. And it's better than these Taldarim taking the opportunity to stab us when we are fighting Amon. They've come all the way to Bishar when there's Terrazine all over slain. Despite the alliance, many in the Empire and Darim remain wary of the Taldarim, who have been loyal to Amon for centuries or more. If the Taldarim rebelled against Amon over Alarak's ascension to the High Lord, they could do the same again. Amon's minions must be collecting Terrazine as well. Valerian reminded his immediate superior. The Dark God used Terrazine to strengthen the power of his servants, regardless of its terrible side effects. And the void beasts and terrible shadows came into the world through this. Valerian knew that if it were not for his royal status and the operation of his father, the Imperial Prince, he would not be qualified to stand on the bridge of Vice Admiral Stukov's flagship today, in order to prove that he is not a spoiled young master as others say, and is worthy of the status of the Emperor's nephew. He has been working hard since he was a child. This year, Valerian was already over 20 years old. He was young and handsome, with beautiful eyes as gentle as his mother's spring, and a stern look from his father. His long golden hair was tied into a rebellious ponytail. Valerian looked more like someone from his grandfather Pasteur's family. When he was a child, he looked more like a blonde Augustus Minsk. But he was still a Minsk in his heart, unwavering, and had a rebellious spirit. Of course, this was a whitewashed statement. To put it bluntly, he was a first-class stubborn and traitor. Valerian sometimes seemed pretentious and not sophisticated enough. But this was not a big problem, as his uncles had everything covered. For Valerian, it was not difficult to get in touch with old-school generals such as Warfield, Duke, and Raynor who had been famous since the founding of the Empire. But it was difficult to gain their recognition. It was as if his second uncle Augustus was already a revolutionary leader at this age, while Valerian was still the child picking up mud and playing archaeological games in the fields. I'm afraid that's exactly what happened. Lieutenant General Alexei Stukov is from Earth. He is nearly 60 years old. The neat short beard on his chin is already black and gray. As long as he is still human, he cannot escape the erosion of time. Despite this, he still has a sharp face and full of momentum. The most important thing is that Stukov does not regard Valerian as a prince or a noble, except for Emperor Augustus. No one can have any privileges here. Based on Valerian's understanding of Stukov, he obviously doesn't like the Terrans very much. He thinks they are the descendants of habitual criminals. Their ancestors are all technology dealers, drug addicts and heretic lunatics. Now they are just a group of farmers in remote areas, digging in the mud all day long to make a living. According to his father Arcturus, they are all unruly people. Think about it. Stukov frowned and said, alien relics, Zelnaga temples, and Terrazine are all media used by Amon to exert his evil power. And coincidentally, Beshar has every one of them. It won't be more terrible than this, Valerian concluded. At this time, more than a dozen battlecruisers broke away from the main fleet and headed for the southern twilight line, with the thrusters moving at full speed, and the blue tail flames seemed like torches on the horizon. Hundreds of much smaller ships followed, including Valkyrie frigates and hospital ships. But even the smallest of them was half the size of a football field. loaded with soldiers, weapons, and medical supplies. The primary mission of Stukov's fleet here was to search for survivors of Baser, and then recover as many military facilities and resources as possible. Those colonial settlements were scattered all over the planet, and they didn't have much time to waste on these jumping Tal'Darim. The Imperial flagship with a steel bow like a giant hammer under Valerian's feet continued to lower its altitude and slowly descended into the fog below the warship, like a giant whale falling into the purple ocean. In the storm caused by the warship's engine, the fog still lingered for a long time, and the earth and sky could not be seen. Valerian realized that the height and area of the fog were much larger than he had originally imagined, and the original Bashirtazines, although spectacular, could not reach this level. It was a long time before Valerian saw the Arakan castle below. When building the new city, the original colonists preserved as much as possible the temples, spires and archives surrounded by the city walls, and even though they had collapsed, the huge gates that seemed to have been walked by giants were 1.5 times the size of the front of the Augustgrad Palace. How great! On the remains of this glorious era, people built wide roads and canals, and around them built a grid of streets and a prosperous interstellar port. The buildings here are beautiful and gorgeous, making the magnificent Protoss buildings not look out of place. The glass skyscrapers stand like crystals among the green trees, and next to them are the incredible spires of the Protoss and the dazzling Xel'Naga temples, as if it is a city built of light, steel and color. Outside the city, automated facilities irrigate the fertile fields. The streets of the town are lined with brick red roof buildings and glass roofed ecological farms. A pastoral scenery like that of Umojan and Helsane. This is really rare. Augustgrad is more majestic than any city, but it is definitely not as beautiful as Arakan Castle. In many places that were once Protoss colonies or remnants of other civilizations, human colonists often knock down shining towers without care. Precious artifacts are worthless in their eyes. Valerian's father once told him that for the benefit of all mankind, something must be sacrificed. But in Valerian's view, these ancient civilization creations containing knowledge will benefit mankind, and the secrets are buried in them. He wanted to know why these magnificent civilizations flourished and perished before humans even appeared. However, Arcturus did not think these creations were so great. They had all returned to dust, but humans still thrived. However, this was the scene before the Void Shadow invaded Bishar. After the fall, this glittering and beautiful place was more like a city in Dickens's works, decadent and corrupt. There were only abominable void monsters in the city, as well as countless dead people and madmen. The flags of the Empire were burned. The corpses of the warriors were desecrated, and Amon's followers built altars with skeletons and stinking corpses full of maggots, and used hot blood to draw grotesque patterns of chosen ones to please the gods. The Arakan castle had been destroyed once, and now it was completely reduced to ruins under the attack of the Imperial fleet. When the Dark Archbishop Cyrodiil brought the prophecy of Doomsday, perhaps even he did not expect what it would be like when it really came. When the Doomsday War came, many border worlds like Bishar were isolated and had to fight alone. So far, more than 200 inhabited worlds or large space stations have been reduced to ash by the Protoss, and at least 3 times that number of worlds have been massacred by the Zerg. The colonies of the Terran Protoss have been in flames, and their people are already dwindling, and now there are only a few left. Only a few Imperial worlds have survived the siege that has lasted for months or more. They are either lucky enough or strong enough, and these 2 Bishar are not affected at all. How unfortunate is Bashal, just like the home planet of Tal'Darim. Slain, the spreading Terrazine fog opened the terrifying door to the void, and unimaginable void creatures and mutant monsters invaded the real world in large numbers. The people living here are not strong enough. Their numbers are too small, and their weapons are too poor. The Imperial army stationed here, but Bashal was not destroyed. At least some people have fought to this day, and are still persistently asking for help from the Empire. After occupying the Arakan castle, Amon built several hybrid factories here, which were used to continuously produce Protoss-Zerg hybrid monsters. It is said that the genetic technology of Abathur, the master of Zerg evolution, was also used. Valerian sighed. The smartest and craziest human engineers and Protoss Calais phase technicians work for their masters here. They use living humans and Protoss to experiment and create mutant monsters. Valerian has seen many hybrid factories. They are real hell on Earth. There are cryogenic sealed cabins and high-pressure pipelines everywhere. Bundles of hydraulic cables connect huge steel mechanical claws and main consoles. Crazy scientists use them to dissect and sew up their mutant monsters. The hybrid factory produces hybrid monsters, like a drone assembly line. And the so-called chosen ones are just canned goods on the conveyor belt. Fortunately, Amon doesn't look down on human genes. Otherwise, there will be many more horrific monsters. The Terran Empire once abolished the Gestalt project to create human Protoss, hybrid warriors, because of inhumanity and moral taboos. Even though the person in charge of the project claimed that he would only use resocialized death row prisoners for experiments. All three tribes have a large number of slaves of the Dark God. But I'm afraid that Amon's human servants have already created similar things. They don't care about any ethics in order to gain power. I would rather die than become a bastard like that, Stukov said, but I am afraid that I can neither live nor die. Before coming to Bazar, they did not know that there was a hybrid factory here. Not to mention that there were hundreds of void rifts, void fragments, and other evil dark creations. We must destroy all the hybrids in Bazar and kill all the monsters in them. The Imperial Vice Admiral continued, we must also destroy the void rifts and seal every Terrazine gas spring. Otherwise Amon will use them to deal with other planets. If necessary. I don't mind burning the forests and seas of Bishar, spreading salt on every inch of land, so that Amon can no longer get any troops and resources from here. But Koral only issued an order for rescue, Valerian said. Let me explain to the Emperor. Stukov waved his hand. Excuse me. I'm afraid that our current military strength is not enough to clear the void shadow on Bishar. Valerian said, now Bishar is more dangerous than Char. Who is our closest ally? Stukov asked again. Phoenix Archon of the Terran Protoss. If his fleet starts to jump now, it will arrive in a day. The most heroic fanatic among the Protoss is Phoenix. He is a fanatic among fanatics, and a Templar among Templars. No need to say more. Very good. The Protoss are also full of anger now. Stukov focused his eyes on the tactical panel in front of him. Let's start with Arakan. I must remind you, General, that there are still some military facilities here that are well preserved and can be put back into use with a little repair. Valerian was very happy that he could have a seat in Stukov's officer corps. Well, there are also quite a few collection robots for collecting Terrazine. Maybe we can use this to exchange for more support from the Taldaram army. Good idea. But don't worry about the damn collection robot, Stukov ordered. Chapter 767 Mobius Hybrid. The largest hybrid manufacturing plant in Arakan Castle is located in a collapsed temple wall. It is a large forest of metal buildings with black stone obelisks, alien artifacts, Protoss relics, and holy statues on the base of Cateran megaliths are common. When Valerian arrived here, the battle outside the hybrid factory had basically ended. Several Imperial Marines with a large number of raiders have assembled and are launching a new round of attacks on Amon's human servants guarding here. Transport planes were still bringing in boatloads of armored Imperial warriors, dropping off tanks and chariots and boxes of weapons and ammunition. They gathered in every open space, ready to go to the battlefield as soon as the Imperial flag was raised. Soldiers, mechas and chariots were running rampant everywhere, and there were shouts and huge roars everywhere. Huge battleships were parked above the hybrid factory, and strong searchlights pierced through the dense Terrazine fog row after row, like lightsabers piercing through the thick purple curtain. The air-to-ground Concord artillery of the raiding liberators blocked every major traffic route, and the siege tanks were far out of sight, fiercely bombarding the factory outposts and heavy firepower platforms that were still trying to fight back. If he listened carefully, Valerian could distinguish the bang-bang of small electromagnetic weapons firing and the screaming sound of cluster rockets rising into the air continuously. It was the sound of steel scraping across the ground, and fire and death bloomed like gorgeous flowers. Then, there were other more unbearable sounds. The screams of the dying, the wailing of the wounded, and the sad sobs of the soldiers who lost their arms because they could not bear the pain. The sound of the bomb explosion was enough to cover these sounds, but it always reached his ears inadvertently. This wide road leading to the hybrid factory was originally wide enough for 4 tanker trucks to pass side by side, and heavy trucks loaded with crystal minerals could pass by at any time. Whenever the Terran Empire arrived at a new world, it would build bridges and roads, railways connecting various resource-based cities, and huge airports that could take off and land starships. There were many crystal or smelters, gas refineries, and complex factories located on the belt-shaped transportation lines of Arakan City. Countless large-scale projects were built, and exquisite towns and spectacular skyscrapers existed at the same time. The city between the jungles and temples of Bysar is a place of unique beauty. Just as the Ayr carefully built their magnificent cities of crystal and gold between tropical rainforests and spectacular waterfalls, the Terran colonists did something similar here. But their cities were made of glass and steel, and the large settlements were connected by maglev trains instead of psionic matrices. But now Arakan is a ruin, and the road has become a charnel ground for miles, with dead bodies and burning vehicles all along the way. The huge wreckage of a Thor mech in the middle of the road almost blocked the entire road. Most of its ceramic steel armor had melted and shattered, with messy wires scattered on it, and the driver had long disappeared. Even so, several engineers still tried to repair or just drag back the paralyzed steel giant. The war is not over yet, and every resource is hard-won and cannot be wasted. This place is less than a mile away from the front of the hybrid factory. Valerian only needs to look up to see the vast factory area. Hundreds of reactor cooling towers, cranes and lifting platforms rising from the ground, shaped like a giant black steel skeleton after the death of the behemoth monster. For blackened towers twisted and stretched toward the sky, each towering into the sky, covered with marks of blasphemy and filth, and illuminating the green flames from the void like lights. Horrible sounds often came from these towers, which were the mental screams of many Protoss, making the surrounding atmosphere even more terrifying. When the Protoss Templars of Phoenix arrived at Bashar, and saw with their own eyes the tortures that Amon had inflicted on their own people, they would be furious. Valerian knew that what was produced in this factory were not ordinary weapons and ammunition, but living mutant monsters. The most accurate name here should be Amon's hybrid breeding factory, which is dedicated to producing batches of hybrid armies for him. And such factories are all over the Copperloo sector. Amon never concealed his dark ambitions and deeds. Hundreds of hybrid breeding chambers were clearly stacked in the factory, like goods displayed on shelves. The largest of them was several hundred feet high, like a towering tower. It was hard to imagine what kind of abominable ultimate creatures were cultivated in it. Although incredible, most of these hybrid factories were built by humans. The emblem of the Mobius Corps can be seen everywhere in the factories of Bashar. It is a white Mobius ring on a black background, which is now a symbol of corruption and evil. Since Emperor Augustus established the Mobius Corps and asked them to carry out the task of searching for alien technology in hybrid factories, disasters have been like a curse. After the Doomsday War, many Mobius fleets disappeared after sailing out of the border of the Copperloo sector. When they returned to the Imperial world, they had become loyal servants of the Dark God. They wreaked havoc everywhere in the Stars Zone and left no one alive. It is said that half of them have gone mad, and the other half have become something more terrible. The rebellious Mobius Corps, led by the hybrid, recklessly shot civilians and massacred an entire colony to build a Jingwan. For darker purposes, the Mobius Corps used refugees for experiments to cultivate deformed hybrid monsters. Their spaceships were full of corpses, and countless frozen dead people were piled together, with skin like pale snakes. John, a classmate of Valerian at the Turling Officer Academy, disappeared in this way. He followed the Mobius Corps and the Marine Corps from the military port of Pantera Prime. It was a mission to discover the sacred relics of the Protoss. It was supposed to be back in 2 to 3 months, but it never came back. He also remembered that John also had a pair of young, frizzy eyes, beautiful brown curly hair, and a sparse mustache. If it weren't for these changes, Valerian thought, John would have stayed in his hometown to take care of the farm and wheat, and would never leave his hometown until he died. However, the world saved by the Mobius Legion far exceeded those they destroyed, and the technology they brought to the Empire was enough to benefit mankind for centuries. The number of people who rebelled against the Mobius Legion was the highest, precisely because they had the most contact with hybrids and other evil creations of Amon. Most of the Mobius soldiers remained loyal. The Empire could have directly destroyed this evil hybrid factory with orbital weapons, or reduced it to ashes with a radiation-free nuclear bomb, just as they had done to other factories here before. But the Amon believers here were more cunning and cruel. They used imprisoned civilians and captured Imperial soldiers as threats, threatening to dig out the eyes of the hostages and chop off their limbs, in order to force Stukov to withdraw. Stukov rejected these people's demands, and out of considerations of human morality and stabilizing the military morale, he could not order a direct bombing of the factory where hostages were held. Otherwise the Empire would be no different from Amon. So Stukov could only order his army to attack. But the enemy was tenacious and crazy. They fanatically believed that they would be reborn in blood and flames, and would rather perish together than surrender. In the past, these crazy Amon believers had caused the Empire enough suffering. The minds of these people had been devoured, and they had become slaves of the hybrid. Even the Protoss did not think there was any hope of saving them. Most of them were completely crazy, and could not communicate normally, while others did not show any unusual signs on the surface. But without exception, they would kill for their lord without hesitation, sacrificing blood and death to the Dark God. The so-called Holy War dedicated to our Lord must end in flames. The Imperial Army had to use heavy bombs and flamethrowers to sweep the reinforced concrete bunkers and kill all the traitors and evil God believers. Since there was no hope that the enemy would surrender, there was no need to leave any alive. Therefore, many of the corpses that Valerian saw died miserably, either burned into smoking blackened wreckage by plasma. The wreckage was shrunk compared to when they were alive, or they were blown into pieces by artillery fire. And even the forensic doctor would find it difficult to piece together a complete corpse. At the same time, while these Amon's fanatics were busy dealing with the fierce external attack, a carefully selected elite ghost agent team had already sneaked into the hybrid factory, ready to attack the enemy's command center and rescue the hostages. And it was Valerian who participated in and led the formulation of this plan. And he was determined to succeed. The Empire's military power has an absolute advantage, and it is only a matter of time to take down the hybrid factory. But the Ghost Army will be a sharp knife stabbing the enemy from behind, and this battle can be ended in a short time. The sooner the war ends, the fewer people will die. As time passes, the sky becomes darker and darker under the fog, and the sky seems to be completely dark all of a sudden. And the light of artillery fire inside and outside the hybrid factory becomes more and more eye-catching. The terrazine fog in bays never dissipates, like a thick cover that isolates the sunlight and temperature. Despite this, the dense jungle has never been affected at all, but has continued to grow abnormally. Even the shortest shrubs can grow to a height of one person, and the edges of the leaves are as sharp blades. As a result, the foggy jungle became even more dangerous. Amon's minions were hiding in it. Several Imperial teams that got lost in the jungle only sent back some chaotic images mixed with crazy mumbling and terrifying screams. And then, there was no news. Now Valerian knew that they were either slaughtered by the void shadows in the fog or captured as prisoners. What made Valerian even more uneasy was that according to the news sent back by various troops, the current battle situation was still very tense. 3 Banshees were coming from above the hybrid factory. They had obviously run out of ammunition and were preparing to return. One of the Banshees was in a very bad state. It stumbled away from the formation and then fell without any warning. The falling posture was as straight as a lead ball weighing dozens of tons. The debris and wreckage from the explosion were scattered all over the ground, piled up into a mountain, and a tail blade flew 100 yards away and stuck diagonally in the ground like a huge cross. Some troops with serious casualties had to withdraw to rest and regroup. Their reports had clearly confirmed that there were a large number of hybrids in the hybrid factory. These premature babies that were forced to hatch early usually died quickly, but they could still cause great casualties to the Imperial troops before they died. The frontal troops were unable to attack for a long time, and the ghost troops he deployed failed to appear in time to turn the tide as expected. And there was not even a single movement. Due to the need for covert operations, Valerian could not keep in touch with the ghost troops in real time, let alone where they were at the moment. Maybe they were in big trouble. Maybe they were all killed by the hybrid. But since the order had been issued, all Valerian could do was trust and wait, and prepare for the worst. The leader of this ghost team was the Ace Ghost X74996 or Stone. With black hair, silent melancholy brown eyes, and a heart that refused to calm down. Stone's outstanding ability and loyalty to the Minx family were enough for Arcturus, who was skeptical of ghosts, to personally assign him to be the prince's guard. Although Valerian never thought that he was qualified to be protected by a ghost agent based on his military rank, and was quite disgusted with such a privilege, Arcturus never considered what his son thought of his arrangement. He only had one heir, and there might not be another one in the future. However, Stone was actually Valerian's friend and personal psychic consultant. If he succeeded his father's throne in the future, he would definitely have a place in the palace staff. But even with Stone, Valerian still couldn't help but worry. All descendants of great men have to live under the shadow of their predecessors. No matter how hard they try, they cannot achieve enough achievements to prove their own achievements. But as long as they make a mistake, it will be infinitely magnified. Valerian's father Arcturus and Aunt Dorothy are both extremely outstanding people. They assist their brothers wholeheartedly and almost support the other half of the empire. Therefore, Valerian does not want to be seen as an incompetent Minsk. Deep in his heart, he is more eager to build a greater cause than his uncle Augustus. Stukov had expected that this battle would be difficult. At this moment, a command center landed not far away. The huge reverse thrust landing gear landed with a bang, supporting the main building with dense sensors and communication antennas, like a huge steel claw deeply nailed into the ground. The command center was as high as 3 or 4 floors. The electroplated fine steel armor shell was set against the bright lights. An inclined ramp was being lowered from the hatch at the entrance. A series of flashing orange lines outlined its brightly lit outline. Barracks, heavy factories, starports and engineering stations landed around the command center in turn, and they could be put into production as soon as they landed. Hundreds of supply stations and supply containers were dropped directly from the high-altitude orbit, which was no less than directly dropping a small city with complete facilities. With this as support, the Empire can still send troops continuously to ensure that the war situation is always under control. Your Highness, we have rescued the survivors and hostages. Their number is much larger than expected, and they must be transferred immediately. The voice of Ghost Agent Stone finally came from the communication channel. The first words made Valerian happy, but the latter made him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. A hybrid of Mobius has awakened. Experimental subject 9 times 10 to the power of 57 is stronger than all the hybrid rulers I have seen combined. Chapter 768 Dark Temple. Most of the hybrid factory is a dense and crowded complex of buildings, with rows of train carriage-like factory buildings extending in all directions. Each iron-black factory building is filled with countless huge, beautiful and exquisite giant machines used to produce a full set of hybrid culture chamber components and cloned embryos. Its integrated automatic production line is efficient enough to make Augustgrad's most advanced factory pale in comparison. Now these buildings are separated by smoke-filled roads, emitting billowing black smoke from explosions, and can no longer produce terrible hybrid armies for Amon. The world was dark, and hundreds of fires shot up into the sky. Focus on the glowing hybrid. All weapons. Fire. Several Hurricane tanks that served as the vanguard were being driven back from the front by a hybrid destroyer. These flexible track tanks fired while retreating, and the whistling Typhoon missiles continued to explode on the enemy, but had little effect. At Valerian's command, a whistling rain of red tracer bullets mixed with various EMP grenades, rifle grenades, and rockets came in response. The terrible explosion came like a storm in thunder, with a sharp blast and dazzling light, and the huge shock waves swept debris and soil into the air. Such powerful firepower was enough to blow the heavy tank into a ball of burning scrap metal. But it only made the monster roar repeatedly. The power and lethality of the Protoss and the Zerg were fully demonstrated on this blasphemous abomination. This hybrid destroyer was wrapped in a glowing carapace and a halo composed of its own psychic shield. It had the typical slender limbs and iconic protruding chin of the Protoss, and the glowing tendrils resembled angel wings. Hybrids are the chosen of the Dark God, and they are as powerful as their followers claim. They are angels, the angels of Amon's revenge. The powerful individuals among the hybrid destroyers have the ability to change their shape and shadow, and their power is so great that they can summon a psychic storm from the sky, and can even temporarily leave their current phase to avoid attacks. However, the chosen will also bleed. Even if human weapons cannot kill him for a while, they will make his skin and flesh burst, rolling in the pool of blood formed by the hot shrapnel and his own blood, roaring and screaming. Every time the hybrid roared with angry psychic energy, Valerian felt a tearing pain in his brain. If it weren't for the protection of the psychic shield, he and his warriors would have been destroyed literally. In a flash, a huge Thor mecha arrived with a deafening sound of artillery fire, and used 4 250mm Punisher cannons to blast the hybrid into a pile of limbs and pus and blood. Like a crab crushed by a car. The road ahead is clear. I am your commander Valerian Minsk. Keep going, warriors. Valerian ordered in the command channel. In order to pass through here, Valerian's men have already taken down several steel bunkers that have survived the firepower of the Imperial fleet. Some of these powerful weapon platforms are obviously armed with technology that is far more advanced than the Empire's existing technology. There are already many roads in the hybrid factory, and now the collapsed building wreckage has blocked the traffic. It is not easy to find an unobstructed passage for large mechas to pass through. The deeper they went, the harder it was to move forward. Nightmare-like creatures could be seen everywhere, and demons were everywhere. It was hard to find a place in the Copperless sector that was more like a purgatory on Earth than this place. Don't waver. Victory belongs to the Empire. Several looters and war wolves lifted the shattered remains of the hybrid to one side and strode forward while firing at any bunkers that might hide enemies, clearing the way forward. More soldiers and mechas followed closely behind, and 2 medical drones the size of golden eagles followed overhead. Elsewhere in the hybrid factory, the Imperial troops had already broken through the hybrid factory gates from several other directions and entered. The remaining Amon followers, led by the hybrid, retreated behind the factory walls and continued to resist. The battle was still fierce in the sky, and Valerian could even see the condensation of Lexington rockets as they passed overhead. The sky was repeatedly dyed red, representing war, and the laser weapons of the battle cruisers continued to penetrate the clouds, melting the enemy orbital artillery that were still trying to fight back into a pool of boiling steel. At this time, when Valerian looked up at the sky, he could easily see a Xel'Naga temple building that was very different from the surrounding human buildings standing quietly half a mile away. Just like the Xel'Naga buildings that Valerian had seen before, this temple was an extremely grand building even from a human perspective, with its pyramid-shaped peak hovering above the clouds and huge stairs leading directly to the sun. Each of the huge stones used to build this magnificent building weighed 20 tons, and they were cut into millions of sharp triangles and rectangles by incredible techniques. With exquisite craftsmanship, the temple was once carved with stars and God's creations, but now it is full of patterns and words that worship Amon and mock and blaspheme the endless cycle. That is the core area of the hybrid factory, which is both the command center of Amon's human servant army and the place where prisoners are held. As far as Valerian knows, Amon's followers are not only breeding new hybrids here, but also conducting other taboo biological experiments, involving horrifying dark technologies. The closer you get to this temple, the more clear the terrifying scream that hits your heart becomes. Every creature imprisoned in this blasphemous temple was tortured, whether they were Protoss, humans, or other unknown creatures. Horrible screams oozed from every crack in the wall like bright red blood, which was chilling. The entire temple was protected by some kind of powerful plasma shield, which was powered by a nearly endless array of void crystals and energy obelisks. Once the energy was exhausted, it would be immediately replenished, making it indestructible. Even the most powerful firepower of the Imperial fleet was helpless for a while, and the dense anti-aircraft firepower around the temple made any orbital airborne landing a life-and-death adventure. Stukov did not directly order the bombing, firstly because of the safety of the hostages, and secondly because the orbital bombardment before the landing of the Imperial army had proved that they had no way to deal with this turtle shell. "Follow us. Quick!" Valerian summoned his guards and followed a marine company that was running from behind. "The brothers in the temple are still waiting for our support. Since a strong attack is not possible, the best way is to break through from the inside." So Valerian sent his most elite ghost agents to sneak in. If everything goes well, they will be a surprise attack. Although it was expected, something went wrong. The ghost troops led by Stone did successfully sneak into the temple as planned. Ghost Team A rushed directly to the main control cabin and beheaded all the leaders of the Amon believers. Team B rushed into the cell and successfully rescued the hostages. But in the process of evacuating the temple, hundreds of hybrid cabins were opened at the same time. Like a group of hungry snakes awakened, these creations of dark technology began to kill as soon as they were born. The most terrifying of these monsters are 3 Mobius hybrids that are still in the experimental stage. They are amazingly powerful and unstoppable. The operation to rescue the hostages immediately turned into a desperate escape. The hybrids hunted survivors in the maze-like temple. The horror scene was enough to make the Empire's most popular horror holographic movie look like a children's play. Think about what his father Arcturus would think of this. If all the hostages were killed in advance, Amon would not be able to use moral kidnapping to deal with the upright Imperial army. If you are not hard-hearted enough, leave the dirty work to your father. No matter what the outcome, people will know that the Terran Empire at least tried to save its people. Augustus Mengsk is loved because he is always a rescuer, while Arcturus Mengsk uses fear as a tool of rule. Some of the leaders of the Empire act ruthlessly like Arcturus, while others stick to the bottom line like Jim Raynor. It is not clear who is right or wrong. It takes more than one person to maintain a huge interstellar empire. In the name of Amon, die! The last half-mile was surprisingly free of enemies. But when Valerian's troops crossed the huge stairs and arrived at the temple gate, groups of Amon's followers rushed towards them under the hail of bullets. These people were poorly equipped. wearing only armor pieced together with screws, iron buckles and welding rods, and even exposed conduits and cables, or simply wearing a few cloaks. But the threat they posed was no less than that of a well-equipped Imperial soldier. Everyone had sunken eye sockets, and veins around the eye sockets were emitting purple fluorescence. Amon's dark power gave them powerful psychic powers, and along with it came hysterical madness. Valerian thought, things touched by the hybrid are hopeless. Many Amon's followers were beaten into a pile of rotten meat by the dense firepower along the way, and the guys who shouted the loudest were paid special attention and torn to pieces like rags. Before becoming Amon's servants, they were not even warriors. But when a few of these cultists passed through the shadows like Dark Templars, unleashing psychic storms among the Imperial soldiers, casualties occurred immediately. This did not scare Valerian at all. He personally led the guards into the battlefield, shooting well and steadily, until all the cultists were defeated and driven back to the temple, like a group of frightened rats fleeing back into the shadows. Some cultists who were unable to move due to injuries were left to die, and after losing several excellent medical sergeants, the Imperial army would no longer show any mercy to these people, and put an end to them cleanly and neatly. Your Highness, these barbarians can't hurt you. Valerian's guards were all selected by Lieutenant General Stukov from his elite guards to protect Valerian. The emblem of the Earth can be seen on their armor. Long before the UD Expeditionary Force invaded the Copperless Sector, these proud and loyal Earth Federation soldiers followed their general. And they still do so today. There may be 100 of them, or even more, all of whom are good at fighting. They have been through countless life and death, but they still think Valerian is a prince who came here to train. Even though they were defeated in this bitter cold land and could never return home, these Earthlings were still as arrogant as the Protoss, believing that no one was worthy of their loyalty except Augustus Mengsk, who defeated the expedition. After the Emperor expanded the army several times to fight, the source of the Imperial army became mixed, including law-abiding citizens and brainwashed serious criminals. Some people got a reduction in their sentences by joining the special mission troops, while others hoped to get a chance to settle down in Augustgrad by joining the army. But no one is as arrogant as these Earthlings. The nobles of the Empire are nothing in their eyes. Maybe we should set up a defensive position at the entrance of the temple and wait for the follow-up troops. Another guard member said, there are hybrids everywhere in here. Don't stop. Valerian would never let these soldiers influence his judgment. He didn't have to prove to these people that he was the real Mengsk. Keep going. As the heir of Prince Arcturus and the beloved nephew of the Emperor of the Empire, Valerian didn't have to carry a gun and rush to the battlefield himself. As long as he wanted, he could easily gain command of an Imperial fleet, command a huge Imperial army while sipping fine wine from a glass on the bridge of a palace-like flagship, and march into the battlefield to the sound of high-pitched music from an antique phonograph. His power armor must also be well made and made of exquisite materials. His helmet and breastplate must be inlaid with gold, silver, lapis lazuli and jasper as heavy as the crown. He would have a glittering sword on his waist and his flag must be gilded. But there would never be a time when these could be used. If it was just for that kind of life, Valerian would never go to the front. When Valerian was still a child, his uncle's reputation had already begun to spread in the human world of the Copperless Sector. It is no exaggeration to say that he grew up listening to his uncle's stories, and no one was more eager for such a life than him. When Arcturus wanted to train Valerian to be his heir, only Augustus supported him to make his own choice. The gate of this temple is at least 300 feet high, and can accommodate 4 siege tanks passing side by side. Inside are dark and deep passages. The light of the void crystals seems to be rows of dancing green flames. The roar of the hybrids, and the screams of men and women seem to come from the 18th level of hell. The temple shield can resist the attack of artillery fire, but it cannot prevent the enemy from passing through. As soon as Valerian stepped into it, he saw many holographic screens lit up, recording the DNA fragments of countless creatures and various heinous and horrific experiments. In the boulder-sized storage tank, many severed Protoss nerve bundles were immersed in golden nutrient solution, like bundles of hair soaked in oil. Valerian secretly wondered what Amon wanted these nerve bundles for. There must be something fishy about this. Collecting these nerve bundles is not an easy task. Even if they are forced to cut off the nerve bundles, the Kalate Protoss will not discard them casually. Under the Protoss warp network, it is not easy to get the Protoss corpse, unless Amon's servant slaughtered an entire Durham world and collected their nerve bundles, or just cloned organs. But what does Amon want from these nerve bundles? unless he wants to reconnect them to the first Son of God and control them again through Kara. His uncle Augustus would say, "You see, Amon is a bastard with a bad stomach and will never do anything good." Then Stukov would shout from the side, "Beat him up, son of a bitch." Chapter 769, They Want to Recast Kara? This is heresy. Amid the corpses and the hordes of hybrids, Valerian is regrouping his troops. The Imperial army does not need to search for the enemy. From the moment they step into the temple, countless evil god believers and evil dark creatures emerge from the depths of the temple, like shadows spreading under the setting sun. The terrible void creatures also appear in this world with a powerful psychic power here. The temple is amazingly large, almost comparable to the Temple of Ana. Sometimes Valerian's army can easily fight in the giant pillar hall that is as vast as the sky and earth. And sometimes they have to fight the enemy in a narrow passage. Some areas are big enough to support a huge steel giant like Odin II, while some areas cannot drive heavy tanks and chariots due to the complex terrain. The enemy may appear anywhere, and even the rumbling megalithic facilities can swallow up an imperial army of dozens or hundreds of people. Amon's tentacles emerged from the shadows through the void catalyst, and the power of the dark god filled the entire temple, causing it to tremble and wail, and it was about to collapse. The tragic scene on the battlefield was far beyond Valerian's expectations, but this could not shake his determination at all. If he could not put his life and death aside, how could he ask his imperial soldiers to fight bloody battles? "Follow me," Valerian shouted loudly. At this time, the hybrid predator rushing in the front was only within the reach of his sword. The spinning predator Punisher grenades flew past him on both sides, bursting with dazzling light. All imperial troops, forward! The mottled monster was covered in blood, using its hands and feet like a giant spider flying on the wall. With a sick, disturbing blue light on its body, he ravaged several imperial fire teams along the way, repeatedly charging and killing, until he was burned into a pool of boiling plasma by the C-140 flamethrower of the Stukov elite guards guarding Valerian. At this critical juncture, the imperial troops that were once dispersed by the hybrid were able to regroup towards Valerian. The Hellbats and Wolf Mechs that came from the rear to support the Marines raised a shield wall made of fine steel in front of them, and created a large hot cloud of napalm and plasma-charged weapons in front. This was a merciless killing. Every time the hybrid tore apart a mech, it had to endure the powerful firepower of revenge. In the space of the August Grad Vault building, there were several story-high mech wreckage, and the bodies of the hybrids with holes everywhere. The number and firepower of the Imperial troops gradually gained the upper hand, and the situation began to tilt rapidly in their favor. They also carried a large number of armor-piercing weapons, which were previously used specifically to deal with thunder beasts. This was originally just a skirmish in the narrow space of the temple. With the two sides deadlocked, the skirmish inevitably turned into a tactic of constantly sending in more troops. At this moment, a company of Death's Head Reapers rushed out from above. They increased the power of their flight backpacks to the maximum, moved close to the magnificent ceiling of the temple, and came to the top of the enemy's head like a surprise attack from the sky. Then, they bombarded with various D-type high explosives like hovering bombers, setting everything on the ground in a blaze. Finally, a large number of evil god believers were defeated first. They were crazy, but their equipment was too poor to survive the firepower coverage of the Imperial army, so they suffered heavy casualties. Then the number of hybrids that could still fight became fewer and fewer, and they were eliminated one by the Imperial army. But no matter what, they would rather be eliminated than surrender. If this was just an ordinary human rebel army, their morale would definitely be greatly shaken in this situation. In contrast, even the battle-hardened Imperial soldiers would inevitably panic when facing the hybrids. Valerian was just thankful that he didn't have to bear any psychological burden when he ordered the surrendered cultists to be shot on the spot. There was nothing more stupid than marching with a group of captives in the dark temple of Amon. When the gunshots gradually became sparse, Valerian gave orders, reprimanded and dismissed several voices chasing the enemy, and continued to gather the troops to give enough time for the medical soldiers to treat the wounded. However, these wounded still had to be left here until the supporting troops arrived in the rear to transfer them to the rear. Only then did Valerian have time to examine his current situation. They were at a fork in the road, with 3 wide ramps in front of them, each as wide as a kingdom's avenue. This towering temple was built on a huge platform the size of a city. There were huge and magnificent man-made landscapes everywhere inside, exuding the breath of civilization and power. The gorgeous Zelnaga metals, like gold and silver, shone like amethyst. Sometimes the alien civilizations that built temples would build them like magnificent palaces. And the giant stairs and low mountain-like terraces inside seemed to be built for giants. But the internal passages were intricately developed like snake caves, and so narrow that they seemed to be prepared for parasites on the giants. But there is no doubt that these buildings were built to be opened by someone one day, and they are not the symbolic products of the collective consciousness of some alien civilization. At this moment, here, rows of pillars support this space, and most of them have collapsed. Everything, whether it is the huge statues that are almost parallel to the ceiling or the catering crystals embedded in them, has now been razed to the ground. The corpses of humans and hybrids are piled up together, like anthills. The huge anthills were squirming, as if snake-like creatures were crawling in and out of them. As the troops gathered around him gradually increased, Valerian thought he had finally gained a foothold. Now, after fully assessing the situation, he was no longer in a hurry to advance deeper into the temple. Valerian's purpose in entering the temple was to meet Stone's ghost team, bring back the rescued hostages, and if possible, to paralyze the temple shield generator as much as possible. Of course, judging from the current situation, the latter item basically does not need to be considered. Valerian's troops were skinned just to open the passage to the core area of the temple. Speed is of the essence in war, but it is hard to say when the troops are insufficient. The disastrous defeat caused by the reckless advance of a single army is not uncommon in the history of the Imperial Army. The good news is that they are now close enough to Stone's position, so close that they may be separated by only a wall. But crossing this distance is much more difficult than Valerian expected. But Stone only has more than 40 well-trained ghost agents, and now his subordinates may have less than half of the original number. They are leading a large group of ordinary people with no combat effectiveness, and they have been tortured and can't even walk steadily. To put it bluntly, they are crossing the river with a weight on their backs. It was a miracle that Stone could hold on with these people until now. Not to mention that he could break through the siege to find Valerian. All Imperial troops, keep moving forward. After making sure that his troops were fully prepared, Valerian ordered to move forward. Valerian chose the passage on the far right, which was exactly what Stone had walked through. He was not sure whether these roads had different meanings, representing death, rebirth, or other meanings. The Zelnaga temple was not a religious ritual building. They built them for other more profound purposes, not to worship a certain god. He could see many corpses along the way, including several dead Imperial ghost agents. But from this moment on, all the enemies seemed to disappear in an instant, and even sporadic resistance could not be seen. This was more disturbing than the overwhelming hybrids, when small and medium-sized predators disappeared without a trace. It only meant that something more terrible was about to appear. Stay alert. Valerian led the mecha troops in the guard to clear the way ahead. The passage was not wide, barely enough for two werewolves to pass side by side. The murals on the walls on both sides were carved with countless inhuman horrific creatures, all depicting heinous atrocities. There was a lack of lighting here, and it was very dim. The searchlight swept over the bloody murals again and again, which was horrifying. The soldiers walked through it in silence, because Valerian had to ensure that the channel was unobstructed when necessary, and any unnecessary complaints might cause their commander to miss important information. Halfway through the journey, Stone finally appeared. He was accompanied by only one subordinate, and when he appeared, he was almost killed by the nervous Imperial soldiers as an enemy. The communication signal here is very poor, so I have to report to you in person. Your Highness. Stone carried a C-10 shotgun and held a burning blue monomolecular blade in his hand. He was good at both guns and swords, and could fight with both hands. What's the situation? Valerian asked him immediately. At a certain moment, Valerian suspected that this Stone was just an evil and cunning void shapeshifter. But they could not simulate unique thoughts after all. It's terrible. Almost every hostage was tortured, whipped, bled, craniotomized, and genetically tailored. Many people went crazy before they escaped. The oppression of the hybrid on the mind is subtle, he said to Valerian while leading the way, in order to gain powerful strength. Amon scientists spliced the Protoss and humans together. If I may be frank, the horror of this is no less than putting a mouse's head on a cat's body. These tortured people are physically weak and can't walk far at all. Stone continued, some people would rather die here than take another step. I can only let them get what they want. But even so, half of the people failed to catch up. and half of the remaining people died on the road. I thought you couldn't escape. Valerian once again realized how naive and stupid his plan was. He misjudged the number of enemies in the temple. But fortunately, it was not too late. I thought so too. But when we escaped here, all the pursuers disappeared. Stone said. Perhaps Amon ordered them not to come in. What kind of place? Valerian asked. Definitely beyond your imagination, Stone replied. When Valerian came to the end of the passage, he truly understood the meaning of Stone's words. This may have been the resting place of the Xel'Naga. The steep walls of the cliffs were hung with huge sarcophagi, and the soul-stirring void crystals shone like lapis lazuli, hanging high above the head like stars. It is said that when the Xel'Naga falls into a deep sleep, these sarcophagi will be used as places to contain their real-world incarnations. What surprised Valerian the most was the stone platforms every 5 or 6 feet on the ground. Perhaps thousands of them, on which some long-dead Protoss once lay. But now they are used as beds for the wounded. There are about 1,000 or 2,000 hostages here, and Valerian immediately ordered to take everyone away as much as possible. It is not a problem for the Marines to carry 1 or 2 people on their backs, and all mechas must carry people. Amon forbade his servants to enter here? What does he use these facilities for? When everything was arranged, Valerian asked Stone. We found several living Protoss. Stone paused. They are performing organ transplants here to retransplant the severed nerve bundles and reconnect them to the Kara. This is too evil. Valerian didn't know whether he should use the word evil, which was simply saying that the Kara sect was a heresy. Ironically, in today's Terran politics, no one dares to mention returning to Kala. Did they succeed? He asked. Almost. Although far less than the original neural bundles. But enough for Amon to control them again. Stone said, and they are all willing. Voluntary? Valerian said, incredible. This is voluntarily wearing the chains that bind themselves. If so, the Protoss has been willing to wear these chains for at least thousands of years. Stone disagreed. Perhaps many AI Protoss think that even being controlled by Amon is better than losing Kara. They all know the importance of Kara to the Protoss. Kara is an ocean of emotions where all Protoss interact. However, once it is lost, each Protoss becomes an isolated island closed to each other. This loneliness is unacceptable to them. The number of Protoss who commit suicide due to extreme depression has been increasing among the Dallin Protoss. Is Amon trying to control the Golden Fleet again? Valerian said, but if so, the efficiency is too low. Or maybe this is a spontaneous act of Amon's followers. Stone pointed to a slowly disappearing Protoss corpse in the distance. He was once a member of the Golden Fleet. In order to return to the arms of Kara, he gave up everything and came here. During the interrogation, I had to cut off his nerve bundle again, Stone said, at that time. He cried like a playboy who just learned that he was castrated. Oh, poor guy. Valerian immediately felt ashamed of his unkind laughter. If there were Templars here, it would probably cause a diplomatic conflict. But think about the shock this incident will cause among the Terran Protoss. The most terrible thing about this incident is that it first makes people despair, and then gives them hope. He said, maybe Kara is now ruled by Amon. But it still exists. When one day Amon is defeated and destroyed, it will be possible to return to Kara. This will definitely cause new divisions in Terran, and even shake the rule of the Light and Shadow Council. Valerian thought, Phoenix Archon will soon arrive in Bashar. Should we hide this from him? But no matter what, my uncle must be the first person to know about this. A scream suddenly sounded from the crowd, and the communication channel was also in turmoil. That was one of the 3 Mobius hybrids. 9 times 10 to the power of 57. A bronze angry beast with red flame shining on it. And hot white steam was pouring out of the heat dissipation chip forged from fine steel on his back. Behind him were the open steel wings, burning like red-hot blades. If the doomsday behemoth infected by the swarm was further armed with the thunder beast with the armor of Thor, then he was a hybrid armed with the same armor. He was full of evil and weirdness, much larger and more terrifying than the hybrid predator under his feet. It seems that this is a trap. Valerian immediately ordered, retreat. The guards stay. I will cover the rear. Chapter 770 This battlefield full of glory. Only darkness awaits you. Like a strong wind blowing away the chaff on the ground. The Mobius hybrid simply raised his hand, and shot out a wave of surging psychic energy, instantly knocking down more than a dozen Imperial soldiers, who were unable to dodge. The shockwave tore through a large area of masonry floor, leaving a blazing crack along the way. In the blink of an eye, The surging energy gathered on this terrifying creature, and beams of light rose from the ground like bright red fountains, released like an explosive storm. And the Imperial army immediately suffered countless casualties, rolling in blood and fragments of power armor. The Mobius hybrid ruthlessly harvested the lives of the Imperial soldiers, as if they were bundles of straw blown away by the wind. Valerian's face was livid. Half of it was due to the grief over the casualties of his soldiers, and half of it was due to the negative emotions of the hybrid filled with hatred and desire for killing that were hitting him like a wave. And the overwhelming hatred was overwhelming him, like the heat waves scorching the earth in summer. The heavy pressure of the hybrid in thought and emotion was described by the Imperial researchers as scarlet hatred. At certain moments, this alone was enough to make a large number of human troops fall into uncontrollable fear, and even kill each other. Experimental Subject 523I is undoubtedly the most powerful of the three Mobius hybrids, and his power exceeds that of ordinary hybrids. Stone warned his young prince. The rebels here believe that the power of this hybrid freak is still increasing over time. When his power reaches its peak, he will destroy the planet where he was born. At this moment, Stone is surrounded by his elite ghost squad. Normally, such a well-equipped elite team can deal with a hybrid predator alone. Some of these warriors only use daggers to kill people, while others are good at sniping or mastering mind control. They are super soldiers of the Terran Empire. Their number has never exceeded 4 digits, and at least there are only a few hundred people. The Imperial Ghost has almost become a symbol of the Terran Empire. The Umoyan people said that Emperor Augustus does not trust anyone, and his ghost agents monitor all the ministers of the Empire. But most people know nothing about it. Then we can only kill this damn monster before all this comes. Valerian would never be so absurd as to believe that the power of an individual is enough to destroy a planet. But the masters of these hybrids may not be unable to do it. At the moment, what he is really worried about is that there are actually 2 hybrids like this, and the one in front of him can completely destroy them. Ordinary weapons can't hurt this Mobius hybrid at all. Its extremely strong shield makes light weapons useless, and even the firepower of siege tanks is like scratching an itch. In contrast, he can easily inflict heavy damage on the human army. Hold the front. Valerian tried to cheer up the Imperial army. Even if they couldn't kill the monster, they had to hold on until everyone was safely evacuated. Valerian also noticed that the huge casualties had caused the soldiers to waver. In fact, they were still holding on to the front and firing at the enemy, who seemed impossible to be defeated. They were absolutely elite. At this time, a group of Mobius drones flew out from behind the abominable monster. These iron-gray, overwhelming metal monsters circled like a flock of birds, and the roars they passed by were earth-shaking. In response, amid the billowing smoke and dust, groups of SA-55 Thunderbolt missiles rose from the missile launchers of the Imperial Wolf mechas. The dense and powerful anti-aircraft firepower immediately smashed a large number of drones into pieces. The scene was like thousands of people holding shotguns fighting for the few flying saucers in the sky. All weapons, aim at the hybrid, he ordered. The Mobius hybrid floated in the air, its whole body reflected in the orange-red flames like a furnace, looking like an iron-cast scarlet god. He was unusually large, the size of a warship, and his huge body occupied a vast space. Ordinary humans were just a small dot under his feet. But obviously, he was also an obvious target. Missiles, laser weapons, railguns, and tons of ammunition hit the Mobius hybrid. There were explosions and flashes of fire everywhere. The sound of shells firing and explosions was difficult to distinguish. The firepower was so fierce that a wall of smoke rose between Valerian and the hybrid. For a moment, Valerian really thought they could kill the monster. But then, someone on the communication channel shouted in horror that they had lost their target. In the smoke and dust, the Mobius hybrid had disappeared. The next moment, before the Empire could react, 2 overlapping psychic waves tore the entire ground apart, causing huge damage comparable to the end beam of the Tal'Darim mothership. A dozen siege tanks and nearly 100 Imperial soldiers around them immediately disappeared in a scarlet light, and soldiers who were a little further away also fell in groups, and only some burning scrap metal remained in their original positions. Valerian felt that he was slapped hard, and then he was thrown out by a huge force. He didn't even know what attacked him, and he fainted immediately. There may be a few moments when Valerian's mind flashed back to his childhood. If he really died on the battlefield, it would not be a disgrace to his uncle. However, not long after, Valerian woke up again. It seems that he was not seriously injured. He lay on the ground, and he couldn't tell whether the blood on his armor came from himself or others. He looked up and saw several bloody helmets rolling around on the ground. Many people were struggling to stand up. There were dead and wounded soldiers all over the ground, groaning and cursing everywhere. This scene was like Dante's hell. Valerian felt dizzy. Get out of there! The communication channel was in chaos, and people everywhere were shouting, "Medic! Medic! Do something! Damn it! Stop him! No! I can't!" The huge Imperial machines were reduced to flaming scrap metal, and the air was filled with the awful smell of death as the Mobius hybrid ripped through his troops. By this time, the Imperial army was in ruins, and the Mobius hybrid was still slaughtering those who survived. It was a true demon, a forbidden combination of steel and hybrid monster. He was so huge that he could attack from above their heads, like a battleship firing its guns from the clouds. When this monster is enraged, it is like thousands of artillery pieces firing at the same time. The sound of steel colliding and engines roaring. The momentum is like 1,000 troops. Laser-like scarlet psychic waves constantly cut the earth, creating large areas of dead silence with swirling hot air. And the earth melts under its feet, as if lava is erupting from the ground. Mobius Hybrid is almost an upgraded version of Hybrid Ruler. But 10 rulers are no match for him. He is undoubtedly the true chosen one, the favorite of the Dark God. At this moment, Valerian was just thinking that such a monster must not be allowed to descend on the Imperial colony. "Your Highness, we have suffered heavy losses." Stone pulled Valerian up from the ground. At the same time, several Imperial ghosts were running through the burning battlefield. Their refractive clothing made them look like a group of light shadows. The remaining elite guards gathered around Valerian. 2 serious wolf mechas with fluttering ribbons strode across the battle line at this time. The alloy-plated guns and cannons shone with a brass-like light, creating a large death zone in front with powerful firepower. "You're right." Valerian realized that this was Amon's territory, and the surging void energy was still amplifying the power of the Mobius hybrid. As time went by, he would become increasingly difficult to defeat. For the Empire, perhaps only the prototype-level Odin and Archangel mechas could contend with such monsters. However, without the protection of this temple shield, there would be no enemy, and nothing could be solved by a fleet salvo. Valerian had no choice but to order a retreat. No matter what, his soldiers could not die in vain. At this moment, due to the interruption of communication with the outside world, Valerian did not know that a Terran fleet called the Storm approaching had arrived at Besher. A dazzling blue light was stirring the clouds, cutting through the temple shield with surgical precision. That was the main gun of the Protoss mothership firing, and its firepower was powerful enough to purify a colony. When those Storm warships fired at the surface of the planet, they were even several astronomical units away. The purple glow of the decay weapon was clearly visible even in the daytime, like a silent sigh of the gods. Stukhov's fleet was helpless against the temple shield, because the focused Yamato cannon was designed to directly destroy the enemy, and it was impossible to destroy the shield while ensuring the safety of the hostages. This was no less than peeling an eggshell while keeping the egg membrane and egg liquid intact. And Calais phase technicians were good at this. When the temple shield retreated, a large-scale Terran Protoss force was deployed on the battlefield. In various aspects, this was a golden army, which made Valerian's eyes shine and his heart bloom. The armor of these Protoss is gorgeous and elegant, with rounded curves, and their weapons seem to be plated with gold and embellished with gems. The Calais Protoss built their cities, weapons and warships in arcs and ovals, and are known for their gorgeousness. In contrast, the buildings and armor of the Hanley Protoss are like sharpened boulders. The Protoss Iyer Vanguard Corps, originally the backbone of the Calais Protoss Empire, is the loyal defender of Iyer, composed of a large number of Zealot Templars, High Templars, Dragon Knights and Predator Mechs. They had served under the Supreme Council in the invasion of Iyer and the Protoss Civil War, and fought on the front lines throughout the First Total War. Later, a considerable number of them turned to the new Protoss order established by Tassadar, the Terran Protoss. With the support of Tassadar, this legion was preserved and was also put into the front line of the battle to reclaim Iyer. However, when Amon corrupted Kara, the Iyer Vanguard was also controlled by him and became one of the most terrifying forces in his hands. Before Augustus and Artanes joined forces to drive Amon out of Kala, the Iyer Vanguard had invaded many human and Protoss worlds, sowing the seeds of destruction with the Zerg. Now, these freed Templars are full of pain for their accomplices in the atrocities. Compared with other tribes, they want to regain their lost glory 10 times and 100 times more. And the rage in their hearts is 100 times, and 1,000 times greater than the most angry fanatics. And they are even willing to die to wash away everything. And leading them at this moment is the Phoenix Archon, the immortal Phoenix. As long as he can continue to fight, he will never allow himself to fall behind. The happiest person at this time was Valerian. While sighing that he was really lucky, he changed the order of retreat to attack. Valerian knew that the population of the Protoss was declining day by day, and every experienced warrior was extremely precious to them. In order to maintain their invincible legion, the ancient warriors of the past were also awakened and joined the battlefield of glory. When he was still young, humans and Protoss used to be suspicious of each other and even fought against each other. However, during the Doomsday War, the two races put aside their past grievances and joined forces to fight against Amon. Even the most hated Imperial commanders would not refuse their support. Although they usually don't care about humans, they are really good at it. This is all thanks to Uncle Augustus. Few people know that he realized the value of an alliance with the Protoss long before everyone else. Valerian noticed that the weapons of these elite Protoss troops have been upgraded to a certain extent. For example, the Dragon Knight mech has a stronger armor and a longer weapon range. After the Pride of Olise, one of the 3 arcs of the Protoss Empire, returned to the Dallin Protoss. They not only had 2 arcs, but also obtained a lot of advanced technology. According to convention, each arc has a supreme protector who preserves the history and memory of the Protoss Empire from ancient times to the present. However, although the 3 supreme protectors have the same functions, they all have their own preferences and strengths. For example, Rahanna, who was sealed in the Spear of Adnan, would provide military strategic advice to the Protoss commanders in the Dark Ages, while Shantira, the supreme protector of the Pride of Odalise, is a master of physics. She preserves the vast memory of all the Kalai phase technicians before she fell asleep, and is almost a living scientific and technological library. Shantira is the youngest of the 3 sisters, but she is equally great, calm, wise, and far-sighted. Those great figures in the history of the Protoss even have to ask her questions and learn from her. With Shantira, the Protoss of Daram even has the possibility of recreating the technology of building the Ark, because it was the guidance and help of the Kalai phase technicians of that era to build the Ark. Her value is not less than an Ark, or even more than it. After the return of the Pride of Odalise, Emperor Augustus did not hesitate to use his connections and resources in the Protoss of Daram to ask Shantira to help improve the Zelnada world ship of the Terran Empire. Or it can be said that this was also in his calculations, because Augustus still suspected that Nerid had left a hidden hand on the world ship that humans could not possibly find. And Shantila could be said to be the top Kalai master in the Copperlu sector. In an instant, all kinds of weapons that could destroy the world were thrown into the battlefield and smashed into the Mobius hybrid. Hundreds of beams shot at people's heads, and the earth-shaking explosions immediately gathered into a terrible loud noise and light that drowned everything. A high-level Templar wearing a golden helmet and eyes filled with azure flame summoned a storm, and hundreds of fanatics charged in a sea of blue light. Given the hatred of the Daram Protoss for Amon, Valerian didn't have to bother asking them to help him destroy the hybrid.